yesterday. Luke 12, pick it up. That'd be great. Australia actually they had a really good day yesterday, by the way. We talked about Turkey, but also Australia had a really powerful day yesterday. They're right kind of back in the thick of things, so see if some of these players and teams can get it done. Loki, we both have. He's been really solid throughout all of this, putting up some really good numbers for Team Korea. So really kind of curious about how at the end of this, I think you pretty much got me beat at this point. I think it would take an absolutely bizarre day.
Halo guys.
Luke 12 just goes ham. Him and Singles, and they end up winning.
Drop like a 20 kill day.
Halo guys.
We've got an event. Twitch drops. All you have to do is watch.
Ini kegedean.
Connect your PUBG account to the Twitch channel.
Kagak bang.
You just gotta watch and you get
Nggak kali lu naruhnya di situ kan?
Go into the top right hand corner of your screen in the PUBG Esports client or in the PUBG client. You get rewards there. You can get some skins. Of course, we'd love it if you participated just by buying the skins as well. You support the players, you support the event, and then the fantasy league.
Emang lumayan. Gue pakai yang low latency aja. Jadi yang nonton gue harus kali 2. Iya kali 2. Kayak gini. Contoh sat. Nah tuh. Biar lebih padat. Gambarnya. Iya. Guys, halo, selamat datang.
Normal ini apa low?
Low latency. Kalau normal 19 detik kali ya. Kenapa Finan nggak ada MASDOG nggak tahu gua. Gimana?
Sama aja kalau di OBS di setting. Berarti ultra low latency.
Iya. Gue yang tengah ada pokoknya. Ada King YouTube guys sama artis kita. Ada juga dikat dikit. Nah, guys kalian nobar sendiri ya. Iya. Kalian nobar sendiri oke? Nanti saya matiin mikrofonnya. Begitu dik-adik ya.
Ya mandiri lah
udah gede.
Ya minimal tinggalin like.
Iya kan, like dulu apa. Aman aja.
Ditinggal aja ada Twitter.
Betul. Nah kita habis ini mau syuting, keren banget. Mau ngobrol. Boleh. Bisa. Emang bawa casan? Yang Samsung Ultra itu ya? Iya, dilipet-lipet. Ngeri banget.
Udah ada Twitter.
Iya. GB morbid lah tuh.
Nah, that's the idea bro.
Enggak jangan.
Oh jangan.
Lagian Discordnya beda juga tuh. Samsung boleh banget Kal. Emang morbid ada. Oh gua tahu gini sistem GB-nya. Jadi siapapun yang mau jadi komentari bisa di streamingnya.
Iya benar.
Ya kan? Terima kasih Kim. Terima kasih penjelasannya. Gue mau matiin ini. Jadi gue tuh bukannya OBS 2 biji pet Epip tuh di sini. Ini buat suara. OBS ini dimatiin notif-notifnya. Jadi yang di sini mirroring semua ke situ. Betul.
Awal pasti pusing banget. Parah.
Jadi begini ini tetap di sini nih. Begitu. Gitu guys ya. Ini sekalian tutor. Enggak jadi dia. Pertanyaannya udah ada buat OPM tuh. Maksudnya pertanyaannya. Udahlah. Masa belum ada kita milih dulu. Pokoknya perkabelan Fansion dah. Tolonglah Fansion maksud gua. Lu tuh bagus produknya gitu.
Mikro HDMI itu HDMI.
Ini cadangan ini sih sebenarnya. Kemarin sempat mati, gua kira mati. Ternyata bentrok kayaknya sama Logitech C922. Jadi yang kebaca C922 nya doang, ini enggak mau baca. Aneh. Biar enak pas editing ini ya. Lebih apa ya? Gue ngerasanya lebih padat gitu. Ini kan banyak yang kosong. Iya begini nih.
Iya.
Jadi mendingan di 3/4 ini segini. Iya. Gitu bang. Ah, kok review ya bang ya? Ya gitulah. Guys, saya tinggal dulu ya di sini. Bocor dikit nggak apa-apa. Iya, lu bagus kayak gini angle-nya kemarin. Iya, Elgato, kok bagus banget Elgato kata gua. Itu efek lampu doang ya? Efek lampu doang ya anjing, kok keren ya. Iya, gitu ya.
Kalau kagak ada lighting, ntar gua kasih lihat.
Ini kayak gini nih, kagak ada lighting gua. Kalau ada lighting, mirip sama aja.
Lu nggak ada ini kalau nggak ada lampu satu sini.
Nggak ada gua.
Di atas kamera ya.
Gua ini pakai lampu patah. Jatuhnya begini. Kalau misalkan lagi record.
Masih oke nih, jadi kan.
Iya, highlight di situ. Oke, jadi review lagi. Kalian dengerin suara kita aja ya guys ya.
Oke, kalau begitu gue yang streaming, Okto silakan rekaman.
Oh, kemarin lu nanya ya.
And we're back here at PNC 2023, getting ready to kick off day number 3, the final day, of course. And we will be crowning a champion at the end of all of this. And again, we do have some special things coming up, so hold tight. I was alluding to that a little bit. So,
Ya. Teki-teki yang udah nonton ya.
well, the players have been incredible. What else is there to say? I can't wait to get into this.
And pretty much everybody is stepping up.
Gue di kamera lo sih kayak apa ya? Bukan biasanya nyender begini ya. Jadi mundur. Mundur bang. Nah gini Dodol ayo. Thank you Dol.
Mantap.
Yo thank you Dol ya.
Jangan di-up anjing komennya.
Mantap Dol. Mantap Dol.
Skins that are ready, they're prepared. Gotta get out there and get them. They're super incredible. You definitely don't want to miss out on those.
Tinggal give-nya aja belum.
Itu cara men-treat viewer yang udah jadi member tuh. Jadi kita kasih privilege ke
certainly
hapus.
an amazing team, amazing run. I know I've said it before, but
Coba tadi siapa
goes
namanya?
without saying the best run we've ever seen in a PUBG esports
Dodol.
from that Navi squad. So you want
Dodol namanya.
to celebrate that because it was a lot of fun to see.
Pinky ada nanti digantiin Pinky lah 2 jam.
The skins also look very good too, so definitely pick that up. And as Paper Thin was alluding to,
Kalau member ada di sini dia.
Ben anjir, di gua 28 bulan.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
You wanna work on it a little bit more?
Ya, Beben kalau sama temen dia wajib per bulan.
Terakhir cowok, padahal kadang
We heard whispers. We've heard whispers.
Respect, Beben.
Actually, I didn't even know until today. Until we
Tapi
came
kalau
to
kita lihat
stream,
Beben,
this was happening.
kita lihat Beben
Like,
boleh
it
nggak?
was like they were like,
Di
oh, by the way,
layar
we
ini.
got this new thing,
Boleh.
and
Boleh
like
ya.
you always know
Masih-
that like
Enggak kan
crafting
ini
got
enggak
something in the works,
kenapa-napa lu mau
Oh.
buka apa juga mana?
Yeah, they're
Dia
I'm really excited
kan
about this. I'm really
Apex
excited
tuh.
about this.
They're
tadi
creative.
ada
and,
ya?
right before we get started here.
Jangan bang yang ini aja. Kalau ini
Kalau Valorant aman aja.
oh aman aja ya.
Kayaknya PUBG aman-aman aja deh, Bang.
Oh.
Kan
Diki.
Bener. Gua udah
Sebetulnya
ulti,
abis ini udahlah tuh lu gua kontak.
Anjing.
Diki
Gue
apa?
suka lihat lu lihat game lain berarti.
Waduh,
Sama
yang
PUBG
manggil
aja.
Diki nggak mungkin Okto, Cok.
Enggak mungkin Okto. Keren banget.
Kok dia tahu sih?
Keren banget.
Iya,
Diki tidak mungkin Okto.
dia tahu.
Tidak mungkin Okto.
Aku siapa? Coba. Tuh curang.
Curang. 40 sniper.
Hapus.
Emang kita moderator. Ada moderator tuh ada 2 tingkat tuh, yang moderation sama yang standar.
Kalau yang moderation mah
Aku
bisa
siapa?
ngapa-ngapain jangan kita.
Coba gue diem lagi.
Lestari Handayani.
Emang
Ah ya.
tidak mungkin.
Lestari Anda ya.
Aneh banget tebakannya.
Sadira.
Aku tebak kamu pasti sendirian.
Sadira liburan,
Apa
Cok.
gak ada pakai jas?
Bukan Sadira. Apip kayaknya deh, Apip ngentot.
Asik.
Nah, dia udah tahu. Tebak kamu pasti sendirian.
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
Kesepian.
Tadi gue secel kaku anjing.
No
Ya
one
gua tahu.
there.
Gua enggak punya cewek, enggak punya orang tua. Masuk MN.
Nah, udah. Udah, Bro. Bermasuk adik-adik jangan lupa di like videonya ya. Biar asik gitu.
Karat.
Mau intro lu di awal-awal streaming gitu.
Ya. Like absen
Ya seperti biasa jangan lupa.
ya seperti biasa gitu.
Lari.
Akhirnya nyobain komen pakai akun YT Centang ya, Mas.
Ganti ini.
Lu kurang ajar ya anjing ya.
Denger loh dia harusnya.
Ini kurang ajar nih, SND.
Toto suges dulu. Iya, gue sendiri bingung.
Ada nggak ngechat lagi nih Fandraocto? Kalau masih ngejokes lagi sendirian, ya udah pasti King Dugi nih.
Tapi enak ya emang ya kalau ini kalau komen gitu, centang langsung kebaca gitu. Halo. Yeah. Teng gitu, set. Salah aja. Enggak. Dulu yang centang itu Facebook.
Oh iya.
Facebook kita. Facebook.
Raja tadi nge-net mana dong?
Iya, 100.000.
Lah ini ada Fandra anjing, Fandra siapa?
Itu grinding 2 tahun, 3 tahun kayaknya.
Tadi nge-net mana
Enggak
dong?
kepake. YouTube juga udah mati tuh, Bang, kagak diurus pas di Facebook.
Halo, Nugi.
Oh iya, kita like dulu lah. Like ke 200 kita tuh di channelnya Beben. Luar biasa. Langsung. Jangan lupa juga ini. Langsung aja di unsubscribe. Jangan nih. Ini apa nih? Semua. Bedanya apa sih? Oke, buat Beben privilege. Beben bro, ini bro. Oh iya, channel lo ya. Lah kan ini lu kan kalah taruhan toh. Ini akun jadi punya akun gua nanti gimana?
Taruhan yang DC 2.
Iya. Kan gua menang.
Menang juga.
Gua lebih sering menang. Lu gak lihat gameplay terakhir gua tadi malam outplay, bro?
Enggak, lu gameplay terakhir gua.
Iya sih.
Mati kanan lu.
Lu enggak inget lu enggak ngapa-ngapain kita teksnya beres. Terus lu ngeluh susah kalau udah pada ya?
Oh ya itu impostor bang, biasalah kesalahan itu.
Lah saya juga kesalahan.
Emang harus ajak orang bego kalau main DC itu gak bisa yang jago gitu, pusing.
Iya ada contoh nih.
Oh jadi centang mas perasaan semalam 7 beli kebetulan nih.
Gak mau, gak ada duit. Enggak lah.
Oke guys, kita tinggal ya. Berarti kita hari ini gak jadi nobar PUBG ya adik-adik. Jadi kita ya nobar The Bangkong. Oke? Ya, kita tinggal dulu. Gue Nugi pamit undur diri. And see you next time. Dadah. Matiin facecam yang mana toh? Oke, yang ini.
Dia tadi rem bro.
Dia ngomong ke gua soalnya. Bib, gua pakai ton dulu ya buat fokusnya.
Quick peeks now.
Tapi bohong, nanti saya dipecat sama Bapak Okto ya. Jangan bang. Oh BTW udah mulai nih adik-adik ya. Langsung aja nih nonton PUBG. Ini BTW ada. Oke, perek something drop di atas bareng sama Forsaken, di bawah ada boom flip jeder sama ayam monyet ya. Jangan lupa ditonton bro.
The widespread drop. First, just want to make sure she gets some vehicles. Canada, though.
Oh, Adam coming in here with a trying to find a shot there on Translucent, who is, oh my goodness, last bullet in the barrel, I think, hit that headshot there. So a bit of damage found, but still, player from India going to be able to make his way back to safety over here by this warehouse.
So Canada's going to have to split Lociones with India. India's been dropping Lociones, so I should say Canada. Or India's splitting it with them. And look where we are, right on top of it, dead center. On top of
Oke guys, saya tinggal dulu ya guys ya. Good
finish is a big question. You know, it seems like we get one of them almost every big event for whatever reason, even though it's not super likely. For some reason that seems to happen, but Longsker playing a little ring around the rosy here.
Yeah, a little bit of honking right there too. He wants to roll down and get the mad if he can. And right now he's buying time, but you can see right there on the minimap and by the observer highlighting this that Schofield's coming in. A little bit more Juven and Jiven. As the Mad going to be able to evade that, and Schofield actually has an SKS there with the iron sight, so we'll see Longsker roll away from this one. Show he does have a shotgun here coming in the bus. Or what else he's got in the store?
Well, if you get close enough, you can do something with that pump, but yeah, no way in hell from that range.
If it's just the pump, then as they're driving away, really not a chance. So Turkey going to be able to keep their hopes alive. Let's not forget that coming into day number 2, they only had 9 points and they racked up really the most impressive day that any team has been able to put together so far there on day 2 to catapult themselves up into the top 10, now sitting at 65 points. And although they would need another really banger day to emerge as champions here on day 3, as you pointed out, especially with the crowdfunding that's been coming in, there's so much on the line for every single placement in this tournament, whether at the top, whether at the bottom, there's a lot to play for.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, here's the thing, like, I was talking to the Turkey players after the event yesterday, and you know, gave them congratulations, of course, because they just had a stellar day. And, you know, they were like, yeah, if we could have just avoided that, you know, really bad first day, we'd very much be towards the top potentially right now. And I said, I think you guys could still do this. I mean, I think if you guys have another day like that, but we've got an interview first with Mika from Germany. Actually, let's hear what he has to say.
obviously. We all knew that Team Korea was a strong team, but they're really showing how good they are on this event. And they're way in front right now, like not too much, but they're like hard to get right now. So, and they're really good players, but like I still think we can catch up.
Yeah, Korea definitely the team to beat right now. All eyes are going to be on them as we start day 3 here, the final day of PUBG Nations Cup. In Germany, you know, they were really hot there in day 1, slowed down just a little bit in day 2, but they've been so consistent overall, map to map, picking up wins when they need them. And this edge style that they've been showcasing really from the get-go has been netting them a lot of placement points, a lot of Riley kills.
Yeah, Germany is...
They're crafty.
They're so fun to watch. Again, my favorite team to watch just purely from like a macro perspective. The way that they approach the game is so unique. It's so fun to watch. But going back to Turkey real quick, I told them I think you guys have a chance because if like Korea, Vietnam, Denmark only put up like 20-point days, which can happen, any team could have those bad days, and they have another big day, they're right in it. Potentially, who knows? So, you know, a lot to play for here. Of course, like we mentioned earlier on the show, every placement matters. The money changes each placement down, so you want to finish as strong as you can. Even up to the final game, no matter what's happening in that final game, you want to have the best performance you can to get yourself more money, no doubt about it, especially with that crowdfunding.
Yeah, and if you guys want to continue to support PUBG Esports, go on there, get some skins. Of course, it contributes to the prize fund here, supports your favorite players, your favorite teams, and really one of the best esports of all time here. PUBG, so much fun to watch.
That's right.
So dynamic, and PUBG Nations Cup just showcasing the talent that it is all around the world, excuse me, not these worlds just
these
yet.
worlds?
Maybe
like,
in a couple millennia paper then.
All right, Doctor Strange, like we're in multiple dimensions. I see how it is. These worlds, I love it. I'm a multiverse fan. I'm okay living in that reality. So anyway, so a lot of teams are going to be fanning out around the outer edges of Los Leones here. So India has actually opted for the western side. Pretty interesting that they're going to go for that edge. China already taken off out of Picado, setting up kind of to the northwest. Turkey down to the south, or excuse me, to the even more west of India. You got Thailand, you can see them down to the south. Canada went east. So everybody's kind of trying to get as close to Los Leones as possible because, again, you know, there's some interesting stuff going on. Now that we have a brand new Miramar, you know, maybe the calculus for the land ratio isn't quite the same. So you got to kind of play it a little bit closer to the best.
Yeah, it's hard to predict exactly where that circle is going to go. It's not quite the science that it was before, as everyone is still figuring it out, even the pro players. So, hedging their bets there, playing on the edge of Los Leones, a very smart move. As we see Denmark clip. I mean, day 1, day 2, he was absolutely popping off with the bolt action rifles. We didn't get to see too much of it on screen, but on day 2, definitely got some shots there with the AWM. This guy can bolt with the best of them.
It's been really exciting to see the bolters really shining this event, and that's the cool part about an event like this. Like, it's all about the individual players and their skill, and the bolt is really an encapsulation of that. The grenade was out, I think. Yeah, Corey's got one. Didn't even need the grenade. Had the bullets. He's going to throw another. Wasn't cooked at all, I don't believe, but it didn't matter. There was a knock actually from Amix, and he's going to clean up that point. So Clory's throwing out that grenade. Seemed like it was a little bit early, but he got a little bit of help from Argentina from afar.
Yeah, it's a really nice pickup right there for Vietnam. China not quite expecting that compound to be occupied, and Cloris was just waiting for him. Able to rack up 2 kills and push Vietnam past that 100-point mark.
He seems a little ambitious from China. I mean, they were really aggressive yesterday. And it paid off for them. Definitely their best day so far. But this was like, it's not even phase 2 circle. Like, this wasn't even like a pre-rotation. This was just them, like, I think, misidentifying that compound was open.
Yeah.
Is my best guess as to what happened there.
I think if they had any inkling that compound was occupied, they would be rolling up with all 4 members of the squad so they can trade those one out and not get flushed. But, you know, all said and done, Vietnam picking up 2 more points, and we've seen both in day 1 and day number 2, they are not ones to shy away from aggression, where many teams would kind of back off and try to rotate or play more conservatively, especially Germany kind of being on the opposite end of that spectrum in terms of playing the edge. Vietnam, they love to fight. They've been racking up the kills, racking up the damage, and Moss actually almost at 5,000 damage in total on this event coming here into day 3. Just insane stuff.
It's bonkers, man. Yamas is just absolutely goated with those DMRs in particular, but everything he does so impactful. Red should be coming through here for Pongsker. I missed what was going on because I was looking at some. I was looking at some like stat sheets.
Ya
and
ya
stuff.
sini
Yeah, I
aja
was
ya.
too.
Yeah, all right. I know. I was like looking at. I didn't think anything really would be going on this early. Maybe there's just a bit of a whoopsies there, a knock maybe from Canada or the UK there, but. I wanted to talk a little bit
Kak
about
Alia
Japan
tolong
quick. They haven't
jelasin
gotten a
dong
win
Kak
yet.
Alia
Now,
no.
historically, they've actually gotten wins. It's not like Korea, hilariously enough, like we mentioned, had never gotten chicken dinners, whereas Japan had. You think back to PNC 2019, Depth's 1v3 for Japan back then, absolutely insane. Over Germany, in fact, the team we're looking at here right now, near one of the firehouse
Tolong
compounds,
dikondisikan
on this
setinggi
map.
takutnya teriak-teriak kayak
I
kemarin malam.
remember that moment very, very
Nanti
well.
semalam
Casting very
teriak
exciting
apa?
because at the time the Japanese casters were here
Duduk
in Korea with us,
sama Onti.
and they were right below us. Like we had like a tiered platform, and they were
nice.
losing their minds.
Yeah, of course.
Kenapa kita
I can
dipanggil?
imagine, man. This place explodes when
Ya
Korea
udah,
wins, so I'm
guys.
sure the Japanese casters are really happy
Lanjut
with that.
nonton.
But the flavor of PUBG that they play, which is a little bit more
Oh, yang
conservative, kind of
ini
similar to the way
enjoy.
the Chinese
Oh, ini
Taipei
beda
has been
PC
playing
ya.
in this event, often does lend itself to a couple of wins per event because, if you hunker down in a compound, hardcore team, by the way, Medkit, Gilly Suit, a lot of really good loot this run, as we're going to see who picks up that here for Germany. But going back to Japan, I mean, they haven't really been able to hold on to these absolutely clutch compounds that you can leverage into
no way
a win.
they're passing that up.
Wait, they're passing it up?
What?
Sini Kiara.
I was wondering,
They're
I
all
thought they were
5-5.
debating over who's going to take it.
Well,
but-
they were all 5-5, so I think
Huh.
they maybe just didn't feel like they had enough sevens, or I don't know.
Oh, ini
That's
Indonesia nggak ada nih.
shocking to me. That is absolutely shocking to me that you would pass that gun.
Nggak ada, Cok.
It's one of the best guns in the game, in my opinion. I love that
now
MK14.
I'm worried about PUBG karma, man. Like that's. Ooh.
The gods are going to frown on that
Yeah.
one. It's like
Kalian
we
demen
gave
ya
you this
nontonin
gift, and you
PUBG
denied it.
PC gini masih pada main.
Second best gun in the game in my book right now, behind the P90. That's the only one that I
PUBG
think is
PC
better.
masih pada main.
All right, well, the circle did shift east now, but still all of Los Leones in it. And then the outer edges, of course, just to the
Ini
west
siapa
of Puerto
adiknya
Paraiso and those
Octo
kind of
kah?
things. So the hills out here are going to be the playing ground. Shrimzy is going to find a knock onto LA. And Argentina now going to have to play a little bit of defense from the encroaching American squad.
Yeah, some more reinforcements coming in here for Team Argentina. As a lot of these squads on the western side are going to have a hard time rotating through. And blood like this one, pretty much inevitable. For a second, I was wondering whether Argentina would actually decide to stick this one out, but already being a man down, they don't want to take that engagement. And oh my goodness, that spray from Schofield, so good. Gets Loki there on the rotation. Bad for both of our fantasy teams, Paper Thin, and also bad for Korea, who's going to be down a man coming with this rotation. And this is kind of the way it goes sometimes when you have to make these big moves coming in all the way from the west side of Los Leones onto the east side or into the central part of the city. It's dangerous with so many teams occupying different parts of these
Kita
compounds.
nyalain
Yeah, I was
tanpa
actually
disuruh.
watching it on the map and kind of
Ini siapa adiknya
like gritting my
Octo
teeth
ya?
a little bit because I knew that was going to be dangerous for Korea, having to go right through Los Leones like that. Losing only one, though, isn't the end of the world, but they're going to set up shop in the center. Meanwhile, Germany on the edge, scuffling a little bit here with Brazil potentially. We'll see. But it doesn't, again, Germany doesn't like to fight early. Even though they play edge, they're a very cautious, calculated team, especially in the early game. They don't want to engage. Like, we've seen them get caught up with some teams like Vietnam, and it's really cost them. Because they are quick to pull away. They are quick to say, nope, we don't want to do this engagement that early, and try to retreat. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's the nature of the game. And Germany right now, not really getting too invested with Brazil just yet, although I do see a couple cards from Brazil maybe drifting in the direction. We'll see.
Yeah, Ko and company over there on the north side. I wonder if we're going to get a shot of it as Brazil just roaming past the map. And yeah, here we go. Seems like Brazil is just going to try and roll over here to the compound to the north. Meanwhile, Australia, Waikigamukau, one of the goated esports names.
Terus
of
yang
all time here.
di streaming
Not
itu
one of,
yang
the
kayak
goated.
I'm actually struggling to think of anything that's better, but coming in here for Germany and just trading a little bit of gunfire right here with Team Brazil. They're not going to be going for any big exchanges. I don't think either of these teams right now, sitting where they are in the standings at position 5 and position 6, are going to want to go for a big fight. Instead, just going to try and safely rotate in. And speaking of rotating in,
Where are these guys
Argentina.
gonna go, man? This is there's stuff available, but nothing center. Everything in the center is basically claimed. Players are pretty good, by the way, at shooting these emergency pickupers out of the air. So you got to be pretty careful. Looks like they are going to get past Canada, who is, I think, kind of the last ones until they get to the UK. It could be a problem. Looks like they've identified something, and they have found basically the only part of the circle that's unoccupied So good job here by Argentina using that E-lift.
And moving there to the southeast of Germany is Brazil and Turkey creating a little bit of gunfire right there. Actually, a knock coming in by Code Marco onto Sparking. Opening salvo is fired here for Turkey, who's looking to continue their hot run here after day number 2, where they racked up 50+ points.
It's a big loss for Brazil early. Sparking, the superstar. All the players on Brazil are superstars, to be honest. They're all really, really good, but Sparking, probably the one that most people globally are familiar with. Guy is absolutely nuts at times, but going down here early is a heartbreaker for Brazil. Very much in the hunt at 79 points coming into today. I mean, yes, we've got 5 teams that are kind of a little bit separated, but if Brazil can come out swinging again, they will be right in it with a couple big games. Denmark, speaking of teams that are right in it, no doubt about it. These guys have been absolutely just phenomenal to watch. Getting a win yesterday, their first ever as a region. So exciting.
Yeah, and I mean, it's their debut here at Pubg Nations Cup, and coming into this on day 1, we were expecting Denmark to really show up. Maybe not quite like this, being in contention in top 3 actually right now as Germany and Brazil continuing to square off. Oh, a nice angle there as it's Chris and Micah able to get a kill on Brazil as their woes continue right now. 2 men down. We'll see if Germany, oftentimes they don't want to go for these early engagements, but this is a rare opportunity to map up some early points.
And the top of this hill is really dangerous. You can be seen from a couple different angles. So for Brazil getting stuck here, you're going to have to rely on the cover of this shack. Pray to God no one has a blue zone grenade close to you. There's a knock from Keenan. Like I said, multiple angles. That's Canada from the hills to the east of Los Leones that is getting that knock. And you basically have to plant yourself in this shack. Pray to God that no one's going to be able to get any utility in there.
Yeah, Nate gonna come here and get the flush as that Molotov. For a
did it go
second
in?
I thought it went in, but no. Vinny's okay. In fact, he's gonna throw a nade of his own. Looks like it's on the other side of that rock, so Micah for now is okay, but the pressure really on Vinny. Germany wants to clean this up before they rotate on.
Thought maybe that follow-up molly here from Vinny was going to be good, but not quite on the mark. Yeah, Keenan's still watching this fight. It's like
200 plus meters away.
Yeah, man, you cannot. This hill is just it's untenable until the hills to the northeast are out. It's really difficult. Even then, it's still difficult to play from here. There's not a lot of great exits. So the top of it can be safe at times, but now Denmark paying the price.
Yeah, Savior with a 249, able to get Keanu and Gustav as well. A lot of good picks there. And Brazil behind all this is going to be eliminated, but man, Denmark kind of falling apart, running through between a couple of good clubs. As the Americans also able to take them down.
Argentina, Germany, Korea, Vietnam smiling to themselves, seeing Denmark getting wrecked in the kill feed early. Just Beamy left now for the Danes. Savior
Apa itu?
cover a
Mana?
little bit of ammo. Gonna make sure there's a DBS available. Again, you'll see a lot of players do this, set up for potential pushes when they're holding locations like this. But this one's on the edge. There's a couple teams. America's might be, the United States might be trying to make an entry into here. Their breaches have been decent, but sometimes a little bit off here on this initial spray. Oscar can't find one, repeats for another. He's got backup from Savior. They're gonna get the flush. Going for a third, and he's gonna find it. The United States is blacked out.
We saw it on day 1, we saw it on day 2. Chinese Taipei so good at defending compounds such as this one, and the crossfire there, absolutely massive. Just cleans the USA. They get rinsed out of this lobby, and now it's just Beamy here for Denmark. Last hope he's able to find one. Gets the knock there on the Zenon with a good headshot. That Og very trusted and true. Looks like he's trying to rotate around and potentially get the flush here. Would love to pick up at least one more point in this lobby. But instead, he's brave, man. He's going for it. He's waiting for Saber to
Kira kupangku kita nonton ya orang-orang
hoping that
tembak-tembakan.
they would push that angle there, trying to pre-fire a little bit. Not going to be able to do so. Didn't get caught by the stun too much. Now going for another decent damage. He's on low health. The repeat wasn't good enough. Finally, the flank from the side is going to take Beamy down. Chinese Taipei holds firm once again.
And I love to see the M249 just absolutely popping off now as Germany fighting Turkey a little bit over here on the western side, still outside of the circle. Micah Pubg some tires as well as China also has been bogged down in this kerfuffle. 2 players left for China. On Team Turkey, they got 2 apiece as well, but with Germany having oversight like this, it's going to be hard for either of these teams to rotate out of this vicinity.
Yep, exactly. So this is kind of what I'm talking about. You can play these hills eventually, but Germany has the backside of it safe, so they can fall back, do what they got to do. Australia dusted it up. Actually, Tiggleton ran over Shinboy there after getting a knock onto him. Did get knocked himself. Duckjuice gonna fall for Vietnam, and I don't think they're going to be able to stop and pick him up. Chinese Taipei has him under their sight lines. Australia here trying to recover their superstar player. One of the best in the world, if not the best in the world right now, Tickleton. Finna though, not much he can do, and the reinforcements have arrived, and it's a great grenade from Waikikamukau that finds the knock. Let's see if Australia can recover.
But Vietnam's right behind him. Glory's with another good spray, has been so good on this, and they're going to rain down on the party that Australia was setting up after that fantastic nade on the second deck. Glory's now going in for the flush. Haisaki coming in from this angle. Oh, finds Savior with a quick shot, but the knock comes through. Actually from the UK, Fexa and Vardar getting on this action.
Yeah, it's a third party here. The UK needs points, and they know it. So they're going to swoop in and try to claim some. This has bought enough time, I believe, for the res to come through onto Tickleton. Honey Badger trying to harass Chinese Taipei. Savior, the only one on his feet for that squad, and Glory's there. Nothing he could do. A little bit lucky with the timing on that grenade. It was in the invulnerable state, I believe, or just missed. Not sure. Doesn't matter. Still going to be cleaned up anyway. Vietnam is falling apart. Just one player left.
Haisaki, the lone survivor right now for Team Vietnam, as he is entrenched around Australia and the United Kingdom, plus TPA Savior, who is not going to survive. Gets shot down there in the blue. Chinese Taipei eliminated 13th out of 16th here in this lobby. So Australia, they really want to salvage this situation. Now the circle is going to perfectly center up on this one. Thailand holding the main compound in this area, the best defensive position, arguably. And a lot of teams still outside of the circle are going to have to fight for the edge.
Yeah, China is just in a really tough spot along with Turkey. Not much they can do. Keenan here tapping away with an AK, finds a headshot onto Unforgiven, looking to spray down Salman. Salman, nothing but a vehicle, and that is it for cover. And I don't think he's going to have much hope there. Amali was coming his way as well. Doesn't seem like it connected. Probably would have burned him down by now. China falling apart. Show trying to do what he can to survive a little bit longer, but not much hope here for the Chinese squad.
No, very deep in the blue with the circle getting ready to close in again. Turkey now eliminated from this lobby, and it's very worth noting that Vietnam, behind all of that, their last player was eliminated. So Korea alone right now in the top three, still surviving with 3 men up at 107 points. A rare opportunity for them early on in the final day of PNC 2023 to add to this lead.
Still no kills for them. Germany, in the meanwhile, has a bunch. Argentina is going to try to take a bit of a fight to them, see if they can soften them up on this high ground, keep them from doing critical damage. But instead, wisely, it's Chris, the veteran, one of the all-time greats in Pubg esports history. So smart. We've seen so many clutch plays from him. Able to avoid disaster. And Onyx and company, though, going to be pushing up the hill. Heaven there for backup. Soul going to play the anchor position from behind. Seen Mika, I believe, just for a moment. I don't think Korea wants to overextend.
No, they want to wait until the right moment to strike here on Germany. They don't know exactly what the lay of the land is there on the top of the hill, and so they're going to be waiting for Soul to come in. As it's Chris just continuing to pop off. Some nice covering fire by DraftKings, who's just been one of the MVPs for Team Argentina so far. Behind all of that, Soul eliminating Show, who was struggling to get in from the blue. Looks like Show got a ton of damage there onto him, but not enough to get the knock.
Yeah, exactly. Nice recovery there from Soul. Could have been disastrous to have him knocked for Team Korea. And Onyx going to start letting loose with the grenades. South Korea feels like they're going to have to take a fight here on this edge. And might as well try to take it now. Pinned out in the blue, but it's Chris comes up and over. Knocks in Onyx. That's one down. Gets shot in the back from Argentina. Is that going to buy enough breathing room here for Korea to do anything? Because the blue is right on their heels.
Yeah, blue's on their heels. They're going to have to go for the res right. They're actually just going to pick up an Onyx and try and use this smoke to provide enough soft cover to get him into safety. But Germany, they feel like they're on the hunt. Usually a little bit more timid. In fact, they might be turning around. Korea seems to just be keen on vacating this position and just trying to go for this corner. But is the blue going to get the flush? It's so close, Paper Thin. Maybe one tick. If you drop him now and go for the res, you might get him up.
It has to be right here, right now.
Oh my goodness, it's one tick.
That is unbelievably smart there from Heaven. The calculations, absolutely perfect. That guy's got the graphic calculator out, no doubt about it. So well done there. But I mean, okay, you get this res, but State, it doesn't look good for Korea.
Well, I feel like if they stayed and tried to fight Germany out of that position, they would have all been dead or right. So at least they have some chance here, but they are surrounded by Thailand. Thailand just barely doesn't have an angle on them. This rock doing the heavy lifting here for Korea's defensive positioning. But once this circle closes in, keep in mind, Korea, they just used a ton of utility, a ton of smokes to try to escape that situation where they had one player down and Heaven was able to save him. I don't know how they're getting out of this one.
Well, they might have got a little bit of help here from Argentina. Emic gets a knock onto a player from Germany, but they have to get there. And Onyx knocked once again, though, quickly. It's Australia now, raining fire down on top of Korea. That's a knock and a kill. Another kill could be coming. Soul trying to do what he can, but he's out in the open. The helmet gets popped, and I think Soul is no longer for this game.
No, that's going to be it pretty much for Team Korea, I think, as Seoul would have to make the right of the Valkyries, really, to get down into Team Thailand and survive that blue. So for Germany, Argentina, Thailand, and Australia right now in this lobby, as well as the defending champions, the United Kingdom, a nice opportunity here to start to close some of that distance. Germany, they still have 4 men up. They're making a big rotation right now with Micah coming in. They want to take a key position here in this circle. They're going to play this little lip of the terrain. Not even a dip, really, but it's something certainly playable.
Exactly. That is a really nice maneuver there for Germany. Puts themselves in a winning position. Still 4 up. Thailand 4, UK 4, Japan quietly hanging on the edge of this circle as well. Could have a role to play. Flood's going to get taken down by a grenade from Tebow. Tickleton wiped out as well. And now Australia, such a good game here, 6 kills. This may be the end.
Yeah, Luke 12 alone right now in that field with UK looking to find him.
DraftKing, though, just got 2 huge kills.
Yeah, DraftKing has a nice angle. Oh, from that rock, that's a perfect vantage point on a Team Germany. It's the one weakness of this position they find themselves in right now, is Germany has 2 players knocked. Now, luckily for Team Germany, UK Vard actually has a sightline there on DraftKings, so he's going to be shelling him a little bit there, taking some of the pressure off Team Germany. They might be able to get these reses to come through.
Oh, the grenade from Japan! Pure Boy strikes from the side and wipes them out! All of a sudden, Germany is gone! And all the hard work done by DraftKings is scooped up by the squad from across the sea.
Man, that was some timing with me saying they might get the reses up and then the nade coming in.
Hello.
Poor Team Germany. Japan just with a perfect nade able to clean them up. And now Japan, I'm really liking their position here as Luke 12 finally succumbs to the blue zone. 4 teams remaining. It's going to be UK, Japan, Thailand, and Argentina here in map 1 of the final day of PNC 2023.
The UK going to climb the leaderboard, see if they can get back into a position to repeat as winners of PNC. Argentina still has something to say about it as well. Only 1 kill for Argentina despite doing a ton of damage. Japan, who knows? Maybe they're going to get their first win. They always seem to find one chicken dinner somehow, some way at PNC's center circle position here now for Argentina. Going to have to set up a bit of a carport around the static truck that is part of the map itself. And a few smokes are expended to see if they can buy a little bit of space and time.
Now the angle that the United Kingdom is coming in from here, unless they're able to get some big knocks on a Team Thailand, this could be precarious as they don't have very much hard cover to be found, and even the slope of the terrain, it's not that substantial, so instead they're going to be fanning out. Tebow actually is going to be able to find, looking at the mini-map, a crate to use as hard cover and potentially get some loot. And now Thailand making a play, Fex with a spray down, able to get 1 headshot, but no knock just yet. Repeats and he gets 2. Rusted and Poochills both going down. Thailand right now in a lot of trouble.
And they're doing damage across the road. T-Bone hitting Argentina hard in the side. Now he turns his sights down onto Thailand. They are falling apart, and that grenade just barely comes up short of Emic. But it's Japan once again. Kane strikes, takes down Argentina. Japan is on a roll with these grenades.
Man, from across the street, these days have been so clutch for Team Japan. They got Germany, they got Argentina. Now they're one of the full 4-man squads up here, but the United Kingdom, they've been looking so strong. 11 kills in total right now in this lobby, and it looks like it's time for Japan to start to plan a move.
Exactly, Japan's gonna have to find a way to get in, and they have found the corner of the crossroads. It's gonna be their spot. UK wants to eliminate Thailand from the equation, and they do. A good grenade there, and now you've got a straight up 4v4. The tremendous firepower here of the UK versus the tenacious Japanese squad.
T-Bone right now manning the forward position in a 1-3 split. UK, they have Vex, Honey Badger, and Vard kind of fanned out on the northern side of this circle. Japan clustered all the way down into the southeast. You can see Vex trying to find exactly what the position is of his rivals.
50-50.
Yeah.
50-50. It's a coin flip according to our winner chicken dinner percentage meter.
Chicken dinner.
I tell you what though, I've got concerns here for Japan. This UK team has 13 kills already. They're really feeling it.
I really like the position of Team UK as well. They're able to reinforce T-Bone. It's now a 3-1 split with Vex being the anchor all the way to the northwest. And T-Bone, if he's able to find an anchor, or not an anchor, excuse me, a position, an angle on this Japanese squad that has crossed the street, it could be very dangerous for Team Japan. Now you see Imhawk, trying to get the lay of the land and find out exactly where UK is set up and how they can utilize this terrain. T-Bone doing the same thing, gathering some reconnaissance on the United Kingdom side. But as you said, it's a straight up 4v4. United Kingdom, though, with 13 kills, they are on a roll, paper thin.
Yeah, exactly, but I'm seeing some helmets missing for some players on the UK, and Specs has been spotted. This kind of dangerous angle that he had flanked out for has been identified by Japan. Now, are they going to be able to deal with it? And again, a lot of utility expended by both teams, but I saw a few frags still floating in the backpacks of Japan. Kane thinking about letting loose with a smoke here. Eventually, Japan is going to have to push into this next circle, but it looks like they're going to want to wrap more towards the western edge based on these smoke placements.
Japan has been so clutch with the nades in these last moments here at map number 1 on the final day. We'll see if they can do it again if they have a frag in the pack. Now Run, he's trying to find an angle here with a Mini 14. The smokes from his teammate Kane, able to give him a pathway through the road. T-Bone looked like he might have gone through with a peek there, but instead it's going to be Japan clustering together. It's a straight up 4v4 over this hill.
I don't think the UK realizes that Japan wants to take a fight right to their faces. You can see they think they're going to try to swing to the western edge with those smokes over to the other end of the road. Japan maybe going to try to surprise them a little bit here, come up underneath their noses. UK doesn't have a ton of info just yet. Now they're starting to kind of figure it out. T-Bone watching a little bit, has swapped over to that Scar up close and personal. They're going to try to counter flank Imhawk. A lot of pressure potentially going to be on him.
Worth noting that a lot of players on Team UK very low on ammo, so they have to be very careful in terms of how they take these fights. They have to hit it. And there's 2 blue zone nades right now on T-Bone. He's forced out of his position and doing a ton of damage. We'll be able to find the angle. And yes, Honey Badger actually fighting back against 2. Imhawk and Run.
That's a huge play here for Honey Badger. Found the perfect timing. That's another one for Vex. Just Pure Boy left now for Japan. He's gone. The UK has done it. A big-time win for them, coming in here to the final day and shooting right up the leaderboard.
And look at this player cam, man. They are cool as cool can be, but what an impressive win. 17 total kills with a chicken dinner. Paper thin, starting today. You were mentioning that these teams on the lower rankings in the pack, if they have a big day, like the UK is setting up for, they do have a chance of coming back and becoming a champion. And now, the reigning champs, the United Kingdom, with a full 4-man squad, putting up 17 kills on Miramar and climbing all the way up, ready to join the likes of Germany, the likes of Denmark, Argentina, Vietnam, and Korea at the top.
Exactly. This is huge now. The UK, the lads, they are on one to start the day. 17 kills to boot in this one. Absolutely. Just crazy good stuff from them. The way they controlled those zones, the damage they were putting down. T-Bone absolutely nasty with that position, with those 5.56 guns. You'll love to see it. And then that big flank there at the end. Vex, Honey Badger getting involved. Phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, man, I was really worried for T-Bone once those blue zone nades came through, but his teammates were able to carry the load as Japan just focused on his position, and instead it's going to be the UK taking a clean win. And man, I don't even know who the man of the match from that one is going to be. Every single player on Team UK stepped up.
I think maybe T-Bone, but we'll see. Yeah, because it was all over for them. They were having a phenomenal game. Of course, in the early part of the game, China made a bit of a whoopsie. They kind of reached out a little bit too early and paid the price. Chinese Taipei shows their strength once again in defending these compounds. Doesn't give an inch over to the United States despite their tremendous firepower.
Yeah, Pongsker and Savior just absolutely clutch there in the defense. And for Team Korea, now with Vietnam and Denmark out early, we were looking to see whether Korea can compound their lead, but instead they just get caught between a rock and a hard place there. Team Thailand in a fortified position. Germany dominating the top of their hill means Korea exits with only 1 kill and no placement points in this one.
1 placement point.
1 placement point. Thank you.
I think they got 7th.
I thought they were out a little bit earlier than that.
It
but
felt
yeah.
like it, right? Yeah. No, I mean, but the weird thing was a lot of teams got caught up fighting over like Los Leones and stuff, so it kind of thinned out the herd a little bit early. Also, Argentina, that early move they made with the emergency pickup really got them a lot deeper into this game than maybe they would have gone otherwise. So you got to give them a ton of credit for the timing on that and the decision and the patience to make sure they found a spot that was open.
Yeah, the emergency pickups, both for Argentina in that game and Team USA, either on day 1 or day 2, they've been so cool. We've seen some very creative movements. Honestly, fantastic play calling from a variety of different teams representing their countries and regions in this event, as we really are looking at the best in the world that PUBG has to offer.
Exactly. It's so awesome, man. What a way to start this out. I love it. 17 kills. And this is what I'm talking about. You can have one of these 70-point days, and if you're the UK and Korea continues to struggle, Vietnam continues to struggle, look, you're going to be in the thick of it. You are absolutely going to be in contention towards the end of the day, so we'll just have to wait and see, because the top of this leaderboard is super heavy.
I think the most kills that we had up until this point, if memory serves, was Vietnam in the final map.
This was our
number
biggest one.
They got 15, and so United Kingdom eclipsing that now with 17 kills and also getting the win. 27 points in total is just a phenomenal start for them, man. I mean, for these teams, for the UK now coming in, suddenly you're not just playing for placements, man. You're playing to potentially be the champions. Vex is going to be the MVP from this one, and now I see why. 700 damage, 6 kills.
Topping every possible stat except for the points contribution. Everything else was him. Absolutely one of the all-time greats here in Vex, the FaZe legend. Absolutely nuts stuff from him. God, what a fun game there. I just love to see them pop off like that. You can see Honey Badger on stage was absolutely loving it. His first chance here at PNC to showcase his skills. He's been around for so long. Come through here with a big win for the defending champions. Who knows? Anything is possible.
Yeah, look at this leaderboard now, paper thin. South Korea still on top, but with UK entering the fray here in position 6, they're just inches behind Germany, Denmark, Argentina, and Vietnam. We were talking about, potentially 5 teams contesting for that top spot, but now the UK with a phenomenal opening statement. It seems like they're ready to rumble here. They want to be back-to-back champions.
Yep, and the good news for everybody towards the middle, of this leaderboard was that the top teams did not put up many points at all. Nobody really came away with a big gain here. So teams like the UK, Japan had a really nice one. We'd be remiss without talking about that phenomenal performance they had. At the end there, just kind of got boxed in by the UK. I mean, the UK just had a little bit of a better position advantage on them with that top kind of shelf to work with. Still was able to get a little bit more info and rotate a little bit more around them from this position. But still, Japan, beautiful grenades. Pure Boy and Kane just having the perfect timing.
Yeah, the nades were unbelievable, frankly. The first one to pick up Germany, and then where Argentina set up, I thought they might be a little bit more safe, but the nades came through nonetheless. Japan picking up a lot of points in that one, getting number 2 in the lobby, but this defense here by the Team United Kingdom was out of this world. All eyes for Japan right there. We're on T-Bone after the 2 blue zone nades popped, but they weren't able to get a knock, and then the cavalry came in for Team UK, especially by Fez. That was just fantastic.
Yeah, Vex was absolutely nuts there.
Buset, Jepang 42.000
It's really awesome to see them come out here. I think Japan probably just kind of, I think, got a little bit unsure of what they wanted to do. It almost felt like there were 2 attempted decisions being made at the end of that game. I think half of them wanted to go west, and the other half wanted to just take the fight up the hill and just try to win it that way. And I think they just kind of got stuck trying to figure out which one was going to be the better of the options. Because with those smokes they'd set up, they had the option to go one way or another. And then they reinforced back up towards the east, and that just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, they're basically all in on that position, but who knows? Maybe with those blue zone nades, if they were able to take down T-Bone and then retreat a little bit, lick their wounds and repeat, and suddenly Vex and Honey Badger, they're not going to come down and lay the hammer down the way that they did. But, those moments, the final circle, they're often decided in just a fraction of a second, and the UK absolutely pounced on that opportunity to lock down the win in tremendous fashion. All 4 players up, 17 kills, and if they can continue to stay hot like this, It's going to be a very exciting final day.
Exactly, the most dominant game we've seen. Let's get into the next one. Miramar is ready. Let's jump on in.
Grapple HP. PC. Oh, setrum. Kursi. Ini siapa? Yeah.
Back to the dusty dunes of Miramar, as Paperthin loves to say. Plane takes to the sky.
It's Kalaris.
Circle takes us. Oh,
no, he's the one who says it. I don't want to take credit for that.
All right. Well,
Hello.
I mean, I could. You know what? Never mind. I'm taking credit for it. Screw Kalaris.
I mean, I saw him tweeting about saying your fantasy team's in the dumpster, so he deserves it. It's karma. Coming back to pay.
Yeah, it is. Anyway.
This plane path coming in right from the Eastern Islands all the way up to Alcantara. We'll see where players drop. We haven't had too much hot action here in day 2 and starting off in day 3 on Miramar. We'll see if that continues to hold true. China got a little bit unlucky with their early rotations there by Los Leones, but I'm not expecting them to make the same kind of mistake here on this map.
Well, they had to try something, and there weren't easy rotations to be made, so they thought maybe they found a lane through Los Leones that potentially could be safe. Didn't really work out. The only thing I was curious about was with that very southern plane path, Turkey had to drop close to China. And my suspicion there with China is they learned their lesson from previous events that teams like South Korea and others will try to mess with some of their drop spots near Picado. So I think they fanned out a little bit early to make sure that nobody was going to be able to do that with Turkey dropping so close. But this time around, because of the more fair plane path, they don't have to worry about that situation.
Ini
so
aja nih, mana tadi
pretty safe.
Rubiknya ya?
Ooh, look at this. We get a Western Circle. Let's go. Near El Pozo. We haven't had one over here yet.
Yeah, that's a lot of unplayable terrain in this one, so things are going to get pretty crazy. Germany got to be happy with being able to hold on to the northern edge of this circle, as they love to play right around the rim of the circle and just kind of survive into the later stages. And this one, they won't have too far to go to actually get up to Alcantara and potentially those hills and play from there, or maybe rotate down closer to the crater fields. But United Kingdom, they have a long journey ahead of them to get into this next circle.
Yeah, they do, absolutely. It is very, very far away for them. So maybe if they can find an E-pickup, find themselves a little bit of an easier switch up. Of course, the risk with E-pickups is, even though you can get like a better spot in the circle, theoretically, potentially, sometimes you drop into a spot, there are people already and they don't reveal themselves and you kind of misidentify it. And then, of course, the other problem is you're not going to have vehicles when you first land, so you either got to find them or deal with it without. So
maybe someday we'll be able to put vehicles on the E-pickup too, man. See some buses flying
through the sky. It's like Operation Dumbo Drop, man, like putting an elephant on a plane.
Oh, now I want to see somebody like in a Jeep or something, or some kind of vehicle falling out of the sky and shooting while they're doing it.
Well, that would be super fun, actually. I've always said that I think from the E-pickup, you should be able to use pistols.
From pistols?
Yeah. So like, and also smoke grenade launchers. So like when you can like smoke something, maybe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm on board with that now. I like that idea.
See?
Start throwing nades, just like pulling the pin on a frag grenade and try to shell these compounds.
No. I don't think you should be able to use grenades. I think just pistol slot weapons only.
All right, well, Team Australia rolling up here on Brazil a little bit. Haven is going to vacate this premises. Viking Abukau cresting that hill is going to see if he finds an angle. And unfortunately, from this look, he will not have one. But with a 4x bolt, I would love to see him get a chance to at least take a couple of shots. But instead, Brazil just nice and safe, moving down into this compound.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing too scary for Brazil there. It flirted with disaster maybe a bit, but at the end of the day, Tiggleton, I would have liked to have seen him see what he can do with the VSS. Not a gun that he's usually a 5.56 kind of guy.
Well, nobody's really a VSS kind of guy usually in these pro lobbies.
Makes me sad. But it makes sense. It just doesn't do enough damage. It is super fun. It is so quiet, man.
Ya ampun, aku sudah merasa sehat sekali.
Yeah, man, if I'm playing pub lobbies, I just like to shoot at people's feet. Like, not quite to hit them, but just so they don't know where the bullets are coming from and just cause some paranoia. Well, I can't usually get kills. I'm not that good at the game, but if I can cause a mental trauma to my fellow players, I'm having fun.
Yeah, okay, confirmed. Psychopath confirmed.
Hey, it's PUBG, man. What are you going to do?
Psychological
it's
warfare.
what we live for.
It's true. Psychological warfare does work in this game. I will say you can do things to mess with opponents and definitely kind of make them second guess their decisions. China, though, not going to be interested in taking an early fight here. Once again, the USA going to show their force on this Prio compound. Again, a lot of teams are going to want compounds like this because of the way that circles usually work in this area. That compound in particular tends to be a bit of a circle magnet, so an early stake claim for the USA.
That's going to be a really nice position for them to work from after having the best start there in game number 1 today. And China, also one of those teams that let a lot of players out early, weren't really able to recover from it, is actually Germany with an emergency pickup. Oh, look at this. I wasn't expecting this considering how close they were on the north side, but it seems like they're going for a 2-2 or a 2-3 split. But oh my goodness, this angle that Tingleton has right now, spraying with a 4x mini, gets a ton of damage done, almost a knock. Micah on 1 HP.
Yang mana?
Tingleton, so nasty with that mini 14.
Ini ada kutek.
I am not remiss in saying that he is the best with that gun in the world, and you just saw why right there, folks. Those are not easy shots.
It's basically an AR in his hands, man. Just tap, tap, tap.
Crazy fast. That is unreal that he can almost get a knock like that.
Ada Ai.
Oh, now, if you try to reinforce, I'm sure a sigh of relief here for Team Germany. Not losing a player with that emergency drop, and instead it's Chris and Koho just going to be moving on foot right now through the sandstorm, working their way to the west of El Pozo and trying to shore up the defense there. Center of the circle, really not playing the edge quite as much as they would like to. I guess probably because there's so much unplayable terrain, it will be really hard for them to rotate later on.
Yep, I agree. See how it all shakes out in the next circle. See how much of the edge of the map is still in. Of course, the areas you cannot cross, not leave the map on that western side. Could potentially play a role in this. For all intents and purposes, they're like water, except you can't even go in it. Marco just going to try to put some shots in Endurance. Endurance, though, in this coupe looks to be relatively well protected. The coupe is a great car, man. Not only is it fast, but it has a lot of protection with, you know, the hard cover top. Of course, anything that isn't windows, I'm pretty sure everything but windows block bullets in this game.
Yeah, even if it's just cloth, it works.
Yep.
Level 2 US, as I like to call it, is, you know, you go from the no shell to the soft shell to the hard shell. Still a very good vehicle, and also, you know, that coupe, it handles the off-road better than you would expect. It's not bad.
Yeah. I agree. I love the coupe, man. And I also do turn it into other vehicles, like you know, a little bit of a Aston Martin, maybe, these days.
Get a fancy one.
Wah, itu epic
May
banget
or may not
nonton
have
dah.
some fancy cars in my garage. I don't know.
It's nice, impressive, flexing a little bit.
Heck yeah.
I mean, that's what you do, right? Same thing with skins, you just gotta flex.
Yeah, dog.
Udah lama di PUBG ada
Anyway.
MK. Emang itu MK itu
I
bukan MK
forgot
nggak
to
sih?
equip my
MK emang bentukannya kayak gitu.
Oh, so sad. Okay, Translucent now coming in. He waited for the first car to pass, but oof,
What the fuck?
a whiff. I mean, it's hard on those
Sabun,
really close angles
Cok,
because you get the momentum from the vehicle just, you gotta spray
Iya,
fast
ini.
on those. So, not really a failure on the part there of India, but in fact, UK just playing that one really close to the vest and speeding on by.
Yeah, your sensitivity there is so hard. Even if you're playing on a pretty high sense, it's really hard to keep cars flying by you that close.
I mean, the closer it is, the faster it feels like it's
ini yang
moving,
baru
right?
MK12.
Yeah, exactly.
Ada dua MK.
I don't know.
pink.
That's not easy for
Oh,
anybody.
gue
Even
tahu,
you know,
ini
it's been a struggle for
MK14.
India. We're so happy to have them here, of course.
Emang di
at this
PUBG
event.
Mobile ada, bukan
This
nggak
is
ada
not
nggak
the
sih?
best,
Gue kayak kemarin
but you know what? Fine. Honestly, that's
main PUBG
the Bronco's
belum
probably
ada
the car you want
MK14.
anyway
I don't know,
because it
gue
handles
belum
better
ngecek
off-road
sama
here for
sih.
Chinese Taipei. So you
Oh,
lose the Murado. Oh wait,
random.
hold on.
Yeah.
Kickstart. Why in the world is somebody trying to get in here?
You think this compound's not going to be occupied? What's going on?
Ter-HBD
I'm a little
apa
bit
gimana?
confused by that one.
Dia dibagi,
This is a
dikenokinnya
big risk from
dibagi.
Argentina that they took to try to get in there. Japan trying to drive away from the sightlines of Denmark, and a little bit of help maybe from this
Ini
dust
anaknya Bang
storm
Mong udah
might
main
allow
aja
them
di
to get
Denmark.
away.
Man, I'm feeling really bad for
Prolific
Argentina with
ada.
that one.
Kan PUBG Mobile sekarang udah nggak ada ini
Not
yang
the best situation to find yourselves in. Now
Okay,
Japan
competitive
rolling on through,
prolific.
getting past Team
Jadinya
Denmark
nggak-
here through Copenhagen on the northern side.
dari dulu juga nggak ada Livid mah. Dulu yang ada
Always
si
stressed
Candy,
when I
tapi
try
udah
to
nggak
say
ada.
It's
that one,
my
man.
favorite city, man. I love dropping there.
I was going to say just to pronounce it, but
That too. I do like to pronounce it. I mean, I do miss Torre Ahumada We do not have that anymore. It's a fun one to say too. Very sad that we
Dikejar
lose
kah
that
ini?
city.
Hard one to say.
But instead we get a
What the
better
fuck?
Campo Militar. So you know what? Worth.
Kanan, Cok,
Give him a
lihat
take
kanan.
right there. Duck Juice,
Duck
if I'm not
Juice.
mistaken, he was bled out quite early
Nggak
there for
lihat kanan,
Team
cuy. Udah dah,
Vietnam. I
ini
think on
mah.
a rotation in the previous map. Unfortunate for them
Thank
as he's
you,
been one
see
of the
you
top
next.
damage dealers in the game altogether.
Kena
But
nggak? Menurut
might be
lo
the same
kena
story
nggak? Ini
here
kan
because
cuma
I
dua
think
kali
Finna
bisa
is
ngejar.
keyed in on his location.
Pero
Oh,
gitu
the
main
timing
ngangkel
here.
dia.
Duck Juice on the pre-rotation
Depok.
with the next circle.
Yeah, luckily for
Lihat,
him,
lihat.
he's gonna work his way
Self-poison.
out of that.
Boom.
Oh yes! This is so garbage. I love it.
The Americano's coming in clutch.
That's right, baby. The fans buying me coffee is
Circle-nya
bad
minggir
circles
kiri.
to bear, and I love it.
Fans bought you coffee, I bought you coffee, staff bought you coffee, and
Atau
They
si
all
dia
know.
so
They all
tahu.
know. Everybody
Kan gua
knows.
pikirnya
we've
gitu.
been rewarded with this. And
That's right.
Thailand's going to be really
Baksono
happy with this
Hokian.
one too, man. Looking at the map feed, they are quite centerist. T-Bone trying to come in.
Denmark
That spray
jauh
looked
head.
really good, but the angle, I guess,
Anaknya
probably
Mbak
hit a bit
Imong
of
tadi
that,
main
soft,
si
that hard
Keanu.
shell on the vehicle, so not too much damage on Team India. Okay,
the fuck?
we're going
Ini
to
sih
have
dia
some
boleh
street
bang.
battling here between
Yah,
Team
nggak
China
kena.
and Team Vietnam.
Menabrak
I guess
Cina
not,
tuh
as they just
selamat.
honk as they roll by.
Kurang-kurangin
Some
Chin.
sound battles there.
Yeah.
Now, teams are going to want to go more towards the west
Itu
opposal
ngapain
because of this
nunjuk
circle.
si
I don't know
Black
why.
tuh aneh,
Rexco
cowok
might
terus.
have. Well, yeah, I can theorize why that happened, but I
Dia
won't.
lagi main sama Iya.
Over towards Korea, who's under a bit of pressure here, and Onyx is all out in his own. Brazil coming up the other side of the hill. He has got to get back to the rest of his team now, and it looks like he will. That was dangerous because here comes China around the other side. They are driving by. The cars are on fire. This is show just done and dusted.
Yeah, Show just takes so much damage right there. Loki getting a lot done with the Mark 12 as China just continues to roll by. They're going to lose one player here for their trouble, but they should be able to make this compound all the way on the western side. And South Korea, for now, at least safe in that compound.
Loki trying to keep Brazil in check around the edges here, letting the rest of his team deal
Peringatan player
with
di
anything
match
that
smooth
might, you know,
banget,
if there
iya.
was some reason that China might try to come back and revive
Berapa
Seoul,
FPS itu
show,
ya?
we know they won't. We can see it on the map, but Korea has to be at least
144.
cognizant of that possibility. Argentina tried to
Argentina.
do
Messi,
something
Messi,
very
Messi,
unorthodox
Messi.
there. Meanwhile, Canada is just decided to take on India, and they are going to. Oh, it's Honey Badger! No, I kick it back.
Yeah.
He just stole all those kills. Salmon though
Beli
tries to
makanan
flank
enak.
Canada, doesn't work. Adam maybe reasonable, but Honey Badger there just probably made Canada very unhappy.
All by his lonesome. It was a 1-3 split there for the UK. And if Honey Badger also gets out of this alive, I mean, that's so many more points
Mending
for the
jogetan
United
Sarukan.
Kingdom, just absolutely stealing them from Team Canada. And these are the kind of plays that can make a champion. That's why the UKs are the defending champs, as they get value out of pretty much any single situation. Now, Honey Badger going to be able to reinforce his teammates. Another hair in his, not hair in his hat,
Feather in his cap?
Feather in his cap, my goodness.
Hair in his hat? Yeah, I hope he. Well, I don't have hair in my hats, but there are other reasons for that.
All right, well, Turkey and Germany just kind of splitting this compound right now. Rexco seems like he's been taking a lot of damage up there on the top of that hill. Turkey is keenly aware of it.
Chinese Taipei now going to be making their way past the USA, who has just remained firmly planted in this cryo. They don't really seem to be interested in moving until they have to. Maybe want to backfill some
Saya
position.
dari
I
tadi
think that's
ngantri loh
wise.
Bu, udah dari
Rexco,
subuh Bu.
oh, he's stuck.
He's
Okay,
stuck.
Saya udah
That's why
antri,
they
ada
punched
kali
him.
12
Yeah,
jam nih,
no,
dari
I've
subuh
seen
loh
this.
saya
So
ngantri Bu pakai
I've had this
BPJS.
happen to me. I'm not even kidding. I've been in this exact spot. You can't get out. I've literally had this happen to me. I've been up on this exact mountain, and if you get
Oh dia
stuck
tuh
in here,
nyangkut,
you
makanya
are
tadi
actually
tuh
stuck. We have tried
tonjok-tonjokan. Ini mah
throwing
bawa
grenades in there to
aja.
get people out. We
Mobil
have
ke
tried
dekat situ terus suruh
punching
get
like they did to get people out.
Pakai baju.
I haven't found a solution. Maybe they can. And now Honey
Oke,
Badger
yang
going to be
tertebak
chased down by
sekarang
Canada. They
Jepang
wanted some
sih.
revenge for those kills being stolen.
Yeah, they
Jepang,
finally got it.
Jepang.
Keenan there picking up the final
Denmark
kill.
enak banget nih
As the
masuk
UK going to be
kalau
retreating,
Jepang.
working their way to the south
Kalau
side of the
dia
circle.
dapat
Canada going to try and
Jepang.
soften them up as best they can, but that's a hard angle there on Beck.
Bisa
Still
ini.
able to land a couple of shots, and now Canada, all the way on the south side, is going to have a lot of room to
Iya,
cover to
Denmark
get back into
puncak.
the circle. And Vietnam also making a really big play. Seems like they might actually be trying to
Jepang,
crash
Denmark.
the compound here for Team Thailand. They're coming in. Himas takes a ton of
Oke,
damage.
China
Not knocked just
Thailand.
yet. And in the meantime, Vinny
Turki.
going ham. Germany also getting on this action. The kill feed is popping off.
Yeah, everybody having to dive for positions. There's a lot of flat terrain in this phase 3 circle as it does shift away to the west of Bozo. And Vietnam is struggling. They are on their last player, and he is on a sliver of health. And if that grenade is close, he is done. It is. He's taking damage. He's gone. Rossiter Jr. is going to claim the kill. Vietnam out early again. No kills this time.
Yeah, Vietnam with a really rough start here on Miramar. Hopefully they can turn their favors around as we move through the other maps here on the final day of PNC 2023 as the United Kingdom looks to get even more points right now fighting Canada, but instead it's to be Finna who cleans up Vex, eliminates the UK. They will not double down with another big day, but they still get 3 points on the board.
Canada there really wanted revenge, and they got it. And that's a phenomenal play for them to keep the UK in check, keep them off the top of that leaderboard potentially. Shrimzy's got a FAMAS. USA here scooping up some level 3 gear. Vinny, Brazil, gone. Turkey, Loki from Korea getting involved. Chinese Taipei trying to scoot away from this USA squad, but they've got Germany looming ahead. They've got Australia up to the north as well. Going to be a tough rotation for them.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Chinese Taipei is going to be able to make it happen. You see Pongsker, maybe you can find a knock or something, or if the USA decides to vacate this position, they might have a little bit of breathing room, but Germany just causing all sorts of trouble. It's Chris peeking over from the crest of that hill, and now the USA making their rotation. It seems like they're aware that Australia has some kind of split on that side. Well, if they weren't before, they certainly are now with Flood taking shots on that Mark 12.
I think the USA is trying to get through El Pozo now to try to go around to the other side and come in from that angle, but it ain't any easier on that end of the circle. Argentina, Canada up there, Denmark as well. Leo gets Ko down. Leo now going to try to press around the edge, keep himself obscured from the players and the teams on his right. Try to continue this march forward here for Chinese Taipei, but little do they know, there's 2 players behind them.
Oh yeah, this flank from Team Germany can do really big damage. As Pongsker, they're trying to find the remaining players for Germany. They have no idea where they are. They get the finish there on Ko, but finally it's Chris showing his hand. Little bit of damage done. We're saying this is going to be a tough rotation here for Chinese Taipei, but thus far they've been able to make it work.
The high ground here for Germany. I think Mexico's still stuck though.
Yeah.
Yeah. That feels bad, man. Happens to the best of us. Snaker's car explodes, and he goes along with it. That's just a knock. There's a potential for a res. I can see Canada swarming around him a little bit. Meanwhile, Chinese Taipei still trying to get out from the sight lines of Germany, trying to escape into this phase 4 circle, which continues to go west. This is a brutal circle for these players. There's a few hills over here, but there's not much to play with. There's a lot of flat terrain actually in this circle for Miramar. Kind of an uncharacteristic part of the map, not a part of the map you get to see a lot.
USA right now under so much fire. Shrimzy and Kickstart, the only 2 players up, as there are a lot of knocks and even kills coming through as they're surrounded by both Japan and Team Argentina. Denmark also making this rotation in. They're going to be able to go over the top of this hill. Sightlines for Team China, not that great, so Denmark should be able to hole up in that western compound. And now Canada also making a big play. They're coming in through Korea. Some fires from the car. Keenan able to get the knock there onto Anonix, but Canada does lose Shin Boy.
That was actually really good for Canada that Keenan could get that spray down, because that probably bought them the ability to keep another player up coming through here, because Korea had to scramble. Beamy's going to find a headshot there, connected onto Adam. Going to let loose with a grenade. I believe that's a frag. Oh, and it came up short. I thought maybe it would roll in there, but it was a smoke that came out to protect Canada there. Canada 4 now is going to be okay.
Micah was able to work his way down this hill, and so it's just going to be him trying to fight off Chinese Taipei. And we know that Chinese Taipei are so good in these close corner situations. We'll see if they can do it again, or if Micah's going to be a hero. He actually gets a knock with a molly right there out of Leo, so a good start. Heal coming in. It's a 1v4 situation here for Team Germany. And oh my goodness, this spray on a savior, but he's saved! He's saved by the deck!
Oh man, that's tough. That's tough, man. I feel for you. I feel for you there, buddy. Those bars are tough to shoot through. Almost got it done. And it goes both ways, of course. They can protect you from bullets as well. So it's a tough one there. Japan's still in this. No kills just yet. But they're split 2-2 here around the edge of Argentina. But the U.S. still in their back. So some fighting probably going to have to happen for Japan. Oh no, Stinker, you can't drive through that. Oh my God, he's going backwards.
It's a strong closely right there, man.
Jepang.
USA in a very tough position, going to try and work their way down this hill. Oh my goodness, the vehicle on fire, going backwards. It explodes. That Stinger's going down. And Japan picking up some knocks, not only on the USA, but also on Team Argentina.
But the point is stolen by Turkey. So all this hard work being done. Korea still harassing teams that could drive by them. I don't know if there's much Savior can do. Yeah, he was out in the open. Heaven now as a player under his sight lines, but a little help here for Chinese Taipei from Australia. It's going to keep them alive, at least for now. Zenon is just going to run over Savior. There was no real hope of saving him from that angle. Denmark still harassing Canada on their western flank, and now the angle here so good for Seoul. Just one more shot, he doesn't get it.
Can't believe he didn't find it there with that angle, but it's tough with all those vehicles, and South Korea is trying to get some more points. Had a slow start in game number 1 today, but already 5 kills as the circle going to move even more down to the southwest, and now here comes Seoul. He has a nade in his hand. He wants to find Chinese Taipei with this one. Will he do it, Paper Thin?
He's got it in the window. This could be the end. That's Zenon down. One more as the player Leo has to abandon. There's no hope.
See you next
and
time.
Korea is going ham. USA eliminated on the backside of this, and it is going to be the finish there. Big time points, 8 kills for South Korea.
They're starting to pad that lead a little bit. Already 16 points ahead of Team Vietnam, who is out of this lobby, and they might be able to compound that with an even bigger win. Right now, they're holding on to the southeastern side. Nobody really threatening them as Australia moving in, looking at the map feed into Turkey's position. Canada and Denmark, as you see on screen right now, still battling it out. And Australia as well, just trying to make something happen here. But Turkey with the frags, trying to find Luke 12.
Yeah, you can see a couple members of Australia on the minimap getting into vehicles, trying to see if they can keep the backside covered for their teammates. Look at Korea. They're starting to push out a little bit. They're getting some confidence here. They want some more kills. They want to clean these edges out if they can help it. Canada has no choice but to make a move, and already under the sight lines of, I believe, Loki there from Korea, so they have to change directions.
Yeah, they're going to go up into this hill, and luckily for them, it's at least vacant now as some more shots coming in from Team Japan, who's been getting a lot of kills so far here today. Getting the first one in this lobby as that's Epidemicsound going down. Argentina going to try and find this rock, but unfortunately there are a lot of sight lines, and that's them getting eliminated by Australia and Team Japan.
And the claps there as Argentina, one of the teams close to Korea. Fans here, of course, want to see the hometown heroes do it. The grenade explodes next to Luke 12. He is still kicking behind this rock. Tiggleton doing a great job on the backside, keeping Japan at bay. Luke 12 getting involved as well. 2 big knocks here for Australia. And now Turkey trying to do what they can to harass them. But for now, Australia is going to swing back in the other direction. Thailand has grenades at the ready. But if this fight is fast, Australia could reset.
Australia wants to finish and get those flushes on Team Japan, if nothing else. And finally, Japan is eliminated, so picking up some big points right there are the boys in blue. But Thailand getting in the mix. Tiggleton is not left, trying to make the rotation. And Clip somehow behind all this with a frag, able to pick 2 hits onto Canada.
A nasty piece of work there from Code Marco. Gets Flood as well, so just wide kick a Mukau. And the P90 here for Loki could prove devastating. Luke 12 behind that tree. Laza trying to keep their kill at bay, but Loki onto the Mark 12, doing some serious damage. Sets one down, setting his sights now onto Australia.
Loki already with 300 damage. Would love to get some more done with this level 3 gear and really flex that P90 on close quarters. See him cresting the hill. Australia up against the ropes. Evan gets one, and that's Australia eliminated. South Korea popping off, and this stadium is starting to erupt. 125 points on the board, already 13 kills. We have many teams left.
It's a dominant game here for the hometown favorites. Grenade out for Longsker and China. They still have a role to play into this. Hitting Cliff decently into his backside, but no knock just yet. Keynote down for Denmark. They try to find a way to get in here to this next circle, but China doesn't want any of it. Aches left, gonna try to flush some Denmark players out into the open here for his back-end teammates. A grenade up and over. How well is that cooked? He got a lot of damage. If it just been cooked a little bit more, he could have gotten Clib.
Clib on very low HP right now as Denmark is fighting for their life, and Aches left in close quarters, able to get the final knock right there with 7 HP remaining. Also knocked.
Right now, all eyes on to South Korea. They've already got too many kills for comfort for the rest of the teams in this lobby. Thailand going to try to backstab China right now. As this fight has gone a little bit longer than they like. And Tanadol strikes. Longsker is down. Crazy 1-1-2 immediately seeks cover, trying to get a better angle here potentially on to Thailand.
Yeah, but Thailand has a lot of gunpower at the top of this hill. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the flank, and it seems like they have a good read on where he is as well. Some nades coming in on that, and Beamy from Denmark now getting some revenge onto Team China. Gets a lot of damage done on the Crazy 112. Nurans finishes with a knock.
Big stuff here from both of these squads outside of China had to make a move, and they just couldn't reach into Denmark far enough. Really tenacious stuff from them. Code Marco watches his vehicle explode in front of him. The damage anytime they peek their heads up from South Korea is immediately felt. Now Heaven is really trying to keep them pinned down.
And just look at the position that South Korea has right now on the map. They are dominating this circle. They want to pick up as many kills as possible. They're feeling confident. They know that this can be their day. And here comes the mortar paper than Heaven. He's lining it up. They know where Turkey is. He's got his abacus out. He's doing some monster math, and he's ready to bring it down. Let's see if it's good. 125 meters, no, a little bit more. 145, he's loading it up. The shot is in the air. Let's see where it lands.
I think he's going to be decently close on this. I was thinking about 140 to 150 meters is where this was going to be. The first one comes down just short. About 150 it looks like. Let's see if he can get the second one lined up. Here we go. Round 2, Seoul is going to clean up Aches left on the other end of this. Well, Heaven trying to find some angle here. Turkey trying to separate. A little bit of damage maybe done on that one too. Laza, Loki's watching and spotting. Going to try 169 on the follow-up. Not sure if he has any more mortars available. Loki able to find a knock on a Schofield.
At the very least, these mortars are flushing Turkey out of their position. And that one's so good! Heaven coming down from the sky as Turkey takes unbelievable damage. Only one player left standing.
Unbelievable. Laza now getting grenades thrown his way from Thailand, and Korea trying to punish him for it. Loki had a bit of a spray there. Beamy gone. Seoul's got another kill, and Korea is on fire.
16 kills in total with 6 players left in the lobby. We'll see if Korea can add to that total as they are playing for the win right now. Loki, of course, with that P90 level 3 gear. Turkey is stuck near the blue in a very difficult position. And Thailand, once again, they're trying to work their way up this hill, but Korea just dominating the circle right now.
And I like what Korea's doing here. Keep Thailand in between them and Turkey. Just pin them in, let Turkey do some damage. This is great for Korea. Letting all these teams fight each other on the outside. You've got plenty of kills. Now just get that win. Nuren's responds with a grenade. Code Marco's dead. He's gone. And now we have a 4v, potentially 4. Loki up and over. Has Nuren's track, but Nuren's able to get behind the Bronco.
Thailand finally able to get the knock, but oh no, another knock comes through, and Nonix and Loki just popping off right now. And when the crowd is going wild as Thailand is just getting mopped up, the P90 Seoul with a last spray able to deliver a win, and South Korea pulls a 20 bomb in Game 2 on Miramar. Final day of PNC 2023, and South Korea right now the favorites to emerge with this one. 139 points on the board. Unbelievable play.
One-upping the defending champions in the UK, coming up with a 20-kill win, and Korea firmly establishes themselves as the team to beat here at PNC 2023. The confidence flowing from the end of yesterday with their win right back in here into the final day.
Their third chicken dinner, and with it they wipe a third of this professional lobby. Just phenomenal stuff right now, and with every single kill, with every elimination, we can feel the stadium shake here as the hometown fans, they want to see their national heroes become champions here today. And now, as you said, Paper Thin, the favorites to run away with this thing. We only have 4 maps left to play, and Korea is looking so strong.
It's been 4 years since Korea last won a title. Since PGC in 2019, that any team or any player from Korea has lifted a trophy outside of their own region. Will this be the moment? Will this be the time for them to finally reclaim their throne as one of the best regions, if not the best region? We still have a lot more to go, but Miramar is behind us for PNC 2023. And what an explosive couple of Miramars we've had.
UK picking up, what, 17 kills, and then Korea coming back in game number 2 after a very quiet start to drop a 20 bomb. I mean, the domination that we're seeing by some of these teams, you can tell that they have their eyes on the prize. Everything is on the line here in the final day of PNC 2023. This is can't-miss action with legends from countries and regions around the world going toe-to-toe. I can't wait to get back into the action, man. I already want to fire up game number 3, game number 4. I do not want this to stop.
Exactly. And the great thing about this for Korea is they were proactive in this game. They didn't sit down. They could have turtled a lot harder in this game, played it a bit safer. But again, the confidence is here. They're starting to find these weaknesses on the teams. They're starting to find the confidence in their own abilities and their own reads on the game and absolutely just slaughter. I mean, look at this. Look at the way that they're fanned out on this particular map. I mean, it's insane. And then they're able to quickly recognize that they have an opportunity for mortars. Put that into use. Use these folding shields. I mean, it's everything is clicking for them in terms of their mental, their physical. It's all there.
They're utilizing everything in the PUBG arsenal to the best of their advantage, and I gotta say the play calling, especially in this game, was just so fantastic. They identified exactly where the other teams are. As you said, they noted their weaknesses, and that's why Korea from, what, like 1 or 2 circles even before the end, were just dominating the field. They fanned out completely across that. Everyone was gathering key information, and that information was a critical part of their success. 10 placement points, that first place win, and 20 kills. The biggest win of the night. I mean, it just keeps getting better.
I didn't think we were going to top that UK game. I thought that was the best that we were going to see. I mean, with how close most of these games have been through the first 2 days, to see 2 back-to-back just absolutely nuclear performances from these guys is incredible. You can see coming in the final day, these teams want it. They're hungry. They know they need these kills. They know they need these points. UK tried again here in this game with Honey Badger reaching out and kind of stealing some kills underneath Canada's noses, but that ended up biting them in the back as Canada got pissed and came right after them.
Yeah, they got their revenge in the end, but the big thing to note for me is we look at the man of the match. Oh my goodness, 1,000 plus damage from Soul. Absolutely legendary stuff. Holy cow. But, you know, on top of that 30-point win, Paperthin, we gotta say, Argentina, Germany, Vietnam, the other teams vying for that top spot shared 1 point amongst all 3 of them.
It's
and
brutal.
so for Korea, not only is that a big dub on its own right, but also their toughest competition didn't do much to close the gap.
That's brutal for those other teams. They gotta hope that Korea will struggle on the next couple of maps so they can get back into it. That's the only thing you can think about right now, is to keep Korea down potentially. Now, we have seen Korea struggle a bit on some of these other maps. In Vikendi, even though they've been getting that center drop spot, they haven't been able to make much of it. Ooh. And the placement points, the kills, all in Korea's favor. No one is stopping them. No one is topping them currently.
Yeah, this is the first time that we've really seen a team start to pull away in PSG 2023, but we have 4 more maps ahead of us and some crazy ones too. We're gonna see Vikendi for the 3rd time ever later on, and you know, maybe Korea can keep it up. Maybe they can keep adding in these kills, but as you said, they've struggled a little bit on the newer maps, and so it's not set in stone just yet. Denmark, Vietnam, Argentina, and Germany especially have been looking strong all event. Germany on Tego, on Vikendi, they've been a force to be reckoned with. They haven't been defeated on Vikendi yet, unless I'm mistaken, and so for Korea, they can't let off on the gas pedal. They gotta keep it going.
Right, exactly. And that's what I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to do. It seems like today the name of the game is kind of like go for kills, go for fights, see if you can win them. Again, the points are out there and you need to grab them. So some of the other teams that have been playing it a little bit cautious, a little bit safer here, maybe stuck with the same game plan coming into today, and it's maybe not going to work out. We'll see. I mean, Germany's been a little bit on the struggle bus here today. See if they can turn it around, but I mean, I've just been blown away here with these last couple of games. Just explosive performances. Certainly exactly what you would hope for out of a grand finals day.
Yeah, and I can't wait to watch this recap. Just Korea dominating, firing on all cylinders, and fanning out and just controlling the entire circle, whether it be the mortar coming in from heavens or them pouncing on this opportunity. As soon as they see Thailand take out Turkey, the walls start closing in, and spray after spray after spray, whether it's Loki with a P90, whether it's Soul coming in from the flank, whether it's Anonix with a frag grenade, every single player on this team is just absolutely playing out of their mind. It's phenomenal stuff that we're seeing.
And that's their 3rd chicken dinner. What more can you say? The damage, I mean, Soul did almost half their damage by himself. That's absolutely bananas.
Yeah, if you got him on your fantasy team, you got to be feeling really happy. He is worth his weight in gold right now. I mean, price be damned. That's just, it's worth it for that game alone.
Yeah, him and Hemos have certainly been worth their price, no doubt about it. I mean, just 10 frag grenades in there. Thailand threw an absolute crap ton of frag grenades, 19 of them, to find a lot of those kills and damages. So good work by Thailand, really weathering some tough fights out there on the edge, keeping teams at bay. We didn't get to talk a lot about them because of just how explosive the game was for South Korea, but Thailand had a really nice game in there. A lot of credit to them with the way they're able to manage that edge. What a fun circle, what a fun game, and what a fun way to start the last day here at PNC 2023.
Yeah, the Americanos are certainly paying off, man.
That's
We're
right.
getting some fun playing pass, we're getting some fun circles, and I couldn't wish for more. It's just been so much action.
This is exactly what you wanted here coming into today. The hometown fans have a lot to cheer for so far. Will that continue? Will that be the case? We don't know. Like you said, still 4 more games to go, and the next 2 maps are wild cards. We've seen a lot of kind of weird stuff on it. Vikendi, will we get to see a different circle this time around? Both have been right in the center, but we don't know. Guys, but we have an interview ready for you. A player from Vietnam down on the stage with Bella. Let's send it down to her.
전 세계 PUBG e스포츠 팬들을 위한 축제. 안녕하세요. PNC 2023 마지막 날을 맞이해서 스테이지에 나와 있는 호스트 벨라 아나운서 동수왕입니다. Welcome back to the main stage here at PNC 2023. Today is the last day where we're gonna announce our final champions. 항상 PNC에서 우승 후보로 거론되는 팀이 있죠. 바로 팀 베트남입니다. 그리고 베트남에서 특히 이 선수가 데미지며 킬이며 멀티플, 그래서 하이라이트 메이커라는 새로운 별명까지 얻은 선수가 있는데요. 바로 베트남의 히마스 선수입니다. This team has always scored some crushing records on throughout the PNCs, and this player is called the highlight maker. So please welcome Team Vietnam's Himas onto the stage for the interview. Hello. 치킨 없이도 현재 종합 토탈 순위가 3위예요. 베트남의 강력한 공격력, 과연 누구 덕분인지 궁금합니다. I want to know who is the force behind these ferocious, untamed Vietnam forces. Like, you guys managed to score number 3 on the leaderboard without any chicken dinner so far.
Team mình vẫn chưa ăn gà lần nào hết, nhưng mà hiện tại thì mình xếp thứ 3 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng, thì em nghĩ là ai là người phía sau cho cái lối chơi hổ báo như thế này để mình có thể giành được nhiều kill và được điểm cao như thế.
Em nghĩ trong team bọn em thì toàn những pro của hàng đầu Việt Nam, nên là chuyện nhiều kill là chuyện bình thường đối với team bọn em.
I think it is because like our team, we're all like all the top fraggers in Vietnam, so that's why we get a lot of kills. We just got everything on the way.
뭔가 이 선수들 다 베트남에서 탑킬을 기록하고 있는 선수들이라 뭔가 자연스럽게 이렇게 능력을 뽐낼 수 있었을 것 같다고 하네요. 저 PNC 강력한 우승 후보로 항상 베트남이 언급이 돼요. 이번에 과연 팀 베트남이 트로피를 가져갈 수 있을까요? Vietnam has always managed to stay like the front runner of the PNC champions, like, you know, the nominees. So I wonder, how confident are you guys in seizing the trophy for today?
Khu vực Việt Nam của mình thì lúc nào cũng được đánh giá là ứng cử viên sáng giá cho giải đấu BNC á, thì em nghĩ là lần này em có bao nhiêu tự tin là sẽ giành được cúp vô địch của giải đấu này ạ?
Sau ngày vừa rồi, sau ngày hôm qua thì bọn em tầm 50%, nhưng mà sau game vừa rồi thì giảm xuống còn 10% thôi ạ, vì Hàn Quốc vừa top 1 xong.
I think like after yesterday match, we're having our hope like 50% we're gonna get the trophy, but then after the last 2 matches, I think that dropped to like 10% just because Korea just got the chicken earlier.
어제까지만 해도 50%로 그래도 자신 있었는데 방금 매치를 2번 하고 한국 팀이 너무 잘해서 한 10%로 떨어졌다고 하네요. 이제 그래도 베트남을 견제하는 팀들이 있어요. 그럼 우리 베트남을 견제하는 팀들에게도 한마디 한번 해볼까요? But I'm sure there are some teams that have their eyes on Vietnam. So what do you have to say to the other teams?
Nhưng mà chị nghĩ thì vẫn có rất là nhiều team về chừng team Việt Nam của mình, nên là em có điều gì muốn gửi đến các đối thủ của mình không?
Hãy coi chừng bọn tôi, vì anh đứng trước mặt bọn tôi thì bọn tôi sẽ quét sạch đội đó.
Okay, so just watch out for us. If you're standing in front of our eyes, we're gonna kill you all.
아 조심해라. 우리 앞에 있으면 다 이렇게 쏠 거다라고 이렇게 강력하게 한마디 해주네요. 우리 팀 베트남을 응원하고 있는 현지 팬분들에게도 한번 인사해 주시죠. Let's have a shout out to the fans watching at home from Vietnam.
Em có lời gì muốn gửi đến người hâm mộ ở Việt Nam đang theo dõi đội mình không?
Mong người hãy ủng hộ đội tuyển Việt Nam của mình và hãy ủng hộ luôn cả 15 team còn lại.
I hope that our fans in Vietnam they're gonna watch our game and also cheer for our team and the other 15 team here in PNC as well.
네, 우리 베트남 팬분들 우리 끝까지 응원해 주시고 나머지 여기 15팀도 같이 응원해 주라고 엄청 훈훈하게 대답을 해줬네요. 너무 감사합니다. 인터뷰. Thank you so much for the interview. 네, 팀 베트남의 히마스 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. 이제 우리가 챔피언을 만나기까지 4매치밖에 안 남아있는데요. 저희는 잠시 쉬는 시간 갖고 매치 15 테이거 맵으로 돌아오겠습니다. That was Vietnam's Team Us for the interview. We only have 4 matches until we meet our PNC 2023 champions. So stay tuned. We'll be back for match 15 with Taego.
Have you seen it, y'all? Synergetic soul. Feel like safer in everyday life. Hey, see mine. Safer soul. With the innovation, you with the exciting futuristic soul. Inspire the world to envision that technology. Living through the world, so. Stand up for the world. Fair City soul.
I've been invited by the makers of Pubg to take part in a mystery challenge, and I can't wait to find out what it is. Today you'll be driving the DBX707 under the guidance of the former Formula 1 world champion, Damon Hill. Wow.
Welcome to Silverstone. Do you want to know about the DBX707?
I would love to.
Come with me. Well, here is Jackie, the most powerful luxury SUV in the world. All 4 litres of it, twin turbo V8. It's got about 700 horsepower. And it goes up to 100 in about 70 seconds.
Wow, that's fast.
Got a lot of performance.
A massive grill.
Yeah, well, you've got a big engine. You've got to keep it cool.
It was such a privilege to be shown this car by a motor racing legend. This is the world's fastest luxury SUV, so it's perfect for the multi-terrain driving you had to do in Pubg. But would it be a match for this iconic circuit?
Show some respect. Are you challenging me?
A tough nut to crack.
Now, shall we fight?
My turn.
All right, here we go.
Trust my shield.
Fire away. Gotta try harder, huh?
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the ball. Keep it smooth like I roll off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face. I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, top five. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper. Top dog, top five, I'm the kingpin.
just short of the doorway. And actually, Brazil coming in, but Soul is waiting with open arms. So Aven's gonna try and salvage this situation here with a frag grenade, expecting Soul to peek out outside. Aven actually getting Heaven right there with that frag. Second frag, we'll see if it's good. It goes over the rooftop.
It actually lands on the other roof, so not able to get up and over to go for Evan. Soul around the corner, just too fast for Aven to react to. Goes, there's another one there, that's grenade in hand. Back up Soul, and he knows it. Really happy with their start. Oh, what the, okay, well, Vietnam is gonna get right up close and personal. They can barely see each other inside of this. High Stack has got one. Xavier here trying to do something, but High Stack finds another. And Vietnam able to come through this sandstorm with 2 kills.
Yeah, and CPA Xavier trying to actually get something done there, but
I'm gonna hear these vehicles. Is there gonna be a grenade flying in? No, he doesn't have any, so he's just gonna go up and over. Such a brutal angle there. 2 for Gustav. Can he find more? Torres, no, can't get the spray under control.
Yeah, man, China, they're just playing so aggressively today. I love this action for them. They get the opening knock. Molotov's coming in. That's Blocker getting that destroyed. And oh my goodness, Canada, try as you might. Give somebody crash. See if we got crash right now. We're gonna try and get at least 1 flush. Get some more points. Actually, doesn't go for the flush. He wants more. Okay, there we go. Oh my goodness, they win! Unbelievable!
Oh my word! And H-Win knows it. That's one of his teammates there that he's taking down. Four more games to go here at PNC 2023 until we crown a champion. And South Korea has taken a commanding lead after a 20-kill chicken dinner sets them apart from the rest of the pack.
Biggest game of the entire tournament thus far to finish off Miramar for the event. And Korea right now the favorites to walk away with it. Denmark, Vietnam, Argentina, and Germany, they've been really quiet to start off day number 3. If they want to start closing the gap on Korea, it's got to happen now. It's got to happen on Taego. It's got to happen on Vikendi, because if you go to Erangel with Korea maintaining a 20, maybe even a 30-point lead, oh man, there's going to be hell to pay. We might have the hometown heroes become PNC champions for the first time in their history.
Absolutely. And now we look to see if Denmark can rebound a little bit. They're the ones that are closest to Korea as it stands. Germany as well plays really good on these next 2 maps. Of course, winning both Vikendis so far here is Germany, but Denmark's been right in the thick of the things both times as well. So really curious to see if, you know, a lot of times when we switch over to these new maps, teams kind of able to reset and find some value.
Yeah, oftentimes the power levels, they change a little bit when you move to a map that's a bit more off the meta. It'll be harder for Korea to find success until we get back to Erangel, unless they're absolutely popping on all cylinders. So for teams like Denmark, like Germany, like Vietnam, as we see on screen right now, this is their opportunity to really gain some ground on Korea before you go through that home stretch of 2 more Erangel games.
Absolutely, and Vietnam has mostly gotten it done through kills. Are they going to be able to find their stride once again? It's time for Taego, game number 3 on the day. Let's head over to Korea's home ground map of Taego.
The plane takes to the sky, and it is time for us to go on Taego. Last time we're going to see this map here at PNC 2023. And we'll see if some of those teams at the top chasing Team Korea will be able to find a victory here and a big one, because Korea right now sitting at 139 is going to be a gargantuan task to unseat them from that first place position. But Paper Thin, let's talk about this playing path all the way down to the south. This might shake things up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. We did have yesterday's finish close to Songam down there in that southern middle corner of the map, but we'll see if this time around it could go somewhere else. Now, as I was informed, some of the teams have figured out now that on the newer maps, the rule of the first circle having to touch the plane path no longer is in play, except on Erangel. It still seems to remain. So you do have to be a little bit wary here on these hard shifted plane paths, that maybe this goes up to that northern island, for example, and all the teams are scrambling to make rotations. I don't know. We'll see what the circle wants to do, but all eyes are going to be on South Korea looking for Yongchon as their drop spot, but they have a ways to go as it was far off the plane path. Rybox going for an aggressive 4x spray with this AUG. Can't find the initial shots, but Turkey out in the open here. What the hell? They're trying to pit maneuver him. They're trying to keep him out in the open. This is so brilliant from Argentina, keeping these players underneath this Rybox shot site, but it is just not quite enough.
No, I mean, you just don't have enough oomph with that AUG. 5 more bullets in the chamber, but I gotta say, style points, unbelievable there for Team Argentina. I love that pit maneuver coming in and just give Rybox a little bit more time to try and shell the damage, but unfortunately not gonna net any points from that. But Argentina showing that they're crafty.
That would have been a big brain play if it had paid. I mean, it was a big brain play. It just didn't quite pay out, but man, oh man. Love it. Love to see the aggression here early. Also, in one of these quarters is Canada. 3 players inside. If you're in the back of that thing, it ain't fun.
No.
It is very exposed.
It's a bumpy ride as well, man. Not good suspension on that vehicle, especially if you're driving like that. But Canada gonna be able to safely make it to that compound. And while we got a bit derailed there looking at the early antics of Argentina trying to make some plays happen, this plane, or not the plane path, excuse me, this circle all the way to the west, or to the east, excuse me, nearing on airport with this one.
Absolutely. Going to be a little bit of rough sledding for a lot of these teams. Only Brazil and Chinese Taipei really fully inside of it. Korea is making their way over, though, already into this new circle, making an early rotation to try to get ahead of things, trying to put themselves into a position where they could play for points. I mean, I think for Korea now, you did the heavy lifting, and now you just need to kind of sail straight, sail steady, and let the wind keep behind you. Find those points through placements, a few kills here and there, and you are good to go.
Yeah, 34-point lead right now with only 4 maps left to play. It's substantial. You just got to add a little bit onto that every single time, and if you do, it's going to be a hard task for some of these other teams to close the distance, especially with so many of them vying for it. I mean, Denmark, Vietnam, Argentina, Germany, you know that they're not only going to be at the throats of Team Korea, but at the throats of each other, because even if you don't get that first place prize, every position matters here at the PUBG Nations Cup. You're fighting for the prize money, whether or not you're going to be a champion, but I guarantee you, man, the pressure is on teams, especially like, I don't want to call them rookies because they are veterans, but here at the PNC, they are rookies. This is their debut, and still the Danes, 2nd place overall in the standings.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what a performance, regardless of the outcome at the end of the day for Denmark. Just a team that we knew had a lot of potential, and they're showing that they are well deserving of their spot here at Nations Cup. Vietnam, also another team that has been outstanding throughout the history of PNC. Top finishes throughout their runs and really put themselves on the map as a region in the first PNC. To see some of those amazing players like Levis and Sapao really popping off back then, but now the young guns here for Vietnam continue strong performances, continue to show that their mechanical ability is, I don't want to say second to none, but very much up there in the upper echelons.
It sometimes feels like that when you see them go for these gunfights, right? I mean, Vietnam, their MO, this entire tournament has been to play aggressive, play for kills, even if they're not getting wins all the time. You know, in day number 1, they racked up a 15 kill. Not a dub, but it felt like a dub. They got the most points in the lobby to wrap up the first day. And Vietnam, if they can start to bring more of that to the table here as we move on to Taego, as we move on to Vikendi, and finally Erangel to close out PNC 2023, there's a lot of opportunity for them to slowly chisel away at the lead that Korea has constructed. And now USA coming in with a bit of a wily move, coming with an emergency pickup to to start to close the distance on this circle.
An early move for them so they can make sure that they're securing these vehicles here on the southern end of the airport to make sure that they've got options as this one goes on. Now, Korea has settled up to their north, Chinese Taipei over to their west to kind of solidify this region of the fields that surround this airport. So for now, the USA, I think, in a pretty good spot. I really like what they're doing. I think this is a really well-calculated move. Another master stroke here from H1 on this call. And let's see if now the USA can turn their day around and rack in some more points.
Feels like oftentimes when we see the USA on screen, it's bit of funky rendering there, but
looks like it had a windmill on it.
Wind-powered vehicles, not quite a sailboat, but pretty close to it. But it feels like every time we see the USA on screen, I mean, they've had some really big moments. They absolutely have the skill and the play calling to back it up. Just some things have not broken their way. And as you said, I like this position they've set themselves up in on the south side of the airport. They're really posturing to get some points on the board with that one. Not just kills, but also it's going to be a tough spot for them to be dislodged from. And should the circle not go their way, it's going to be an easy rotation later on. Or at least as easy as it can get, given a circle like this one.
Exactly. Finna up in the air. Did he E-pick up while the rest of his team is driving? That's the only thing I can think of, unless he just, there's no way he stayed in the air for 6 minutes. That's just not possible, but off the plane drop, but
I've tried it.
Yeah, I mean, you can stay up there for quite a while if you really want to. But certainly he had to have E-dropped. But he's kind of scouting this area for Canada. Now, Australia is coming in behind them. India way out on the edge of the map, really taking their time to make sure they get some loot and make sure that they can do it safely. They've had some troubles sometimes in these early rotations, so trying to really ensure that that isn't going to be a problem, at least until they get into the circle.
And I'm wondering what the south side of this circle is going to look at, because on the map feed, and if you don't have the map feed open right now when you're watching online, I highly recommend that you do open it so that you can follow your favorite players, follow your favorite teams, and see how they're architecturing their moves across the circle, because really the map feed, it tells a lot of the story. And right now with Vietnam, Canada, and Australia all on the southern side, as our observer now is gratefully highlighting for us, it's going to be hard for India to make a deep rotation in unless these teams start to vie for deeper sides of the circle.
Thank you.
I'm curious, there might be a fight brewing here between Canada and Australia. I don't know, but they're going to see Finna's vehicle, and I think Finna maybe even heard. Ooh, gotta be careful though.
Yang dapat gift member, jangan lupa bilang terima kasih guys.
He hit that tree, and I think he heard the cars of Australia rolling up behind him. Also, I'm really curious about what the heck Japan is doing up in the shipyard.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see them on the map.
I don't know if they're getting boats. There are boats that spawn up there, but I'm just genuinely curious. I know Japan is a little bit down on the leaderboard, but I'm just very, very interested in how they're going to rotate into this. Yes, thank you, observers. It
has to be a boat.
Let's go.
And we are in tune with the Korean observing today. I mean, yeah.
It's almost like I casted in this region for 5 years.
Almost. Yeah, Japan just going to be crossing over here into the shipyard. Now ahead of them on that hill, as you see, not too many teams to be found. The closest one's in Thailand, and they're a couple hundred meters deep into this circle. So Japan, although they will be struggling for vehicles for a moment, once they take beach, it'll be not too bad for them to travel back into the circle.
The top of this hill is a little bit tricky to manage. It's really wide and flat at the top of it. So it's kind of like two steps. There's the part where Argentina is at in the cemetery, and then beyond that, there's another one where Germany is heading. But they're really flat. There isn't a ton of cover up there as well. So if you can control the top of it, it's pretty powerful. But if you can't, like if other teams get on your flanks because it's so wide around the edges, makes it really tricky to stay up here. But I don't think it's going to matter.
We'll see exactly how that one plays out. Argentina now making a bigger rotation to team up instead of going for the 2-2 split. They want to consolidate a little bit in the center of the circle, and now India finally working their way in. Keep in mind, Australia is still just a couple hundred meters ahead of them, so we'll see if these teams are going to cross paths. But India, for now, just happy to kind of hug this coastline and try to avoid any possible danger.
But I don't know
how to watches the India team cross over to their east along the edge of the map, and it's gonna go right to the airport.
Yeah, wow.
Right up there towards the USA, towards Taipei, towards Korea, Turkey, Brazil, the UK, Thailand just about to get in as well. So a few teams have to make maneuvers, and this gets a little bit little bit dangerous now, as so much of this is the fields here. And they play a little bit different than most fields in PUBG, right? Because of those small dirt roads that run in between the sections.
Yeah, common dirt roads on those fields in Korea. I've cycled them many times myself.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised that Korea is actually maintaining the 2-2 split. I really thought they were going to consolidate over there
Karena
on the
sih seru
northern
banget
side.
ya.
But yeah, okay, finally it seems like they're getting ready to make the move, because should that compound get dived, it's a really dangerous position to try and hold, especially if a team like Thailand is going to come and try and breach that. And now Denmark, Canada, crossing paths here on the road. United Kingdom, Honeys Badger also trying to get in on the fray. And we might have some gunfighting here on these vehicles. No shots fired just yet, as instead it's just a race to try and get into the circle.
Yeah, those are tough shots there for the UK. Denmark spins out momentarily, but Kino able to recover. Might have lost a tire in there. Trimsing out, doing his job, trying to put some damage in towards Denmark. Denmark might just have to settle for one of these awnings out in the middle of the field. That is not a fun spot to be in, folks. I will tell you that that is a hard spot to hold. It's going to probably require smokes, and you're going to have to use them early. It's already a knock coming through onto Kino. Sparking, going to find it.
And look at Fitta here, maintaining this 1-3 split right now. Vietnam rolling up. They have no idea that he's right on the precipice of their compound. And LFP1 also going to see if we can try and find something. Denmark, unfortunately for him, a little bit outside of nade range. What takes some work is a shot on this. Luke 12 actually popping off a little bit. He gets Fitta. They get some shots on Haisaki as well.
Grenade in. Is it going to be enough? Oh, it hit the front of the hay bale.
It's a sturdy hay bale. Protecting him from that frag grenade.
That hay bale's actually got like steel on the inside of it.
Hay bale was made by the same person that made that clothesline on the previous map.
That's right, that's right.
It's a tough one. Of course, that nade, if it's not able to get that surface area on you, not really going to do too much in terms of damage. So for Denmark, a bit of a saving grace there.
We build things sturdy here in PUBG.
Oh, yes, we do.
All right, well, again, this is nasty for Denmark. I'm just telling you, folks, I've played in this part of the map before, and it's not a lot of fun. And they're going to, again, have to expend a lot of smokes early. They're going to have to use a lot of utility early. And all these teams are going to be hungry for these points.
And not fun for the Dames, but certainly seems to be fun for Shinboy right now, who just keeps popping with his Mark 12. Whether it be vehicles, just trying to find bodies, spraying the smokes, doing some fishing. He's got a lot of damage in. And eventually you got to think that these smokes are going to run out, and he's going to have an angle to get some big damage and potentially some kills.
Honestly, I'd just blow that car up myself if I'm Denmark. I think that's actually the play here for them, is to just turn that into static cover and at least try to create something. You're not going to be able to use it anyway.
Yeah, that's smart.
Frankly, you're not going to be able to use it anyway. Might as well just turn it into, you know, that blown up cover. Who cares where it lands?
That's a very good call. I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah. Ooh, a knock there. It's actually Japan backstabbing the leaders, and Onyx was on his own. Korea left him as an anchor, kind of a 1-1-2 split. And Seoul is going to be making the dangerous drive back to try to get to him. They have the fence for cover. Will Japan be able to punish?
Oh, and this is scary here for Team Korea as well, because Seoul racing down and taking Onyx means that Loki and Heaven there on the left side are a little bit dangerous. And with his circle centering up here on the north, we might see Turkey or Thailand try to crash that compound.
They're going to pick an Onyx up, bring him to the car. Now, there is time to do this, but will they be given the opportunity? They move him back to the car. I mean, all it's going to take is one shot and Onyx is dead in the back of that truck. Certainly not. He could not get away with this.
There's no way. Soul's doing his best to try and drive through, taking that jump very carefully, and Onyx getting closer and closer to bleeding out. Now Vietnam, they don't have an exactly idea of what this situation is, but Korea might have done the impossible and evacuated Onyx from the situation. He's 1 or 2 ticks away from falling here, slowly going down. He pops off, and then Soul comes in. Oh my goodness, what a save by Team Korea. As you said, Paper Thin, one shot would have spelled the end there for an Onyx, a critical part of the puzzle here for Team Korea, but instead they're going to keep their full 4-man squad strong.
It's just everything coming up Korea today. They are, I mean, even in that first game, even though they didn't rake in a lot of points, they were still able to get that last second recovery on the edge of the circle. Seems to just be potentially Korea's day. Still yet to be seen. Still a lot of PUBG to play. T-Bone underneath Australia. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. I don't think Australia knows.
He jumps, he gets a peek. He knows that there's at least 3 players right here in those vehicles. Goes for the first spray there with the AUG. Not able to find anything. He's suspecting that there might be one Australian that's hung back and is not actually evacuating, but no, in fact, Australia, they are just consolidating over there into that compound. They're going to be rotating around this side. They do not want to contest with the UK in this moment.
Denmark, you know what? All things considered, where they are and how they're like still kind of in okay shape, not bad at all. Australia on the outside looking in. A lot of teams here on the southwestern corner, so see if Australia can maybe identify. There is some room to maneuver up towards like the north and the west, potentially for Australia, so if they can get some good sightlines. They have a little bit of high ground up there, so the information should be decent. Korea City is very large as well. Their mini airport kind of up there on the northwest, so there is actually room for another team to potentially drive in there and crash that, and not a whole lot Korea maybe can do about it. So let's see if anything comes out of that.
Yeah, Shrimsy going to be looking to pick up some of those crates that landed on the east side of the airport, so USA should be able to gear up with some extra level 3 gear, maybe some potentially better weapons as well, as finally Australia going to be making a play. Now, as you said, there is some cover coming down into this hill, but once you actually get into the circle, it's a dangerous position, so Australia going to be looking to potentially crash a compound. No, instead they're going to go for this hard rock. They're going to wait for the next circle to pop and then make their play, and oh my goodness, paper thin, a hard shift to the north.
Yeah, this is tough now for a lot of these teams because so much of this is really tough to drive on. You have to either drive on the dirt roads, which means you're elevated and you're exposed, or you're trying to drive through the fields, which means you have to ramp up over those dirt roads. Very tricky to do because you're going to lose some momentum every time you crest one of those mini hills.
Yeah, the best bet here for Australia is to go all the way around the perimeter, but they're going to have China to deal with, and oh, unfortunate here for Fax as Salman's able to find him. Raxiel got the dock and Salman the finish. As UK trying to make something happen here, breaching this compound. They want to clear up India so they can work their way into the airport city, but they got to be fast with only 15 seconds left on the phase. Nade comes in, a little bit of damage done. No knocks just yet. Raxiel, will he get revived here by Unforgiven? The clock is ticking, and oh my goodness, T-Bone with one of the quickest sprays there on Translucent gets a knock. Now Honey Badger coming in. Through the grass, he almost finds Salman. He knows he got a lot of damage done. Frag coming in, and India's getting picked apart by the UK.
They're gone, they're dusted. They poked the Badger, and he responded.
I love that.
Took him down. Vinny trying to play a little defense here now against Denmark. Denmark, tough hill to climb, tough hill to get across, with some smokes, a few frag grenades, softening up Brazil. Beamy getting an eye on what lies ahead, but wisely, Brazil recognizing that the grenades are going to be landing on their spot, and they're going to readjust, reposition.
Yeah, fighting a little bit more hard cover here is the Brazilian squad, but Chinese Taipei looks like they might actually be getting in on this action, looking at the mini-map, and also Canada trying to make a play here, but they're all between USA and Vietnam, so this position will be fought over. And Moss with some covering fire right there, actually helping out them. And now, okay, Korea coming in. China's trying to crash this compound.
China had used the E-lift on the stairs, but Loki's going to lose the battle. He wasn't ready for Aches left. The superstar from China takes him down, and this is what I was talking about. This is a tough compound to lock down with 4 players. There's just too many buildings, too much space. China able to find just enough room to get in, but now the blue is here on top of the knocked Sparking. Clib out in the open though, and he is going to take a lot of damage. It's actually the blue that's going to get the knock. It's going to be the finish from Clib himself because of the blue. And there isn't a lot here that Brazil or anybody can do. Chinese Taipei is completely, firmly looking in this direction and making sure that no one's coming from their south angle.
Yeah, but now finally Chinese Taipei has to make a move into the circle the same way that Germany does. They're going to be taking this dirt road, but as you said, it's so dangerous. It's Chris gets knocked and then a run over by the teammates. I mean, he was dead to rights regardless. And then another headshot comes in. Aches left is popping off, whether it be Loki, whether it be Ko-Oh. He does not care.
Just out of the frying pan into the fire here. And it is just disaster for Germany on Taego. 0 kills, 0 points, and that is a heartbreaker for them. Circle is going to shift over into Japan's direction, into the east. USA still in the airport vicinity as well, so their early E pickup really proving profitable. Vietnam out in the open a bit. Some blue zone grenades being thought about, but Pongster, he heard it, he knew it, he moved away. Going to try to clear some space here with some of these nades of his own. Korea has to make a move. They're going to lose Soul in transition, and Onyx is going to get Longsker. Soul going to get taken down by Aches left. Just Heaven on his feet for the current top team.
Yeah, and that's a very tough position to hold right now. As you see, there isn't a lot of hard cover, just these hay bales and a little bit of wall. So Anonix, nades are coming in. They're not quite able to find him just yet. Heaven would love to come for a res, but China does not want to let that happen. They are pushing this position. Aches left, manning the front right here. He's going to find Anonix soon. Heaven waiting in the back. He is popping a heal as the nades got some damage in. Finally, the flush here onto Anonix. Flashbang coming in. Korea would love to stay alive. Heaven has to do some heroics to make it happen, though. He sprays, almost gets Aches left. Aches left on nearly 1 HP. And South Korea eliminated, but the damage is done. A 35-point lead. Vietnam and Argentina, now's their chance to try and close the distance.
Big grenade here from Keenan. Gets rid of Chinese Taipei, and Canada is on the hunt. Schofield down Code Marco, trying to do what he can to see if he can go for the res. No way, Jose. Canada is not going to give you the time or the space. That blue zone forces him out a bit, but somehow Code Marco able to catch Keenan a bit unawares. Now Shinboy and Adam trying to cook a grenade, trying to see if they can finish Turkey's round, and it's good, and it's right on point. Canada, 5 kills here. Should be able to get Keenan, I think.
Yeah, they should be able to get him up, I think. It'll lift him into safety here as the blue is slowly closing in, but not too much in their path. Argentina to the north, about 100 meters away. As the game quiets down a little bit here, 9 teams left, 26 players alive. As the circle gets closer and closer to closing in. Right now, in terms of power rankings on the positions, I'm liking Vietnam right there in the southwest. It seems like they're poised if they take a fight with Argentina or get to gatekeep Canada to rack up some more points. USA still holding on to the northern end of the airport. Thailand, it's a little bit more tough for them. Now these hills, or not these hills, but these fields, as you said, they have a little bit of a hilly terrain to play with. There is some elevation, so the mini-map, it's not quite true about how dangerous these things are, but still the angles are going to be found. You can see Honey Badger there on the map feed trying to find an angle, and okay, Canada making a play, but Argentina actually has a good sandwich on this. Raybox, he's in the field, able to get a nice spray alley as well. That's Keenan and Sheenboy both going down.
Yeah, well, Canada, a great run here in the middle part of this game, maybe coming to an end. Argentina has them blocked out. And Adam, not much left to do. Maybe just let the blue go down. But you know what? This is PNC. Maybe he'll go for it. I'd like to see him try. And Argentina going to eat a little blue themselves. And Adam is looking for maybe a kill. If he could get a knock in somebody in the blue, he could get a nice little point out of it. But Rybox is playing with fire there on the edge. And Adam thinks better of it, thinks maybe they can get some placement points, potentially.
I don't think he's going to get in, though. It's so close. 1 tick, 5 HP. Adam with the perfect read right there is going to try and crawl in. Vinny's in a bush, does not know Adam crossed that road, so there is chance for Canada to pick up 1 more point here.
Bit of a replay there is Australia crashing into Thailand. A couple big kills here from Nurens and Puchils. Just a 2-man left in this squad, and not a bad decision here from Australia to make a go for it. Nurens and company really making them pay there as they try to crash in, and yeah, not much you can do. And speaking of, we can see Puchils down in the bottom left hand of your picture-in-picture there.
And Nurens picking up so many kills on that hold. Well done by Thailand. Him and Puchils are going to try to hold down the fort now. In Vietnam, they're surrounded by the USA and Argentina on both sides of them. A little bit more hard cover to work with, fishing with some nades, trying to find DraftKings, but they will not be able to do it.
Yeah, Vietnam here in a position where they could, you know, make some ground here on Korea. Potentially, Glory's getting it started there with the AUG, and now it's kickstart as well. Mortars coming out. H-Win trying to dial it in here for the USA, see if they can pick up a kill. They've had some knocks, haven't been able to get any points out of it. Argentina under so much pressure from Vietnam up close. The mortars from down range just missing Rybox, just missing that flush.
Argentina right now on their last leg. Akesleft is smelling it. He wants to pick up some points for China, but Kickstart eventually going to get Emmix there as he does bleed out on that knock. You see Akesleft just hunting right now. He knows that Argentina is really badly bruised. Ooh, only 2 players up, and Show getting some damage done. Kickstart as well.
Kickstart there, hit some nice shots onto Akesleft. Forced him to stop up in that bush. Argentina trying to reposition, trying to maybe keep China off of their edge. If they can clear China here, they move up. Well, Akesleft is just too good right now. The grenade after the AUG knock. 7 kills for the superstar as he is going to try to settle in and stay alive longer.
700 plus damage. Oh, but the Panzerfaust from Hivas comes in. That's Aches left going down. You love to see it there for Team Vietnam, as you're the lone team in the top 6 to try and rack up some more points, but they're in a lot of trouble right now with Snakers from the USA coming in. He does get the knock on a Haisaki, trying to get the flush here with the nade a little bit short on that one. We'll see if the follow-up is good.
That was a dirty M4 spray with a 4X scope. Pretty nuts stuff from Snakers there, who's been just tremendous for LG this year. He's got an AWM in the back pocket, still a lot of shots left in it, in Vietnam, given a win condition, given a circle. Japan on the outside looking in now. They've been able to plant their feet down and wait this out. Only 1 kill for them so far. Quiet and steady as per usual here for the Japanese team. Snakers now looking to make this sing.
About 45 seconds left on this circle as Phase 7 closing in. Trimsy gonna catch Kane, trying to make that rotation for Team Japan. Surprised they didn't throw any smokes to get in on this one.
Do they not have vehicles?
I don't think they do. They're just working purely on foot. Now finally, after they get found out by the USA, they are gonna try and make a smoke tunnel, but keep in mind that Vard and Honey Badger for the UK are lurking to the north, and they might have a sightline on Japan should they cross a little bit too wide.
I'm a bit shocked Japan doesn't have vehicles.
Pure Boy does have one, looking at the map feed.
Okay. This is what they should have been doing in the first place. Maybe a bit too late, because now their presence has been revealed, and now teams like the UK can start setting up to prepare for their movement. Maybe kind of losing a potential element of surprise here. Now you got to drive out. I think he's got a blue zone back, so it's not the end of the world. Kickstart as well, level 3 gear, so USA profiting a lot from these crates that have dropped. Oh my god!
Wow, it's a lot of damage. Imhak, 1 bullet away from death right here, and we'll see where Japan decides to go, but oh no.
They're dead.
That's a dangerous position. Snakers comes in. That nade has the potential to wipe Japan off the map, and oh my goodness, all but 1 survive. Only Imhak gonna try his best, but eventually you gotta think with that nade, Japan's gonna get cleaned.
That should be the end of it. The blue zone grenade. Yeah, there it is. That's gonna finish the job. So Japan just not able to quite be on the same page there fast enough. China's Aches left. He is still alive. The grenade right in Haisaki's back. He is down to 1 HP. The follow-up from Aches left is good. That's another knock here. Aches left with just a quintessential game from this legend. This guy, when he is on, the best, one of the best in the business.
Aches left, one of the strongest players in the entire region of Asia, representing China and getting a ton of damage done on Taego. Would love to see him and Show work some magic here for Team China, who's middle of the pack right now, but would love to break into that top 5, and they could do it here with a win and some heroics from their heroes.
Well, the other thing for China is if they can come through with the win or a lot more points in this game, they're right back into things, at least towards getting like that 2nd, 3rd spot potentially. USA gonna be swinging out, clearing some edges. They have some work to do to get into this next circle, and H-Win, the IGL for the USA, trying to identify that space. Vinny still alive. Can you believe it?
He's still in bushes, man. He was in bushes. Last time we saw him, he's in bushes again. Now, does H-Win see him? I don't think he does. I don't think he has any idea. And Vinny, I mean, should H-Win decide to peek up over that ledge, he might play spoiler if he hears the footsteps.
Clory's just on the other side of things as well. So if that fight kicks off, Clory's could potentially do some damage to this push from the USA, but I think they might have a little bit of space ahead of them along this road edge. So I think more or less this is just H-Win just getting a lay of the land more than anything. I don't necessarily think they want to push this angle. You can't see those feet. I mean, they're so well hidden inside of this bush. What an angle.
Yeah, it's like he has a ghillie suit on. I mean, the observer's highlighting that there's basically no way H-Win can actually identify him until he's right on top. And you can see Vinny, his Dorito moving a little bit. He knew H-Win was there from the footsteps, and now he knows that he moved up a little bit closer. So we'll see if Vinny moves as the circle starts to close in. But let's not forget, Snakers, he does have this AWM, 6 bullets left. That's enough to pick up all the kills here in this lobby, should he be able to do it.
Hey, he's got plenty of bullets. Let's see if he can put them to use. I've seen a few knocks from him with it already in the kill feed. But again, not a ton of kills sliding the USA's way in this game so far. 5 is not bad, but certainly they want a few more. Get back into the thick of it.
Yeah, especially with the full 4-man squad up, and you can see them kind of going for a 3-1. H-Win playing the anchor right here, and if they can find Show or Aches left, they would love to clear out this northern side and just completely enclose Vietnam.
All right, USA now gonna have to start to make a move. They're on the outside looking in. Vietnam still inside of those little farm warehouses. A blue zone to try to clear some space. Very smart here to make sure that there's no one in that other divot. And they can use that as a potential staging point for another move to get a better angle. On top of China, damage done by H-Win to Duck Juice.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get the knock. Duck Juice barely surviving that one as the USA is getting the lay of the land over here. Does spot Hamas as well. So H-Win with a pretty good idea of where Vietnam is located in these structures, and a bit of a rotation here for Vietnam as soon as H-Win backs off that dirt road, but Show, it looks like he's getting ready to come. The nades are coming in, the flashbangs are through. China, they want to breach this position. Axleft and Show coming over the top of this hill. More flashbangs coming out. Shrimzy is waiting for him. Axleft picks up at the top, finds a lot of damage, but almost gets knocked himself.
China trying to use the blue to work against the United States, but they just didn't have enough, and H-Win with that long angle, able to play cover. China now stuck in a bad position and kickstart, cooks a perfect grenade and wipes them out. Huge game for China regardless, and now the USA trying to play spoiler here and keep Vietnam in check.
Well, a win here for USA would net them a lot more points too, Paper Thin. Let's keep that in mind. They're on the cusp of top 5 right now, as two of the best teams in the business, two of the best countries in the world are going at it. 4v3, but winner chicken dinner percentage very close, and Kickstart gets the opening shot with a FAMAS, a headshot here on him. That's a top gun here for Vietnam going down.
And around the corner, the full forces of the USA strike. Clories is down, all onto Duck Juice, who's trying to skirt around the edges of these smokes, but Kickstart has him dialed in, and they are about to take him down. He might just end up letting the blue finish it indeed, and it's going to be a chicken dinner for the United States. And they find themselves moving up the leaderboard here, and they could still do some serious damage at PNC.
Yeah, a much needed win there for the United States as they got so much damage done. Almost double-digit kills, as well as they continue to climb the ranks and throw their hat in the mix. And, you know, Korea, they didn't get too many points in that lobby, but they still have a substantial lead, considering teams like Vietnam, Denmark, Argentina didn't come up quite as big as they could have. But for these teams in the middle of the pack, the United States and China especially, a very big game that's going to make the contest at the top for that second place, and potentially even the first, should these teams pop off in the final 3 maps. Very interesting.
Yeah, no, this is still kind of interesting. Not just kind of, very interesting, because Korea hasn't run away with it. You know, if Korea wins another game, then yeah, it's done. Just to be honest, it's just done. But they didn't. They only got 3 points of that one, so certainly there is room for another team to get hot, to catch fire, and to catch the hometown favorites.
And it feels like we have maybe 7 or 8 teams that are in position to come and catch Korea, should they be able to deliver back-to-back wins. If they win 2 out of the next 3 maps, then they certainly can close the distance, and USA off to a great start and trying to make that happen, as we've seen highlights from them pretty much all event. But the points were just kind of lacking behind the skill that we know they have and the play calling we know they have. And finally here, Ontego able to deliver a substantial win and start closing the distance.
Yeah, and again, think back to the very early maneuver they made with that very early emergency pickup to find the corner, the southern corner of the airport to themselves. And that is such a brilliant maneuver. You know, we've seen some emergency pickups for them not quite pay off, but that time definitely does. And by the way, you definitely want to run over your teammate there. That's because there's no hope of picking him up anyway. Yeah. You might as well just end their suffering. But man, Aches left in this game, dude. Oh boy, he was on one.
I want to see how much total damage he got done, because it feels like the damage was even more impressive than the kills. He was just getting so much done, whether it be with the AR or with the grenades, because he was just absolutely popping off. It was just him and Show for the longest time there for Team China, and they were causing so many problems for every team in their vicinity.
And Japan, again, I think if Japan makes this move sooner with this vehicle, instead of kind of messing around with attempting to just do it on foot, I think they were trying to sneak underneath the other team's noses. That's tough to do at this level of play, and it doesn't fool anybody, and immediately identified by the USA and thwarted. And then eventually they try to load up in the US, and that is also thwarted. So well handled by the USA, top to bottom, 19 points total, 17 for China, showing aches left, 12 kills between the two of them.
Yeah, China got a lot done there, as well as the USA, and both these teams that were, if I'm not mistaken, below top 8 coming into this one, really throwing their hat into the mix of it. I mean, both these teams have what it takes to get top 2, or as we said, if they really pop off in these final 3 maps, they could be champions. They could pass over Korea. It is not all said and done yet.
Yeah, no, it's stranger things have happened. I mean, look, you can win back-to-back games. We've already seen it in this event. It's doable, and if you do that, you know, that's potentially 40-plus points in your back pocket that all of a sudden will flip the script going into the final map. We'll just have to wait and see if anybody's got it in them, as Tego is also now done for this event. Kickstart, huge damage, huge kills, man of the match. Well played by the superstar, now of the Sonics.
Yeah, no question about that. 6 out of the 9 kills that the United States had on nearly 1,000 damage. A well-earned man of the match for him, as he puts USA back on the map here and back in contention for some of these really top-ranking spots. In striking distance of a podium finish now as we get ready to move on to Vikendi, where things might break loose.
We'll see. Vietnam here, able to come a little bit closer, I suppose. 31 points now.
A little bit.
It's a little bit.
It's going to take some wins.
Yeah. Vietnam needs to win a game. They need to put up a big one. They're capable. We know they're capable. We've seen at this event that they can rack in a ton of kills. They've already mostly done it. If it wasn't for that 20-point kill game, they'd probably still be leading in the kills. But just got to wait and see if they can find some success here on to Vikendi. They've been very good on Erangel. We've already seen that. So there's those 2 maps left, but I think they're going to have to get it started here on Vikendi if they're going to catch up.
I agree with you completely. Vikendi's been kind of one of the weaker maps here for Team Korea. They did well on Miramar, they did well on Erangel relatively, but here on Vikendi and also on Tego, they haven't really been able to find too much success. So this is probably the biggest opportunity for a lot of these teams in the top 8 to really make a dent in it. And whichever team comes up with a win here, hopefully it's one with a lot of kills behind it, because then you're looking at 2 more Erangel maps left in the lobby. And should he be able to win one of those, maybe you've closed the distance on Korea. But as you said, I feel like it has to start here on Vikendi.
Yeah, I think kind of it does. I mean, you never know. Back-to-back wins again would absolutely put you right back in contention. We'll just have to wait and see. As America, just a phenomenal job controlling space here. H-Win checking a lot of these corners, a lot of these angles, making sure they're open, and then able to just kind of keep Vietnam pinned out, had plenty of smokes left in the bag here to make this final push. This is just a well-executed game from them.
Yeah, and especially the final push here to Vietnam was just done so cleanly. Vietnam, they had the hard cover, but USA, just with no fear, moving out as a complete unit and taking the fight to them was fantastic. It felt like every single angle that the USA took, it was a 2v1, and eventually they were able to whittle down Vietnam, rack up 9 kills in total, almost 3K total damage. I mean, so much done.
Yeah, phenomenal with the frags, able to really utilize that extra kind of level of loot gathering that you have in the city, I suppose I would call it. You know, able to pick up a lot, able to scrounge through there, kind of take their time in the beginning part of the game, very quietly work their way through that city. Never really got too engaged until they were up on that northern edge, and then kind of had the field out in front of them to start really putting in some damage. Snakers had that AWM. I saw a few big knocks from him. You had the FAMAS there as well in the mix. So just lovely stuff from the USA.
Yeah, the macro from the USA, just starting with the emergency pickup and then being able to salvage a lot of resources as they racked up kills and keep all those frags was a key part of their success. I mean, think back on the position that they in China had near Vietnam. Should Vietnam have had more resources, more frag grenades, more blue zone grenades or something like that, it's a lot harder for you to get pushed in, but we're going to see exactly what's going to happen now on Vikendi. As we said, one of the last chances for these teams to start to close the distance on Team Korea. Let's see if they can do it on the newest PUBG map in the Pro Pool.
And away we go. And it's another southeastern plane path here on Vikendi, right over Dekamesto. Heading in towards Kranik, down there on the bottom. Winery, Naznova, Bavilka, all down there underneath the plane path. No bears. Sorry, fans. It doesn't seem like the players are really interested in, you know, trying to duke it out.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the neutral camps, unfortunately. I was really excited to see some more bear play and some more gondolas, you know? Get those IR scopes.
Yeah, man.
Peer through them.
Well, and the other thing is those caves can sometimes have here. Sometimes they usually do. So like, and you can drop right on the caves. I don't know if, like.
Ya, kembali lagi di sini dengan Morbid Gaming.
I can tell you right now, you can absolutely do it. Oh, Canada's got to be real careful here.
Kita lihat di sini tim negara sudah turun dari pesawatnya untuk
They've got guns.
Ke tempatnya masing-masing. Dilihat Kanada dan India di sini.
Carbeat's foot and gun beats
India mau menabrak Kanada saja ya guys ya.
Besides that, doesn't seem like we have too many hot drops or early engagements there on the map.
Sorry.
A little bit of shots being taken by Denmark, as you can see on the minimap, as we wait for the circle to pop in. Another one that's really close to the center. I feel like every single time we're playing on Vikendi, we're coming right down the pipeline here in the middle.
All right, this time around, we're playing for the northern or eastern shift, though. No western shifts.
Yeah, we feel like, or I feel like we've gotten a lot of non-snow in the final circles. Am I mistaken about that? I mean, certainly yesterday, one of those last circles.
Snow in the end. Yeah. You're right. They've almost been in the exact same spot, like both games. Oh no, nerds! Oh my God! Thought for a moment he was gonna get that Panzer to connect. Salman doesn't even have a gun. It looks like. He's just trying to. He's got a fight though.
Let's go!
Get out! Okay,
I love it.
Now I'm rooting for him. Go, Salman, go!
Do a flip!
You can see Unforgiven's laughing. They're all laughing.
He doesn't have a gun, but he's got a fight.
This is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Vikendi is so much fun, man. I love this map. I'm so excited that we have this in the pro pool. I've loved Vikendi since they first added it. Before I had these facelifts with, you know, the gondolas and the bears and everything like that. It's gone through some really fun iterations.
Yeah, it's a really good map now. The VSS there can actually be identified by Puchil's. But it's going to keep him from really doing any further damage to Canada, it looks like. Now, in Dino Land, there is more of Thailand. You know, they've bought their tickets already. Canada has not yet purchased them, maybe trying to sneak in through the back door.
Yeah, sneaking in, not paying their dues. The Shin Boy leading the charge. No helmet, but it does have an M249. And just recapping quickly, Germany, we've played on Vikendi twice, and Germany has won both times. They seem to have a very good read on
India poinnya berapa sih? Oh, udah nambah ya, udah nambah.
So clean, and
udah 12, bagus.
Heading into PNC 2023.
Peningkatan 12.
Talking about how comfortable they already feel on Vikendi, how they think they have a good read on this map, and they think it could be a big opportunity for them to pick up a lot of points.
Yeah, dude. It has to start here, right? Like, so they're also one of those teams where if they're gonna catch up, it has to start here. I'd say if you have 90 points or more in theory in the absolute craziest, wildest PUBG you've ever seen in your life, yes, you could maybe catch Korea. It's very, very unlikely. I'm just gonna be honest. It's like less than 1%. No tires on that. But if you're over 100 points, it's also very difficult, but doable. Again, Korea is such a tremendous lead, though. Any points they get just feels worse and worse and worse for the rest of these teams.
Pantesan ini AFK kan?
You know, it's hard to target a team.
Tadi dia bilang kemana guys?
Teams to try to stop them, but
baru bangun.
Even that's so dangerous because you're basically, even if you beat Korea in a straight up fight on a drop spot and you take all of them down, so much fighting early potentially.
Oh, they're getting out. Marco.
Oh, he spun out.
Lewat bang. Gas.
Or he spun out, and that might be line for Pong.
Gas lah bro.
I'm surprised he didn't.
1 kilo padahal loh.
I would've. Yeah, that's the kind of angle that I would feast on that one. I mean, I would end up like hitting the tire or something, but I would still go.
That's the play though. I mean, you should hit the tire in that situation. If you can spin it out.
Dari tadi sih sepi nggak ada yang komentar tadi ada Pinky.
Surprise! Australia back up on these
paham PUBG PC, anak PUBG M itu guys. Tenang ada gua. Bentar lagi gua cabut soalnya.
This time around, Korea's not going to mess with anybody early. They're not going to be taking fights. We saw them sneak up on Denmark.
Guys, pikan gua nih emang the best, cowok. Korea Vietnam, bah. Bener nggak kata gua di streamingan gua?
Compared to yesterday.
Yeah, you gotta hope if you're Vietnam, Denmark, Argentina, or any of these other teams, frankly, in the top 8, that
ini last match
Korea at some point their compound gets crashed and they lose that fight because not only do you need to pick up a big win, but
masih ada
Dua game lagi. On Miramar just really sets them apart. You want them to slow down, and you want to have a really big dub. But as we said, there are a lot of teams in top 8 that have a chance to make it happen.
20 kill rekor apaan?
20 kill apaan? They put up a really big day after a dismal start on day 1, and it can just happen in a couple of games that you rack up nearly 50 points.
Udah biasa bang, kill 20.
It can very well happen.
Yang belum biasa kill 30 belum ada. 20 kayak sudah biasa dilihat.
Getting vehicles, checking what's out around them.
Bang Seo sama Loki sih. Lah gila pikan gua, bro. Korea.
Zenon tracking Turkey.
Turne lagi ya, turne lagi nanti. Tapi nggak tahu.
Letting them pass. Was this all part of the keikaku here for Chinese Taipei?
Tipikal enakan mana sate rangun-rangun or sate aja. Nggak tahu, nggak suka gue sate rangun-rangun, sate aja enakan. Sate rangun-rangun ada kelapa-kelapa yang nggak suka. Aneh rasanya. Indo kenapa yang nggak ikut? Indo digantiin sama apa ya? Lupa gue. Sama
not able to do enough with just the guns. He had 5
sama
mollies.
Kanada apa Jerman ya?
He had 5 mollies.
Lupa gue guys.
Yeah man, he had 5 mollies, which is just not what you want in that situation. Great for clearing out buildings, not so great out in the open.
Ingetin suatu Rusia siapa India?
Take players down low like those.
Semoga tahun depan Deston masuk agenda turni. Kayaknya nggak bakal deh Deston masuk. Nggak ada yang setuju itu. Pro player nggak mungkin ada yang setuju Deston.
A quiet, slow start here feels uncharacteristic.
Yeah, the game's been really popping off, but I guess Vikendi is one of those maps that there is a lot of architecture to play around with in terms of trees and hills and rocks, and with a circle that's kind of as fair as this one, right in the middle.
Map itu nggak bisa dibikin untuk turnamen, Bang.
Every team is kind of able to just find their own
Karena
little section of the map, their own slice of the pie, so to speak, until that next circle pops.
Nggak tahu sih.
I'm hoping, oh my God, we're still in the pie.
I love it.
He's got his cargo in.
Pakai sepeda bro, Salman bro.
It worked.
Salmon
maybe it's got some luck in it. Maybe it's got like, you know, this is like that Mike and ET where you like ride it up in the sky.
You put somebody in the basket.
Yeah, exactly.
Gua nggak terlalu hafal sih sebenarnya.
They should add that. Imagine putting a down teammate in the basket and jumping off a cliff.
They should put a basket on it where you can stick like a frag grenade or something. You know, like a little bit of Panzerfaust.
Oh, cek.
Diganti kayak Indo.
Dude, imagine a bike lock as an item too.
Nggak masuk kan?
Diganti kayak Indo.
Only you would think that's fun.
Yeah, man. I've had multiple.
Rusia emang nggak ada, guys.
All right, so Germany roll up on this hill. They have no idea that UK is actually getting moved up over here. Bar with a meaty angle. Oh, with a car switch.
Ini nggak masuk beneran soalnya. Cek.
Oh,
ini desktop audio masuknya.
UK lawan Jerman.
Lo tau gak?
Ini
emang mic-nya di sini. Iya makanya. Tuh apakah mic-nya desktop audio?
Banget tuh. Dia jalan-jalan ke Korea nih orang India.
Berarti mati ya.
Lumayan. Liburan Korea.
Oke. Udah cek doang.
Namanya
ya semangat guys Nobar.
Yang penting jalan-jalan adik-adik.
With the SLR now swinging
wide, silakan makan. Lanjut.
16 game, 3 poin.
He should be down here momentarily. Yeah, T-Bone is going to claim that point. It's Chris is going to fall to Fax. Kowo, coach, who had to sub in here for Germany for this event. The only one left.
That seems unlikely. We're going to have Germany go for a 3-peat here on Vikendi.
Soul's got a VSS.
Does he?
Wow.
Susah.
Onyx with a G36.
Makasih, geser dulu.
Korea a little bit lacking on loot.
And a bolt too for an Onyx. They have not. Yeah, that's a setup, man. That's a loadout, I guess.
That's a setup. Exactly.
Of all the loadouts, this is one of them.
Yeah, exactly. And they're screwed. I mean, frankly, this is not good for Korea, and it's great for everybody else because these hills out here are actually pretty exposed. There aren't a ton of trees in this part of the map compared to some of the others. See where the circle's gonna go. No, don't do it to us again. Not like this.
And it really likes
this. Can't be reality. What have you done? I blame you, Dr. Strange.
Well, it's good for pretty much everybody else though, because Korea right now is absolutely surrounded. They have Australia, Turkey, and I think the United States all around their borders. China's also to the east. Thailand is making a rotation to the west, and as you said, their loadout, it's not that great. Early on this map, I was watching them on the map feed. They crashed the compound early just to kind of play it safe. You know, they're just trying to play defensively, given their massive point lead in this lobby. And now this has come out to bite them as they had to move out onto this hill. And
well, the thing I'm complaining about is the fact that this circle went towards the green again.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
that's what I'm talking. I mean, I'm just annoyed.
I got
come on, man. We only get Vikendi 3 times in this tournament. I don't want the same circle 3 times.
Untuk gue nggak pick Aussie.
Yeah, for real, dude.
Udah nggak jadi pick Aussie, guys. Aussie lagi tidak baik-baik saja ternyata.
UK started earlier. They did
sama USA nih.
We can no longer be hard for Vard, but absolutely the rest of the UK looking to do some more damage.
Korea tusun enggak. Gerakan, bro. Selagi Seoul masih hidup, Korea baik-baik saja.
Holding on to this compound, and Korea, they do have a crate drop near them, so if they can actually reach that somehow through the eyes of China or Australia, if they can reach these crates that have dropped, they might be able to get a little bit of a better loadout than they've been dealt already.
And Denmark outside of the current circle.
USA tadi chicken.
Canada and a storm brewing.
Kill berapa
mereka? Vinny's car blows up with him in it, and then LA
9.
Gonna be the one to claim that point here is
9.
Argentina.
Habis Korea belum 100 ya poinnya ya.
Fell into it.
Masih jauh tuh sama Korea. Gara-gara kill 20.
Damage to their Latin American brethren. And hitting a few shots
Pensi ini sih dia paling gede ya, most kill ya, 20 kill chicken.
Oh, Luke 12 actually getting some damage done right now, 118 in totals. I think Loki went down there in all of this. Heaven's going to go for the res.
Loki-nya kan,
Korea not feeling great about their position, all things considered. As I said, they're surrounded on 3 sides. The loadout is not fantastic, and the teams around them too, USA, Australia, and China. They've been fighting pretty well over this entire tournament. So Korea, they've got their work cut out for them.
Datang badai, guys.
For some of these other teams like Vietnam and Denmark on screen as they come through this storm to try and start to add to the points, because again, Vikendi, they're the last map here at PUBG Nations Cup 2023. You really need a big win for one of these top 3 teams trying to go for rank 1 and catching up to Korea.
Yep. See if anybody can do that task.
Guys, lihat Cina, guys.
Difficult task.
Gue bilang kan Cina.
Some scouting, plenty of bullets.
Udah
really
pick paling banyak.
On the VSS if you're not kind of thinking
udah
about
mainnya
it.
Kayak begitu. Duitnya udah ada. Menurut gue ya. Sama 4 playernya aim star semua. Sulit.
Somebody's taking those shots at you with it. The bullet drop is disgustingly bad on it. It's so difficult to navigate how bad the bullet drop is on the VSS as well, but I mean, I'm happy I get to talk about the VSS, but Seoul certainly not happy to have it. Great
narik India nih circle-nya, guys.
Sekali-sekali.
Makasih narik Indianya. Jauh banget nih nariknya nih ke bawah.
Seems like Denmark gonna make a crash and maybe out of the frying pan into the fire. Turkey right up ahead.
Yeah, Denmark looking for a Turkey as they're about to find him. Ali gonna try and see if he's gonna get an angle here onto Longsker, who is prone behind his vehicle, but he does get found, as does Ko-O. Germany eliminated from this, and Longsker taking a lot of damage. China in a rough position right now.
China buah banget, Cok.
If he can get the flush, a lot of damage done
4
on
star.
China as they continue to skirmish
Sulit
with
mereka.
Argentina. Now Korea making a big rotation in. Not too many people in their path. Luke 12 does have an AUG, but not a good sight line on them.
Now, the center of this circle is open in more ways than one. Not only are there not a lot of teams here,
4 star player pasti egonya sama-sama tinggi, betul.
Yeah, okay, Korea can find a shack and a spot, but what good does that really do you here? This is again another tough spot to control there for Korea. I mean, it's something in the circle, I guess, but I don't have a lot of high hopes that they're going to be able to stay there for an extended period of time.
I feel like you got to take the hill closest team to command if you're Korea, and somehow China actually was able to work their way out of this crazy show. And Left, I believe, all surviving that skirmish with Argentina, now rotating around the map. And yeah, they are going to go for this hill.
This hill's much better.
Korea main
open
nih.
Position right here. Not quite as center as what they were originally gunning for, but after they got the lay of the land, they knew that was not something that would be holdable, especially with all these teams surrounding them.
Oh, satu mobil berempat, Cok.
They didn't even really know exactly what the center of this circle looked like. They're like, nobody's shooting at us.
Pecah bannya udah ente,
just keep
nggak bisa
going.
kemana-mana.
Oh wait, there's a reason nobody's shooting at us, because no one wants to be here. It's like
Berapa besar dapat hadiah top 3.
Canada making a move right now into the circle, getting closer and closer to Denmark.
Doakan guys, hari ini chicken berturut-turut.
He's actually going to be anchoring this as Canada continues to steam along. Denmark's right
Sama
ahead
main
of them.
kami
And Denmark, for
bagus.
a moment there, looked like they were just getting ready to bail out of this position in their vehicles. I'm wondering whether they're actually going to stick it out and go for a fight, but no, instead they're just going to run for it. But that gives Canada a great chance to try to get some knocks. But luckily for Team Denmark, Vietnam is popping off a couple of big knocks
Indo
coming
mana
in.
bang?
Actually,
Indo
Shinboy getting flushed.
nggak ada.
Yep, absolutely.
Indo digantiin
Tough stuff
sama
now.
siapa
They lose
siapa
one of
guys?
their best players here, Canada.
Digantiin pokoknya sama
Keenan,
negara lain.
a long-time PUBG veteran. All these players on Canada have been around basically since the start of PUBG esports. Very, very smart players, but they're about to get Isaacied. The grenade is out. It's right at Finna's feet. He is down. Isaac can't get the spray up and over the hill. Looks to get an angle onto Adam. Adam's got an MP5 here. The gun's a bit of a laser beam up close and personal, but it didn't matter. He wasn't ready for the retake from Isaac.
Viewer.
Absolutely tearing him apart.
Kayak mereka nyoba India nih karena masa India tuh rame.
Tries to pop up, and he is going to go down. Canada falls. Code Marco gets Keenan, but Isaac gets two.
Masukin India karena masa India tuh rame.
In that skirmish, and those are the kind of kills that they need to start chipping away at this team that
Streamingnya
Korea's
di mana
accumulated
India?
over the past couple of games. Luckily, they're going to get all 4 players up as there aren't too many players in their vicinity, and if they can hold on to it, I don't know where Korea's headed to now. I mean, their hill, yes, it is out of the circle, but there isn't too much play here. You can really tell the inexperience on this map. I mean, it's the first time it's debuting in professional PUBG here at PNC 2023.
Nggak tahu bang. Streamernya lagi hilang bang. Kebetulan ini Joki Discord namanya.
Brazil also
Oh, Indo
scrambling, and they're
masuk,
going
iya
right
betul
towards
bang.
Korea.
Korea's going to opt for a fort with cars and folding shields by this rock. Dead
Delay
center
mo
going to try to
berapa
lock it
menit
down
ntar
and try to turret from this position
6
onto the
kayak
other
biasa.
teams rotating
6
around them. The problem is any
65
high
menit.
ground that's on the edges of this are going to give teams
Aduh.
angles down into it.
Korea
Duck2's
open banget
already
lagi.
finding some value himself from outside of that water tower in the house as an angle from the farm right on top of them. I think those are potentially shots from Chinese Taipei in their direction as well. I mean, yeah, okay.
Vietnam naikkan lagi poinmu biar rank 1-2 pikan gua biar banyak poinnya dapatnya.
And I guarantee that Duck2's from Team Vietnam is
Let's
going
go
to be communicating to his teammates that he actually has this angle on Korea because they're the #1 spot that you want to take out right now is Code Marco with a great spray.
Semangat buat nanti, thank you bang.
Now that vehicle gets blown to smithereens, and Snakers, nice tapping there with the SLR on that 6X. Actually, H would help it out a little bit too. Schofield's going down, so Turkey taking some damage here.
And USA is going to hear the Mads vehicle, and they are going to look to, if it drives at them, shoot at it, but yeah, no, it didn't. I think Turkey realizing there's no hope here to recover and defend off the USA, so they're going to have to sacrifice Schofield. Unforgiven gets a kill on the
Saya
show.
mau bikin jadwal streaming untuk turnamen nanti.
You know, points for India, very happy to see it. We're happy to have them at this
Nobar
event. We know it
digaji
wasn't the result they wanted. Translucent
Makan
gets a kill
malam
on the
bisa
move
lah
12
ini.
too, so you know what? Things are going well, and now Aches left. Drives right next to Korea. There's a bolt there for Korea out in the open. Loki gets a kill on a grenade. Please flush
Loki,
that. Oh, didn't
instan
get it.
Loki. Boom.
I thought he had it, man.
Ya nggak ke instan guys.
Blow up Xless vehicle during all of this.
Tuh lihat
Vietnam and
Cina
Turkey
mati
fighting on
lagi
the
satu
sidelines right
persatu.
now. An important battle because Vietnam,
Cina
the
nggak berapa,
closest
satu
team
ya?
to Korea
Apa
overall
dua
in the
tadi?
standings. The Mad is going to get Haizaki right there on the knock. Vietnam going to try and get out of this.
Aduh, Vietnam
He's
gua,
zigging and
cok.
zagging right there, trying to get away from this
India.
position, but the confirmed kill comes through by the Mad. So Vietnam
India.
losing one of their best
Ini
players.
dia yang
Also
kita
another
tunggu-tunggu
knock
untuk
is
tusuk.
true. Clories gets flushed. Vietnam losing some
Ini masih
key
pakai patch yang
players
lama
here
ya,
in this late
suara
circle. They
M4
thought they had an
SKS masih yang
opportunity
lama.
there to do some
Kayaknya
damage
itu
to
di
Turkey when they
setting
heard
deh.
them battling the USA, but
Nggak mungkin
instead
patch lama
they came back
kan
and bit them in the butt.
ini weekend dia baru udah ada badai. Suaranya kan bisa diganti-ganti audionya.
And there is a knock
Enggak nih
here
M4
from long
baru kok.
range. Japan's getting
Ini suara
mortared
M4 baru.
by Argentina. Here we go. Those are
Itu
up
tadi
and they
nembak
are
M4.
very, very high. Who's going to be the next target? Korea's
M4
lost a
baru
couple
itu, suara
players.
M4 baru.
Loki's going to get flushed. Japan trying to get the smokes out, trying to get the reses.
Malah,
T-Bone
iya
continues
betul, bisa
to
diganti-ganti.
harass
Tapi
the
ini
edge
suara
of this rock, and this is the problem with this position for these teams that
M4
try to go
lama.
center on this circle in the last one. It's just difficult. There's just, again, not much to work with.
Yeah, there really isn't a lot of playable terrain, and right now for Team Japan, it's a struggle to try and get some of these reses through as the nades just continue to come in. Able to get one headshot. Just run AX, but this is his work cut out for him eventually. Japan seems like they are going to get cleaned up, and yeah, that nade from Ale is good for it. So Team Japan eliminated here. Argentina going to try and consolidate on the eastern side, but they do have Australia to contest with. Viking and Mukau trying to find an angle right there. Rock providing some nice hard cover there to Team Argentina as they try to rotate in.
The bad news for everybody else in this lobby is when Japan got taken down, that knock that Loki got forever ago went to Loki. And big shots here coming in from Australia and Argentina. America under pressure from Turkey. That grenade is so good, but it rolls just a bit too far underneath the car, blowing it up. Now smokes are coming out for the USA. The Mad's got a knock here. Turkey looking to hammer down on top of him, but Snaker's coming up huge. Kickstart as well. The grenade is on point, and the USA able to defend and take Turkey out.
Yeah, Kickstart coming through in the clutch for Team USA again. As you look at the minimap, Chinese Taipei, the United Kingdom, and Korea all trying to get in on that action. And now Australia, Singleton holding off Argentina in a 1v2 situation. He's able to win it out with a sliver of HP remaining. Some heroics there by the True Blue crew.
Absolutely nasty stuff from Tiggleton. A beautiful play from him, but now the USA torn asunder by the players around them. Rossiter Jr. trying to connect with that Car 98, just can't quite find the shot. See if he's going to give it another go. And yeah, there you go. He finally finds it. Australia taken down between the UK and Thailand.
Brazil also eliminated during all of this action as it starts to quiet down a little bit here. Korea, they have moved onto the eastern edge. You see Seoul with a VSS headshot from that range. Able to take out Rossiter Jr. with a bolt action rifle. You love to see it now. Grenade's going to come in. That is a long shot, so a little bit out of range here for Team Korea, but the knocks coming through. Confirmed kill there with a frag by Seoul on Rossiter Jr. Korea gets another point.
Check that off your bingo card, man. You got the VSS kill.
It's a rare one.
Finlandia yang ganti India.
Korea just, I am really shocked they're able to make this work as well as they have. Again, the thing about the VSS, you can hold a lot of extra bullets. The 9mm bullets are pretty light. They're going to have to move from this position going forward. So, you know, you can spray into those smokes a little bit more cleanly, but Korea's taking a ton of damage trying to use this full shield maximum effect. You can see it's already pretty beat up. I think that's a blue zone. Yeah, it is. And it's going to bounce in. Korea's on their last legs. The grenade as well, doing a ton of damage. Just Anonix on the outside in some smoke. Trying to hold on, trying to get a heal off.
Denmark, slot Indo itu diganti Denmark.
Do it, but if that's a frag,
Finlandia baru slotnya diganti India.
Oh, he's getting shot though. Prone's down. And Korea about out of this.
Yeah, Anonix
barely surviving. Aman aja.
The damage is done. 4 more kills in total here for Team Korea.
Biar nuntut tim perang biar dapat poin betul.
It's a good game for them, especially considering the hand that they drew. They had a bad loadout, they had a bad position in the circle, they were still able to get some water out of that stone.
Well, Tanadol just trying to figure out exactly how he wants to use the smoke. Finally going to cover his teammate in the back because Chinese Taipei is putting pressure on their western edge, and Zen Nan still going to get the knock on a Puchil's Honey Badger.
Top 3 lah bisa ini Anonik lah. Top 3 nih. Anonik dapat ujung circle, Thailand mati abis ini.
Holding firm, but the UK knows it. They're not really interested in letting him get any further in this one.
No way.
Diganti kenapa? Masanya mungkin kayaknya deh. Kan ini turnamen entertain kan?
Almost got both of them there.
Turnamen negara
The
nih.
United Kingdom getting the flush, or not the flush, excuse me, the knock there on Endurance, and 4 teams remain. Thailand in a lot of trouble over here on the fringes. Blue Zone Nade finally going to finish Endurance there. UK confirms the kill. And Chinese Taipei during all this is watching it, trying to find an angle on Tanadol.
Well, now,
AP menggila, AP bukan kelasnya untuk orang Indo guys. Kelas dia kan ada dunia.
They've got a decent chance. Chinese Taipei, of course, with the best chance.
Siapapun dia tabrak.
Honestly, Vietnam.
Tahu gue pengen perang sama mereka ada 4 lawan 4.
They could turn the tide of these battles at any
Belum
moment.
ketemu 4 lawan 4 perang sama mereka.
They're having an outrageously good day already. Looking to add on to it. Already up to 108 points and could shoot up to, who knows, maybe even surpassing Vietnam if things shake their way.
Taipei
Let's not forget that the 2 players up right now for Vietnam are their top gunners here in this tournament.
Bisa sih, ini dia kan.
Ton of damage done.
Vietnam gue masih hidup, cow, berdua kill 7.
Average damage per game.
Let's go, bebek.
Right behind him, nearing 300. So it's a force to be reckoned with.
That's just bonkers. I mean, 400 damage per game in a tournament like this with this caliber of player. I mean, Himas is certainly a superstar, no doubt about it.
Coming into today, almost had 30 kills. Just unbelievable stuff.
He is one of a kind.
Berapa ratus orang tuh yang pick Cina? Hampir sejuta orang nge-pick Cina. Apa udah sejuta ya? Iya udah sejuta dah.
Sure, they've got position.
Mati dong Tanadol.
Regardless of where you are in this circle.
Oke, Vietnam rank 3, let's go. Makin jauhin dari Argentina.
Soft cover like the fields of Aragel. There's a few bushes here and there, but it isn't, you know, just full of grass and fields.
Octo kagak dong sama tim gua lah. Kan turnamennya nggak ada Octo habis.
Yeah, you can see through right clearly in United Kingdom.
Di bebek tim apa?
Trying to reinforce effects a little bit over here on this southern side, but it's a dangerous position. They really need knocks out of Vietnam to give themselves some more breathing room, because look at how flat it is, this section of the map. And lurking behind all this action between the UK and Team Vietnam is Chinese Taipei, all the way in the north, 4 men strong. And finally, the UK looks like they're going to try and make a move, reinforce this position, make a bit of a bunker. The only team in the circle, they actually get a knock here on a Himas. Consker there from long distance.
Mati sini Vietnam. Oh, ada mobil aman-aman, masih ada mobil. Ini Taipei coy, gue kira Vietnam. Aduh, dipus. Bebek kasih tahu. Bebek kasih tahu dulu Bebek.
May have hit Himas. No, it doesn't look like it. Nade out here as well, but it bounces back into Leo from Duck Juice.
Mampus, dapat 1 kill. Let's go, nggak apa-apa Bebek, aman aja. Dapat 2 kill, Xavier kebakar.
Around the edge, trying to push up and over, wants to flush as well, but it's gonna be Zenon from afar who takes him down.
And Vietnam just stuck between a rock and a hard place. There was not enough time to get the res there onto Himas, and Chinese Taipei did not miss their opportunity. They closed in, and now it's a 3v3 with 1 player down here for Chinese Taipei. They're gonna try and get it back up, but the United Kingdom, they've been looking so strong today. The reigning champs of PUBG Nations Cup, they want to try and run it back here.
India emang kurang PUBG-nya sebenarnya. Mengapa PUBG itu ngambil India? Karena masanya gede. Yang gue bilang tadi, ini kan turnamen untuk entertain, untuk naikin PUBG. Makanya India kan rame tuh, mau game apapun mereka rame.
Any extra knock onto the UK
Indo lihat turnamen PUBG kalau yang nonton di official mentok-mentok 200 lah. Tapi nggak tahu kalau India nih streamnya di mana, mau lihat viewernya nggak tahu di mana. Mungkin gabung ke e-sport. Tapi nggak tahu juga. UK chicken lagi, harusnya chicken lagi ya. Ngeliat dari zonanya. Dapat 1.
Now Vex is sitting on 3 frags as well, so anywhere that Chinese Taipei goes as a unit, they're not able to really cover the same space because of the angles that the UK has. But again, 1 knock will turn the tide of this very, very quickly here for Chinese Taipei, but Vex doesn't want to allow it. The timing, he knows that the res is going to be coming through quickly, wants to see if he can punish it. First one's a bit too far, but T-Bone gets the knock onto Leo. Vex is going to load up for another Pongsker, trying to figure out where the heck he can go in this Zima, trying to do something, but he's taken out by Honey Badger. The flank angle so strong, out in the open, that's another. And now it is 1 player left, Zenon, trying to do what he can, but a ton of damage done, and the UK has found their 2nd win of the day.
13 kills in total as United Kingdom is popping off, putting themselves back into contention in this thing. And now with 4 maps in the bag here on the final day of PNC 2023, all eyes on these top teams. United Kingdom looking so strong. Will they finally be able to catch up to South Korea?
I don't know. Anything's possible right now. With 2 games left, with 2 Erangels to play, the UK has made a statement here today that they weren't going to go quietly, that they were going to try to defend their crown tooth and nail. Certainly the lads looking to get it done, and Chinese Taipei, some frustration for sure. Leo take the headset off, a little bit unhappy with how that one shook out at the end. They just could not find the angles, find the shots onto the UK. The UK smothered them and made every bullet count there at the end.
I mean, the angles there for the UK were just fantastic. Chinese Taipei might have had the numbers advantage, but UK with a beautiful arc. The crossfire set up from all those angles. They were able to avoid the knocks themselves, and that means that they can just lay waste to Chinese Taipei's position. It felt like there was nowhere to run, whether you be in Azima, whether you be on foot. No cover from all three angles the UK were able to establish as, I mean, just the veterancy of this team, making the soul read to know that they can come in with that wide arc, abuse their positional advantage in the circle, and win despite being outnumbered.
And they lost Bard so early in that game. I mean, and they were able to come through with that win regardless. That's just how good this team is top to bottom, how strong they are individually, even with, you know, Bard, who's historically been arguably the best player from their region. Maybe you could say Fex too. I guess maybe some people will probably say Fex, but I'll say Bard, at least at PNCs, has been really, really good. You know, last year's MVP. But, you know, Honey Badger doing a really good job coming in here this year for this UK squad, really putting up some tremendous numbers for them. Big part of the reason that they are in this now.
Yeah, United Kingdom just absolutely popping off today. If I'm not mistaken, they had, what, a 17-kill game earlier in the day, picking up a win, and now 13 kills in this one. If they can keep this momentum going heading into Erangel, we have 2 maps left to be played. Korea has a substantial lead, but it's not insurmountable. The United Kingdom, they're a team hot enough to do it.
Yeah, like you said, a rock in a hard place, quite literally there for Duck Juice.
Yeah.
Tried to do what he could. Hell of a grenade that he threw out at the beginning there, and this is just, you know, it's so flat, it's so open, it's not easy, but it's definitely not difficult there for the UK.
The angles were just absolutely perfect. It felt like Chinese Taipei, anywhere they would try to go, they didn't have enough smokes to make anything happen. They couldn't cut off the angles enough, and the Kingdom just made them pay for it. 23 points in total with those 13 kills and the win. Vietnam also closing the distance a little bit here on Korea, but I gotta say, Korea picking up 7 points. It might not look like a lot on paper, but at this stage, they don't really need a lot. They just gotta be consistent. They gotta keep adding in piece by piece.
I'm back.
Who knows, with 2 more Erangels left to be played, they keep adding in a couple more 7-point games.
Gak ada hostnya ini stream lagi podcast bang, lagi bikin video baru.
Yeah, they're absolutely
right. Tunggu saja waktunya balik.
That's all it's gonna take for them. You know, frankly, 2 more 5-point games, most likely good enough.
Kalau Indo masuk kira-kira, wah, gua kurang tahu ya kalau itu ya. Kalau Indo yang masuk siapa yang main?
That's a very difficult task. Argentina was able to do it on day 1, winning the first 2 Erangels of PNC 2023, but whether these other teams are going to be able to do it again here on day 3, as everyone is gunning for the best possible place.
Bukan bener kan UK kan yang juara.
Overall,
Jangan dong.
We're going to get a shot at that leaderboard in a moment. Yes, Korea is quite far ahead in position 1, but everything else from second all the way down into 12. It's very close, and the man of the match going to be Fex, 822 total damage, 5 kills, 7 knocks, and I feel like paper thin. Some MVPs really coming up big. You look at stats like this one, and it feels like every man of the match are just maxing out their stats. They're getting the most damage, the most kills, the most knocks.
Yeah,
they're stepping up big for their teams and their regions.
Yeah, it's the legendary players of Pubg Esports showing you why we consider them as such. And now it's Fex. Just another outrageously good performance. T-Bone was really getting in on the action too. Don't want to forget about him, because I mean the UK team is stacked, people. I mean, all 4 players are absolutely bananas. So this is not unexpected in my book at all. This team should be right in the mix of it, and they are. South Korea continues to maintain their lead. It is now down to 26 points. So able to gain 5 points in this one on South Korea was Vietnam. But now, United Kingdom, there's a world.
It takes a really big win. They got to win at least one of these lobbies and maybe get, what, 2nd place in the other one at a minimum, and get a lot of kills in the process too. But
and you have to hope Korea bottoms out.
Yeah.
They have to like basically double donut.
It's tough.
It's really kind of on Vietnam, and even then it's
tuan rumah ini yang juara.
I mean,
Jelas tekan gua.
Not just Vietnam and the UK or Argentina or these other guys on top, but everybody from top to bottom on those standings is going to be gunning to try and get the best
Korea
possible
kill 90 guys.
Because not just the pride of your nation on the line, but also the crowdfunding has been so substantial for this event. You guys are supporting Pubg Esports so much, and we thank you for it. And these players, every single one of them, they're fighting for the best possible ranking to get a piece of that pie, get a little bit more money.
Yeah, exactly. Everything matters here. So, we've got 2 more maps. We've got Erangel. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. There's still a lot to play for, no matter what. So, you don't want to go anywhere. There's going to be some great games here coming up to the end. I mean, every game has been explosive so far today. Big kill counts for the top teams.
Yeah.
So, you know, if that's any indicator of how this one's going to shake out, then you definitely don't want to miss the Erangels.
I can say that again. I feel like almost every single win that's getting picked up, the winning team is 13 plus kills or something. It's just been a phenomenal day where everybody's showing up and trying to show their best stuff here at the PNC 2023, the biggest stage here in Seoul, Korea. UK looking mighty strong there, 2K total damage, but let's not forget Vietnam also with 7 kills, gaining a little bit of ground on Korea. Either of these teams, if they come up massively on Erangel, the same way that Argentina did on day 1, they have a chance to take first place.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, we've already seen it in this event, so again, I'm not discounting that it's possible, not even for a moment. I've been around long enough in PUBG sports to know that it's not over until it's over. That's what makes it so exciting. You know, you can sit here and sure, South Korea might run away with it. Who knows? You never know. But that's part of the game.
Gila,
that's part of why
UK 2000 damage guys, 14
bom.
bom.
You want to see them play well. You love to see close matches.
Satu player berarti bawa.
Competition's fun. It's great. Good games. That's all it's been about here these last couple of days. Just phenomenal games.
Especially that 30-point dub that Korea had earlier was just an absolute bombshell performance. And I mean, the hometown crowd here in Seoul.
That's the haymaker, man. That one, if they win, that's the haymaker. That's the haymaker. Okay, guys, well, we are going to take one last break here before we go to Erangel at PNC 2023. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Kayak gua banget coba util segitu. Pelurunya dikit. Jadi penerjemah makanya.
I've been invited by the makers of Pubg to take part in a mystery challenge, and I can't wait to find out what it is. Today you'll be driving the Aston Martin DBX
Erangel nih, Korea banget, map Korea bro.
One world champion Damon Hill. Wow.
Welcome to Silverstone. Do you want to know about the DBX 707?
I would love to.
Come with me. Well, here is Jackie, the most powerful
Korea, Vietnam, let's go!
All 4 litres of it, twin turbo V8. It's got about 700 horsepower, and it goes
makan apa? Makan rice ball.
Wow, that's fast.
Got a lot of performance.
And massive.
Tuan sana kemana bikin video bang?
You got to keep it cool.
It was such a privilege to be shown this car by a motor racing legend. This is the world's fastest luxury SUV, so it's perfect for the multi-terrain driving you had to do in PUBG. But would it be a match?
Lagi bikin konten sama Bang Apip, sama Bang King YouTube, Bang Nugi.
Show some respect. Are you challenging me?
A tough nut to crack.
Now, shall we fight?
My turn.
All right, here we go.
Trust my shield.
Fire away. Gotta try harder, huh?
Tapi awal game Octo ada tadi guys. Sempat nobar nggak? Beat apa? Nggak ada yang pakai macam-macam. Kalau turnamen gede, dia pakainya bukan live server, bang. Pakai ada server khusus turnamen. Tempat opening sama Nugi, oh. Oke kalau begitu. Harusnya cocok nih King, komentator PUBG. Kan dia paham banget nih PUBG kan. King Nugi. Ya nggak Bang Nugi? Ya Bit. Lokasinya Seoul. Yang main Seoul lah. Siapa coba? Itu gagal masuk atau nggak ikut Bit? Diganti slotnya. Indo belum ada seleksi buat kasih tahu guys. Yang belum tahu slot Indo itu diganti sama siapa guys? Ayo yang inget siapa? Ayo yang inget. India apa Denmark? Denmark. Slot Indo itu diganti Denmark.
Just short of the doorway, and actually, Brazil coming in, but Seoul is waiting with open arms. Even gonna try and.
Jadi bentar lagi lu juga cabut turunnya kan Bit, betul? Jam 7.
That frag, second frag, we'll see if it's good. It goes over the rooftop. It actually lands on the
PUBG ada PNC asik sih, tapi nggak tahu mereka belum bikin ya PNC di PUBG Mobile ya.
There's another one there. That grenade in hand. Back up, Soul, and he knows it. Okay, well, Vietnam is going to get right up close and personal. They can barely see each other inside of this. High Stack has got one. Xavier here trying to do something, but High Stack finds another. And Vietnam able to come through this sandstorm with 2 kills.
Yeah, TPA Xavier trying to.
Jadi berarti lebih ramai di Denmark dibanding Indo. Menurut gua sih begitu ya.
Is there going to be a grenade flying in? No, he doesn't have any, so he's just going to go up and over.
Si Craftonnya juga nyoba-nyoba. Masalahnya kalau mau dibilang underperform nih, PNC tahun kemarin itu Indo kan rank 15, yang rank rank 16-nya itu Turki kan. Oh, Jerman aja mah ada sampai sekarang tuh main.
Oh my word! And H-Win knows it. That's one of his teammates there that he's taking down.
Sia-siakan. India dari kemarin dapat zona mulu tapi nggak chicken. Ya, namanya tim hiburan, guys. Gimana ya? Eropa kan emang lebih rame game PC-nya. Begitu? Ya begitu.
It all comes down to this. 2 more games to go.
Berarti mereka nyari itu viewer, nyari viewer. Biar kembali lagi viewer lama tuh tahun 2018.
Thank you to the official co-streamers of PNC 2023.
Thank you PNC 2023 streamer for your support.
And creators and
Bang, mana Fandra Octoramonth? Aku bocil Fandra Octoramonth, Bang.
So much.
Bang.
You're watching the English stream here. Hugs and kisses all around.
Bang.
We love you guys.
Aku bocil Fandra Octoramonth, mana Fandra Octoramonth, Bang.
From partnered streamers, community members around the world.
Ada dong Australia itu Aussie.
The greatness of the legends that we have on stage here at the PNC 2023. I mean, we're witnessing heroes of not just their countries, but PUBG esports that have made their names into legends, and the fans love it.
The guy,
we love
he's
it.
here. He's here. I was wondering where he was. This guy's a legend in Korea. He shows up to a lot of the events here, and he's dressed up like the PUBG guy. He's got the face mask on, the level 3 helmet.
He's got a chicken too.
That's right. That man.
Wah, mana streamer kesayangan kita nih guys? Belum muncul namanya.
I saw him going home on a bike once after one of these events.
was it one of the foldable mountain bikes that you got on the candy?
That's where Solomon learned it from. All right, we're going into it. Erangel, 2 more games to go. Let's see what this one's going to bring us. As we come into our penultimate game, it starts now.
Lane takes to the sky, and we have a westward path here on Erangel as we enter the penultimate game. Korea right now with a 26-point lead on Team Vietnam, a 31-point lead on United Kingdom, and Argentina not far behind them. Should Korea pick up a win or even a significant number of points here, they might be able to lock down their first ever PNC championship on their home territory in Seoul, Korea, just as they're captained by Seoul on their squad. But for everybody else here in the lobby, for Team Vietnam, for Team UK, Argentina, Denmark, Thailand, USA, and Germany, there's a lot on the line right here. Not just that first place chance
lagi
to get hot here on Erangel, but every placement matters. Everyone wants to bring home that glory. Everyone wants a bigger piece of that prize money pie. And United Kingdom, the team we got on screen right now, have been on fire today. A 13-kill win, a 17-kill win if I'm not mistaken. Just absolutely phenomenal stuff. We'll see if they can continue that momentum.
Namanya juga kan buat konten bang, habis buat konten makan-makan dulu. Nggak mungkin kan nggak ngobrol-ngobrol habis itu.
So this could get a little awkward. I was hoping for a northern circle because I was hoping for more Zarky shift. Anyway, it looks like for now the UK is going to be okay, but some of the teams gambling on the military base because of that bad plane path.
Yeah, a lot more than usual. Usually it's just 1 or 2 teams that are landing on military island, but instead, United Kingdom and India, especially
misalnya kalian ke rumah teman kalian nih.
And you can see Brazil right now if
Udah
you're
gitu.
watching the map feed.
Ngomongnya cuma 10 menit.
North part of Sosnovka Island, but they're already
teman
heading
jauh
to
ya
the
maksud
they
gue
already
ya.
want to start that rotation because of how dangerous
Mereka
it is,
buat konten.
how treacherous that terrain can be, how many
Pasti
different positions
makan dulu
the
atau
team can entrench themselves in,
ngobrol-ngobrol.
trying to catch you, making that rotation on the outside.
Yeah, and if the UK had any ideas about going to their normal drop spot at Milta, it's going to be cut off by Brazil, so they're going to have to maybe change gears here, maybe try to go to Novo or something instead. I'm watching the UK very closely on the map feed because that is a pretty important part of this right now, as they're in 3rd place. Vietnam, around the farm, has their sort of normal drop spot to themselves. Korea had banned out early. They sent 2 DIs, they left 2 out in those compounds just north of the
tinggal
river.
di Jakarta.
For now, Korea, yes, they could potentially be in a good spot. They've got priority on some of those compounds around the center of the map, or of the circle, I should say.
Misalnya ya, gue di podcast nih, pertanyaan pertama viewer, apa kira-kira dari kalian yang mau ditanyain ke gue?
That center early, sometimes it does cause problems. Sometimes teams crash you because they don't have a lot of other
Bagaimana bisa
choices
kenal Okto? Pasti
and
itu
places to go.
ada, pasti itu udah ada.
We'll see exactly
Nanya itu
how
pasti
Korea
nanti.
decides to play it. Thinking back to Tego and Vikendi, Korea, even when they found out quite early, they were not afraid to just kind of try
Ya
to
kali buat
consolidate
konten langsung pulang. Nah,
not
betul.
stick around with too much
Masa?
ground. Is actually hold that thought as Rexco. An early sightline here on Schofield. Now he does have a 6x Mini 14, so if he gets a long enough angle, which it seems like he might, with a lot of the players on Turkey loading up into this US, he is going to pop off. Now it's hard with the cover from the trees. And actually, wow, Cohen Marco, I can't believe you made that shot. Driving away and also shooting uphill. Fantastic stuff, but you know, Korea, as we've seen from them in the past,
Okto di mana?
2
Kenal
maps
Okto.
after they got that 30-point win.
Udah.
Yeah, they like to fan
Udah
out
basic
early, but then
pertanyaannya
they
tuh
like to
udah
consolidate.
tahu.
They like to play very
Kapan
defensively in the
nikah?
mid
Nah,
game just
itu
because they know that they don't need to
udah
pick
biasa
up,
juga
put up
pertanyaan
really
itu.
big
Kayak
numbers
udah
to add on to
di
their lead.
kalangan
They just need
umum
to
udah
get a
biasa
handful of points.
babang
It's
ya.
why their loot wasn't the best on Vikendi. And now I'm curious to see whether they're going to do the same thing here with Soul and Loki joining forces with everybody as the first
Kapan
circle
mulai
closes
terjun
in.
ke e-sport dan
They're
kenapa?
going to opt to go for the Crossroads compound just to the south of Severny there. So I imagine we're going to be seeing the full
Nggak ada
forces of
kapan
Korea
ya, nggak
around
akan
here
bisa
rather
terjun ke
shortly. I
e-sport
see
karena
someone loading up
saya
vehicles
tinggal
out of Yaz.
bersama
So I think that's a great
ibunda
position to
tercinta.
consolidate, to fortify.
Saya menjaga dia.
And if you
Tidak
gamble
bisa
correctly, if this circle doesn't
keluar
go
kota,
east,
tidak
you
bisa
are
merantau.
going to absolutely be in a phenomenal position to win this event. Denmark going across the bridge. They dropped military base and they will be
Kira-kira next time
cutting through.
si tahu
Nobody from
gua
Chinese Taipei
bintang
is
tamu OPM kan
bridge
Okto
camping,
yang
so it should be
punya
safe.
bang.
Yes, indeed. UK did go Novo.
Biturnibit
As I
udah
kind
di
of was
lobby kok.
hoping they would do, frankly, based
Lagi
on
nunggu start.
where they were and how they were driving. They kind of needed to. There was no way they were going to get to Milta first, so better to just take what you can
Nobar
get. Hopefully
dulu
find
ya.
an E pickup and move into this first circle.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they got one of those as the circle's going to start moving in. About 20 seconds. Luckily for them, even if they do not have an E pickup, it doesn't seem like Vietnam is too keen on bridge camping in this one. They got a gun for it. More points than that if they want to start to close the distance on Team Korea. You don't just need a 4 pickoff there on the South Bridge. You need to start wiping multiple teams and putting yourself in position to actually win this lobby if you want to close the distance.
Well, I thought maybe Chinese Taipei wouldn't mess with them,
Kopetra
but
paling udah punya anak kan. Haikal ini gimana ya? Titik komanya ya.
Okay.
He went for the
Wah, si Aji
angle,
18.55
a little
nggak
bit too
start.
slow there on foot.
Udah gua start kan delay abangku tuh. Udah apa namanya? Udah nyala YouTube gua.
Denmark opted to drive a little bit closer to the 2 players that were up by the 6 packs there. And it gave the Chinese Taipei a little bit of an opportunity potentially, but
enggak batu.
Instead, South Korea
Merasa nggak salah aja sebenarnya.
They're not going to sit on this Crossroads compound. They are now going to be rotating out, but there is Argentina up on the hills to the west of Severny here, so that is going to stop them up short for now, and maybe they might rethink this and take southern tip of Severny potentially, but I don't know that I like leaving Loki on an island in that Crossroads.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they have Loki all the way down in those southern houses. The ones right below Severny is Turkey. Oh my goodness, what is going on here with these cars?
Wait, ini kenapa? Woi!
They drive over each other.
Astaga!
Give Luke 12 an opportunity to start shelling them with some damage, but at this range, really hard to find too much. Only gets about 50 or 60 damage in on Team Turkey, but
I'm reminded of an old Pansy quote. I'm not going to say it, but old school.
Hampir dibunuh satu tim. Astaga. Panik bang. Panik bang Durgi.
Where the physics was a little bit more wonky.
It's not about that.
I know it's not. I'm going down a different road.
Ini dia guys.
I do remember very early on. First time
tangan dulu untuk
India. Just getting sent absolutely to the
makanan karung terbaik sepanjang masa.
I miss those days, to be honest. Yeah. The players don't, but I do. USA up towards Everest. You're just gonna be driving up the hill, getting some information using this. This is like old school PO stuff here, just coming up to the top and checking out what's going on. Maybe if they stop, maybe they're just driving. Okay, they're not gonna. Okay, yes. I was gonna say I fully expect them to stop up here and do some reconnaissance.
Yeah, just chilling in the north face of this mountain. And they should be able to hear Chinese Taipei also inching up behind them there in the south as Vietnam begins to make their dash going through the short bridge to the west of
Indo kan
Yaz.
jawab guys.
And not
Ada
too many
nanya kenapa
teams
tidak ada Indo.
ahead of them, just Denmark
Jawab
over there
guys.
to the west, holding on to the compounds on the other side of the street. As Vietnam should have an easier path. And now looking at the map feed, Korea actually did reinforce their southern houses, going for a 2-2 split with 2 players in Severny, 2 players at the houses right to the south of that.
Denmark has made their way. A long drive finally finds themselves in the circles. Japan's up around their gas station, and a split towards this warehouse, it looks like, for Vietnam. Warehouse is open. It's pretty far on the eastern edge, so normally a powerful position if it's towards the center of the northern circles is not. So unless there's some hard shifts for Vietnam.
Nanti lihat aja biasanya di akhir stream itu ada ditampilin cadangan playernya.
We'll see, but Vietnam is super spread out.
Yeah, Vietnam really fanning out on this eastern edge means that they might be vulnerable here to Brazil if Brazil can sniff out this position.
Dude, look at Kino, man. He is like.
Bit live lu delay berapa menit? Delay 6 menit atau 5 menit itu lupa gua.
I looked at the player cams and he was like looking like he was ready to rumble.
Delay pokoknya dah.
Nih
ya yang nonton streaming gua nanti kalian nanya nih. Gua jawab kan. Gua jawabnya tuh 6 menit kemudian baru kejawab pertanyaannya di live gua karena delay.
Their first ever PUBG Nations Cup here in 2023. As Vietnam just continues to roll in, now they are consolidating a little bit over here, and that's good for them because Brazil is hard to tail. Even actually taking a forward position towards these rocks is going to try and find an angle. Oh, Duck Shoes.
This is bad.
He spun out.
Oh, the help though. Denmark's Gustav put some serious damage into Sparking, and Sparking can't really hold that angle any longer, or he risks getting knocked. And that may have just saved Duck Shoes' life.
Duck Shoes was in a really dangerous position right there, but luckily for him, all of Vietnam able to rejoin forces.
India masih 15 poin.
Denmark now.
Yang lain sudah 40 ke atas. Wop! Ini dia bro.
So they're gonna have a long way to go, and I'm wondering exactly where they're gonna try and drop in this circle because
ini kita tunggu-tunggu.
That center circle, the next wave. There's not a lot of free real estate there. Maybe if you go for the hills or the crashed plains, but there's going to be a lot of teams with eyes on you.
Yeah, if they can see that the crashed plane is empty, it should be okay. Vietnam chasing down the departing members of Korea out of Saturday.
Korea.
They're just going to be up and over the hill. Japan, hello.
Whoa.
They are just slaughtering Denmark. 2 players down in the drive-by.
Denmark,
they're going to take this dip once again outside of the shooting range, but this time able to find some points out of it. Brazil hot on the heels of Vietnam once again. Vinny going to be leading the way. Sparking going to be the turret there in the other car.
Aduh, Vietnam lawan Brazil.
Like they're not going to be potentially jousting.
Yeah, just a little bit out of range, but Korea, they heard that. They know that Japan's back in the same high.
Let's go Korea, bunuh Jepang. Kasih net terbaik dari Korea di sini. 1-2-5. Net itu. Tempat. Aduh, ada Kanada di atasnya.
Pulls the pin, throws the nade. Let's see what he can find. Oh, they're clustering over there by the vehicle. He gets 2. He gets 3. Heaven.
Knock
Japan
2.
is eliminated. Korea
Knock
gets 4 more points on the board.
Unbelievable. Japan just laughs. They can't do anything but. And Onyx is going to pay the price though.
I know
a little bit too far out there, but those 4 points for Korea are absolutely all that they really need potentially. Now they're going to try to take the fight to Canada. Keenan takes a bunch of damage, has to prone down. Soul and company trying to keep their friends in the back alive, trying to keep this hillside clear. And for now, they're going to do so. And now, now Canada's revealed their position.
Mampus lu Kanada lu. Ayo lu, kejebak lu, Kenan lu. Ayo lu.
Yeah. Those bodies over there picking up some upgraded gear.
Ngelut dulu bosku.
As Japan really didn't have a lot of time to use much of their utilities, so Korea, even though they have only 3 men, should have a lot of stuff back in their inventory. Fully loaded as Finna here goes down. UK continuing to press on this Canadian position. First blood fired here. Curious to see whether Canada decides to try and reinforce, or I was going to say go for Finna, but VAR just immediately flushes them.
Yeah, this is great stuff here from the UK. Really gives them a little bit of extra breathing room here on the edge of the circle. Gives them some safety to regroup, kind of rethink, get prepared for their next rotation. Meanwhile, Canada scrambling to get to safety, and they are able to do so for now. And this also gives you the ability to keep your vehicles a little bit safer for the UK because you've got that cover of the buildings. So honestly, a really nice timing maneuver there. Meanwhile, Germany is going to go back to Old Faithful, going out wide, going out to the edge. And there is a lot of room there on that western side for them to go. India, on the other hand, by the way, if you're curious where they ended up on their...
Udah guys, saya ke sebelah dulu ya. Terima kasih guys. Saya sudah menemani di sini bersama kalian. Saya pindah dulu ke sebelah ke Discord turnamen. Bye bye guys. Doakan.
So we'll see if they can make something of it.
Got Team Vietnam right now with a nice spread to the west here of shooting range. See what Glories can see as the circle begins to close in right now. Next phase about to pop. About 10 seconds left on that one. Vietnam, the closest team to catching up to Korea, but that gap is widening after Korea wrecks Japan with some grenades and great shooting. 4 more points. Circle's going to center up over here on the north side. And Korea's got some way to go. They're going to get into the US and the Dacha, start making their way in, and they only really need a couple more points to start solidifying this lead or really reinforcing it and setting this thing out of grasp from these other teams. But let's see. Canada coming in on the top side of the hill. Is Keenan going to take some shots?
I was going to say, not only do they have a way to go, they've got a lot of teams that are going to be either in similar trajectories or already planted. A widespread Vietnam may be disastrous here. This could be huge for Vietnam if they could take players down from Korea. Seoul already banged up. The sprays from Duck Juice does a little bit of damage to Loki. No knocks yet. Can Korea get out of this with all three still intact is going to be the question. My goodness, they might just pull it off.
Both Seoul and Loki just 1 or 2 bullets away from getting shut down right there, but they're able to survive, cross that road. I mean, there was so much damage coming in from Team Vietnam, and Denmark was close as well. Precarious position, but Korea able to salvage it. No more knocks, just an Onyx down as Turkey and Canada continue to battle over here. Some knocks coming through. China also with some smokes trying to cover. They are dead center on this circle, fighting for this position. And Clib, during all of this, working very close to Team Vietnam, but Aisaki snipping this out, gets Kino with a frag.
And that's like, if you're Team Korea, you're watching that and going, oh man, there's nothing we can do about that. Can we steal this kill? Is there anything we can do? Not too much right now, but maybe Clib. He's got some heroics, got some special moves inside of him. We'll see. He's got that Groza and a Car 98, the level 3 gear. Aisaki, though, is just better. Takes Clib down. Vietnam is going to find some more points.
Vietnam adding another kill to their total. 124 points in total on the board as Korea works their way up to this top shelf.
And that fight gave them the opportunity to make this rotation. That's smart stuff here from Korea. I mean, this fight was over in a heartbeat. This was just...
Yeah, I mean, the frag grenades coming in, and you feel like the opening shots here just kind of clustered Team Japan as they run for cover. They knew it, too, as Anonyx's frag catches one. And the follow-up there from Heaven, just so good. Japan eliminated in a moment. That fight was over before it started.
Exactly.
It
really was.
We talked about that position last time they hold up there. I mean, if you get pounced on like that, there really isn't too much you can do.
No, there's not. It's a tough spot to play from. Taipei trying to do what they can here. China seeing, or probably got a knock. Brazil there trying to get a res. Grenades are out here against the United States, and Savior up in the backs of the United States. Can't find a knock.
I'm surprised he didn't get that one. His back was to him. Instead, just one bullet away. Chinese Taipei just trying to push this, but the blue is coming. They really need to work past USA. Meanwhile, Brazil and China going toe-to-toe. Aix left very low HP, 1 HP in fact. Gonna pop that first aid, but it's too late. Molotov gets him, Sparking also with the AUG, able to spray down and get some kills.
Sparking there almost ended the round here for China by himself. They were bumping into each other in that smoke. It was literally point blank. Shrimzian, one hit. Zenon trying to find it, cannot find the knock. Grenades are out now. Haven trying to come in. LFP1 about to bleed out. Looks like he's on second knock. And Brazil trying to come in and finish what they started, but it's just Haven left. He's stuck to the backside. Are they going to be ready for it? Can he get the last one? He can. Haven holds the spray down, and the Chinese team goes out in 13th.
Beautiful movement there by Haven to line up that shot. Had to jump through the car seats and then line up the greatest angle to mow down both of those Chinese players. Love to see it there as Luke 12 here from Australia is going to start taking down the remnants of a Chinese Taipei that's battered and bruised from their battle with the USA. Now, the USA was eliminated, but Chinese Taipei certainly paying the price as Germany and Australia start to close in and take these pot shots. That nade a little bit too far. Loki trying to get away from this position. Man, the Koreans are survivors right now. It's unbelievable.
And there goes Chinese Taipei. Combined firepower, Abika and its Kriz are going to end their round. South Korea getting knocks onto India from afar, but not able to claim any of the points as there's plenty of safety on these rock ledges. You know, they're going to be out of the circle soon, and you're going to have to make a move. It is going to be a kill, though, to Heaven. Every point puts Korea further and further ahead. They've stretched their lead to 30 points now. Vietnam going to have to come through with a big game here in this one if they are going to catch them, and they're going to have to hope that Korea doesn't continue to rake in points.
Korea's already got the most kills in the lobby. Vietnam has to have a really big win here on the first Erangel of the day to try and close this thing out. But the Koreans, it feels like every single time they get into a situation that's precarious or dangerous, they find a way out of it, whether they're getting shot on transfers or rotations, or whether they're getting caught out with knocks. I mean, they still have 3 players up, and it's just incredible the tenacity we're seeing from this crew.
They've just been playing really smart here today. I mean, after that 20-point game, which was brilliant, They were taking great fights, covering space like I've never seen in an event like this. There's very little they've done wrong here today.
I mean, even go back to Vikendi and the small amount of loot they had as Thailand dispatches some of the Indian squadron. That's Salman going down. Oh man, Loki got that one. I thought it was Thailand for a moment. That's another kill in the bag here for Team Korea.
But this is so smart. This is so smart. They know that India's, completely screwed. And they know that Thailand is going to be the ones doing the damage, and they can take more points.
It hurts. It hurts a lot, and the circle's good for them as well. Korea doesn't have very far to move. I mean, just everything is going their way. It seems like destiny here.
But this is just them playing smart. This is them recognizing the situation, recognizing that India's trapped, and there's not much they can do, and knowing that they can put themselves in a position to steal points, and that's exactly what they did.
Team Vietnam during all of this, very quiet on the Eastern Front. Not too many fights they can find. Luke 12 finally eliminating Brazil. UK doing a bit of battle here with Team Turkey, who's had a bit of a quieter day 3 after an explosive day 2 here at PNC 2023.
Blood knocked for Australia. The Mad watching to see if anybody's going to go for the res. You've got Germany harassing the Australia team as well, and Korea's getting knocked with Vietnam in trouble. This is really important. Vietnam, again, needs to have a big game here, but their all-star Himas already knocked at some great shots from MX. He's going to get duck juice as well. Isaki trying to get down here, trying to save some of his players. He might have got spotted momentarily on the top of that smoke, but Emick really doing a great job at range with that SLR.
Yeah, luckily for Vietnam, there's nobody at close quarters. As Argentina now starts to mow down UK. This is the other team that's also on the tail here of Korea that needs a big game to start to close the gap, but they're also taking a ton of damage. Reeboks gets another knock on a Himas, or actually no, the flush, excuse me, as they lose their star player. Vietnam now down to 3 men, and Loki gets another kill, this time on Thailand. I mean, with these DMRs, she's just getting point after point after point for Team Korea. 8 kills in total on the game.
It's brutal.
And they're scavenging these.
Yeah. No, I mean, they're just harassing from range right now, and they're just so accurate. They're so confident. They're so dialed in. They're hit, it's like everything looks like beach balls to them. Draft King, he can get one more hit. There it is. Found the angle onto Clories. He has a frag. Could throw it into this door. I think he should be angling for it. If he can break it open just enough, but doesn't feel like he can quite get close enough. Doesn't feel like he maybe has the space or maybe the hope. Korea on the other side of that. Grenades down below the Mad. Splashes behind him. Germany trying to get down this hill, trying to barrel down on top of him.
Yeah, it's Chris right on top of him. Gonna retreat a little bit because his smoke is blocking the vision. Takes a ton of damage. Does get knocked there by Tivo. And UK getting in the mix of this fray. The Mad popping off. Gets Koho and Mika there from Team Germany. Turkey catching a little bit of life right now. 3 men up. Germany's down to 1 man. It's Brexco, and he's just gonna go for it. He's gonna try and survive.
Yeah, not much else he can do at that point. There was no hope to get those reses, and the UK is going to feast potentially on Turkey. Some good shots there are going to keep them back for now. Thailand lost a player trying to do more. Korea is trying to harass the backside of Thailand as they're trying to get up this hill. Rossiter Jr. flanked out by them. Loki going for the shots as the circle doesn't do much in the way of being super interesting in terms of its movement, just kind of centering up more or less. Tanadol comes up short. The Rossiter Jr. is going to take down Seoul there. And Heaven and Loki still on their feet.
Oh, and Team Vietnam taking a ton of damage. That nade from MX is right on the money. Duckju's the only player up here for Team Vietnam. He's going to have to do some reses here in this shed. And Team Vietnam desperately needing a big game here today.
The time is ticking.
Yeah.
The next blue is not far out. And Argentina isn't going to let him get away with it easily. Loki is absolutely tearing teams apart by himself right now. Just nuts with that Mini 14.
I mean, that Mini 14 is just getting so much damage. He's stealing kills, he's getting knocks, he's getting flushes. Whether it be India or Thailand, just at massive range.
Just look at how many frags he's got.
Yeah, they haven't been using them because they're so far away from everybody. They're just taking pot shots in Heaven now, going for some kills. Flores during all this gets a headshot on Fex.
If Loki gets one grenade inside of this shack, this is disaster for Thailand. It goes too far. It bounces over. I don't think he quite has figured out that they're inside of it. He should with the next one. They're going to shut the door. He's got to find the window. He just misjudged it, expecting them to be behind. not able to get the damage he wanted.
By process of elimination, should have a pretty good idea. They're both in the shed now, though. And yeah, he's just prone waiting for it, man. He's waiting. No more frags. Even the smoke gonna get closer up.
Shouldn't go in there, though.
No. All right, Vietnam starting to fight back here against Argentina. They've been up against the ropes for what feels like the past couple of minutes, but these frags are pretty good. A lot of damage coming in. Honey Badger also getting mixed up with Germany, able to eliminate them from the lobby. Brexco finally dragged down as Cloris pushes up. Ellie on very low HP, finds the feet. Does Cloris. That's one more knock. 2 players now up.
How in the world?
Argentina. Yeah, I don't know how they turn this around.
How? How did they get out of there? I thought they were dead to rights. I thought there was no way in. I mean, this grenade from Cloris, oh, it bounced out. It didn't go in. If that goes in, the other one doesn't do it either. I mean, it bounced to the outside, and Vietnam has been eliminated.
Last 4 teams, 2 players up for Korea. Loki's been getting so much done. 2 for the United Kingdom, 3 for Argentina, 3 for Thailand. Vard taking a ton of damage right there. UK had the last chance to start to close the distance, but they need a win here on the second to last map of PNC 2023.
And Korea's not even playing this safe. They're going for kills.
Yeah, they're closing in on this. They hear the action between the United Kingdom and Argentina. Loki in heaven. They're running, they're getting ready to cross the road. They're moving with some swiftness here. They want to catch these kills. They want to clear the UK and secure the victory in the bag. And here comes Heaven, he gets Epix. Oh my goodness, 2 more kills. Loki and Heaven combined to wipe Argentina. Now they're going to take the fight to the UK.
This is an absolutely stellar game for South Korea. Playing this so smart, picking on the backsides of teams, but now they're out in the open. Tandidal hits a headshot. He's got the knock to follow. Heaven has been taken down. Loki, the lone survivor, the lone player here for South Korea. We're going to see if he can sneak out any more points. He is an expert at this. Again, so many times across the unbelievable career that Loki has had. The guy that you quietly could make an argument for being one of the best to ever play this game. Certainly one of the best support players of that sort of type of role to ever play this game. Loki is definitely up there with the multiple titles he's had internationally, looking to find his first PNC.
Loki just surrounded by the bodies of his enemies, and you're absolutely right, Paper Thin. This guy, a legend in his own right, a critical part of the success for Team Korea, not just in this game, not just today, but across his entire career. 10 kills in total. Now Loki biding his time, waiting for the UK and Thailand to meet in the middle and start fighting so he can scavenge like a vulture from the sidelines. With all those corpses at his feet, able to restock a lot on meds, 6 first aid kits to be found as he slowly works his way in the circle. Tandidal, though, he finds him. He's up against the blue. Loki's gonna have to move a little bit faster than that.
Trying to dodge and weave to get to this tree. He's down below the side of the hill. There's a res coming through. Tandidal, I don't think can quite see the foot. Loki's gonna get the heal off. He's got a blue zone bag, so he's able to survive a little bit longer. Tandidal keeping his eyes firmly on him, and that's gonna be it. Loki does steal a kill before he goes down, though.
Oh my goodness. Loki just getting every possible value. Gets Honey Badger before he goes down in the last frame of his life, as Korea solidifying their position in rank 1. And for UK to keep their dreams alive, Bard needs to win a 1v3 heroics, but Rossiter Jr. is at his back, Paper Thin.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna have to be a win, but I don't think there's much you can do. Yeah, indeed, it's gonna be a win for Team Thailand. 5 kills, but still keeping themselves at the top of the leaderboard. And like we've been talking about all day, every point matters. And now they are up into 4th place. A phenomenal performance here from Thailand throughout this event. Steady as she goes. Some wins, they've been safe, they've been cautious, but those kind of maneuvers have been what have been profiting points for them.
Quietly one of the best teams in the world here competing at PNC, but for Team United Kingdom, you can see a little bit of frustration right there with the way this one went. Korea just from the sidelines, after killing Japan, they move all the way up to the north, they fight at range, and they rack up 11 kills in total in that lobby. Not to mention the placement points they got by Loki just being an absolute survivor. I mean, the Koreans, they were able to wiggle their way out of so many situations, whether it be themselves driving up to the north to avoid the fire of multiple teams, including Vietnam, who was trying to chase their tails for that first place and that PNC trophy. might finally be coming home to Korea on their home soil here in Seoul.
It's going to take a miracle, if I'm just being honest, for one of these teams to beat them at this point. That was the nail so far into the coffin that it may already be over. We'll have to see, though. But it's still a phenomenal performance here on this final day from the UK, by the way. They are putting up outrageous amounts of points, and they are climbing that leaderboard really, really quickly. But Korea, just the game sense is so smart, sensing the weakness of Japan and pouncing instantly on it, knowing that all they need is these kill points. Doesn't matter, the rest of the way, they played it even more brilliant, just harassing the edges of the circle, making every shot count. And that's what has got them into this winning position.
I mean, you go back after that 30-kill win, or not 30-kill win, 20-kill win, excuse me, the 30 points that they were able to accumulate. You go to Vikendi, they had no loot. They were in a bad part of the circle, and they showed the same tenacity that they showed here on Erangel. Just able to get every possible inch of value. I mean, Loki, even with his dying breath, stealing one more kill from Team Thailand is incredible. I mean, United Kingdom, they put together an astounding day. Multiple wins with double-digit kills, a top 2 finish with 8 more kills, but it just goes to show how strong Korea has been, not just today, but over the course of this entire tournament. They still get the most points in the lobby at 16. And as you said, Paperthin, it feels like the nail in the coffin. Just a masterclass performance from South Korea on their home soil, coming into a PNC where they never won a chicken dinner in this event in their entire history, which is unbelievable. But day 1, they got one. Day 2, they got one. And now day 3, they're just gaining even more momentum on top of the world in one of the most competitive fields of PUBG action we have ever seen.
Yeah. It's just a special moment here in Seoul, South Korea. And these players, well, they know it. Their confidence is through the roof. The way they're playing, I can just see it. I mean, I can just sense it that Seoul is completely dialed in as the IGL. He's calling a brilliant game. Loki is as sturdy as ever. Heaven is slotted in so nicely here. A little bit shaky on day 1. Again, I talked to them afterwards, and they said he just isn't used to the way they calm. And now it seems like he's fitting in quite nicely. Anonix is Anonix. Just one of the all-time greats, period, end of story. And this combined firepower of South Korea has been something that few could handle in this event. Man of the match is going to go to Rossiter Jr. Good damage here. A couple kills, 3 knocks. But really just, you know, again, sturdy, solid, safe play from Thailand has profited them a ton of points. Guys, they're doing a great job in this event. Quietly, they're in the top 5.
Yeah, it's kind of incredible what they've been able to put together. It feels like every single game they're getting a little bit of damage in, a couple of points, sometimes a couple of placement points on top of it. Just captain consistency right here in this lobby of 16 teams. And, you know, maybe the USA, the United Kingdom, Vietnam, Korea put together these highlight reel performances, but Thailand, very quietly, you see it right there, not even top 5, top 4 with 122 points. But Korea, with this massive lead, it's going to take a miracle from the United Kingdom to repeat a performance here with the championship.
If I'm being honest, there are very few games in PUBG esports history that can accumulate that many points in the entirety of it. There's been a few, and that, again, this is all predicated on the fact that Korea gets 0 points in this next game. Very unlikely with the way they've been playing. But to get 33 points in one game, there's in an international PUBG esports event, there's only been a handful. That's just the truth of it. It's a less than 1% chance here that Korea loses.
Yeah, and the competitive field here as well at PNC 2023. We had the legends of all of these different countries, of all of these different regions coming together to share one of the grandest stages that PUBG esports has ever been able to put together. And to be able to have a performance like that one, you know, 33 points, even assuming that Korea gets 0 with a competition this still with this many stars on stage, it would be unbelievable. I mean, Korea, they are so dialed in. Loki picking up 5 kills, catching Honey Badger right there. Just tremendous stuff. I mean, we've harped on it, it feels like, for days, this entire weekend, how well Korea has been playing, and it's all coming together here on day 3.
Yeah. It's truly special to watch the way that they've come into today, the mindset that they've had, the complete lack of being, scared by, letting the moment get to them, letting the pressure get to them. No, that never happened here today. Coming into today, they're the top team. They did not let their foot off the gas. They did not let the pressure get to them. They did not let the fact that they're doing this in front of their home crowd, in front of this entire stadium that is trying to will them to win. None of that fazed them at all today. It has been one of the best days I have ever seen from a team coming into their final day with that lead and making sure that they kept that lead and secured it.
Yeah, and it's not even them playing conservatively after picking up a 30-point win. I mean, they are just feasting on the sidelines. They play edge like they did in that game, and they find so much value. You look at their position in the circle after they clean up Japan, and you got to think that they're really going to have a hard go of things from there. You might only get those 4 points, and given their position on the leaderboards, I mean, that 4 points, it might be enough, but they find a way to get, 7 more kills?
Right.
Just the game sense, the play calling, the shots, everything is on point. There is no aspect of Korea's game where they are lacking today. It is some of the best PUBG action I have ever seen.
Yeah, and even though the UK in some ways is having a better day in terms of total points, they probably have more, that doesn't matter because they weren't in first place coming into today.
No.
So, even though they're having a great day, South Korea is just having one of the most impressive days you'll see. One of the most impressive performances we've seen in PNC. Top to bottom here, they are in the driver's seat, and it is almost impossible that anyone's going to be able to knock them out of it. The Loki fans have got to be thrilled with what he just did in that last game. That was the exclamation point on this tremendous 2023 performance.
It's going to be our trophy. So much support for the Korean crew here from the fans. It would be monumental for these guys to win it here on their home soil. Live from Seoul, Korea, PNC 2023 coming in. Team Korea never winning a chicken dinner, and potentially at the end of this weekend, being crowned champions would be a tremendous story for a country that has been so strong, but as you said, has struggled on the international stage to bring home a championship prize for years.
After 2019, it looked like South Korea was going to be the dominant region in yet another esport here in PUBG Esports. But since then, they have yet to find an international title. This could be the moment. This is the final game. We are going to go into it. We are going to see if South Korea can hang on and claim the 2023 PNC trophy. We're going into it. It's Erangel.
The plane takes to the sky for the last time here at PNC 2023. The crowd is cheering as Korea looks to run a victory lap here on Erangel. Plane path coming in straight south to north, bisecting the map into
fair
all eyes.
It's fair. It's a fair plane path.
Yeah, everything's in play, but all eyes are going to be on Korea because I don't think they're going to shy away from anything in this match. I think they're just going to continue to keep this momentum going, keep playing with the confidence that they got, and really put on a show for their home fans.
And I was curious if there was a world where the UK hot dropped them to maybe try to just end this, because you literally can't give Korea any points.
Right.
Literally 1 point, and the percentages go even further down the toilet. If Korea gets any points in this game, it's basically over. It probably is kind of already over, but but truly every point they get just makes it more and more so. So, I was curious. I was looking at the plane path to see if anyone, particularly the UK again, because they're the closest, was going to try to hot drop them, just try to see if they could shut them out early and see if they could go on, one of the most insane runs we'll ever see if they were able to do it, but not going to be the case. They're going to let Korea have their drop spot of Yasnaya to themselves.
I think it's the smarter play overall. I mean, keep in mind, it's not just about first place. It's also about every single position after that as the circle comes in all the way to the west here on Erangel. What is this we're seeing with a pump? I mean, he probably has no armor, right? So reload, maybe find a shot.
He takes a tire. No, go for the tire, Sparking. You only got 4 more bullets.
Close in on him.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
He got some. Oh, he got some. That's a lot of fun. A nice pickup there for Team Brazil. And these points matter. They're only 3 points behind Australia now for 9th place. And going back to the UK, just kind of giving Korea their drop, I think that's a smart decision because say you do hot drop Korea, say you wipe them, but you lose one man. Suddenly you're kind of in a tough spot because Vietnam's right on your heels. They're 3 points behind you overall in the standings right now. Coming into this, Thailand, Argentina, they've been able to show that they can put up really big numbers. I think if you're the UK, you let Korea have this win, and that's not being an uncompetitive thing. You still try to get as many points on the board so that you lock down rank 2.
Sure.
And you come home with a silver trophy because Korea, I mean, the day they put together, it's been phenomenal. But for the UK, they don't have a lot of breathing room right now in 2nd place.
Yeah, and think about this. I mean, you know, the UK winners of 2022, and if they can get 2nd place in 2023, I mean, firmly establishing themselves as the best region in PNC history, no doubt about it. Kamukau has a machine gun, didn't need a lot of bullets because Puchils didn't have much else, and Thailand here, another team that's in contention for a potential 2nd place spot. Who knows? Having a loss like that this early is devastating.
Yeah, losing one of their best players this early is very painful.
By the way, the UK started today with 59 points.
Was it really that low?
Yeah, they put up 63 points so far today.
Holy crap. That says a lot.
But Korea has put up almost 60. So it's like these two teams have literally just been farming these lobbies.
It does feel that way. You think back on the wins that Korea's had, and even the lobbies that they don't win, like the last one, still racking up the most points. And then the UK, what, they had 2 dubs? I think it was 13 and 17 points apiece as Savior with some nice stealthy movement.
The
able to
PP
catch Shrimzy, PB Bison. That thing can load up a lot of bullets early on.
Yeah, it's a gun that shoots guns.
Oh man, that'd be strong.
We Borderlands now. All right, Beamy, gonna be coming in and finishing off. It's Chris.
A lot of players getting bled out early here on the last map of the day, last map of PNC 2023.
You got a Panzerfaust.
Ooh.
So like that's great. Like what he's doing there is just in case somebody like drives at this, they can, you know, not only are they going to put it in this car, but keep it on the ground while they're looting.
Yeah, just pick it up and
you can grab it and ruin somebody's day if they're trying to ruin yours.
Oh, the United Kingdom looks like their MO here to try to farm some points is going to be to gatekeep these teams coming across the bridge. Right now, Translucent, Salmar. Oh, do they catch wind of this? Salaman seems like he might have an idea. It's either him or Translucent, I think, that spotted this one out as India was moving with 3 or 4 players to try and get onto the bridge. They see Vard. So UK not going to be successful with this bridge camp, at least against India. But I like this plan. I mean, on the military island, you have Denmark, you have Germany, you have Brazil, you have India. 1 or 2 of those teams are probably going to try and take this eastern bridge. And if you're able to farm 1 or 2 teams, get a couple more points, you're really solidifying your position there in rank 2. And also, going from this bridge into the circle on the eastern side, it's not a very far way to go. It's barely past farm, so I like this move. Very smart by Team UK, although they do get found out.
Why not?
Just try to get points any way you can right now. You want to lock down that silver medal.
Yeah. I'm all about this. I love what the UK did here. Totally fine with it. And now they're just going to be able to go into that circle. Everybody's kind of centering up so far, so a lot of teams stuck on Sosnovka Island still. You got Brazil, India, Denmark, and Germany. So a lot of space left open in this current circle. Everybody else trying to get center as much as they can from their drop spots, except Korea and Australia and Argentina. But Argentina was in Severny. It makes sense. They're taking time. Korea really going to loot up and make sure they got everything they want, everything they need.
Yeah, it's not going to be a repeat of Vikendi this time. They're going to have a full loadout with all the time in the world to loot Yasnaya. And then coming into the circle as well, as you said, everybody very centered up around Pochinki. Korea's going to have so much area to play with on that northeastern side, so that should they decide to stick around there.
Vietnam in need of points as well. Could still end up with yet another 2nd place finish at PNC if they can have a run in this final game. Certainly the history of Vietnam, just absolutely incredible at this event, and they continue to show us that, you know, I talked about UK maybe being, you know, considered the best. Well, Vietnam absolutely going to be up there as well. That region, time and time again, top 5 finishes every single event so far, and if all they need is probably a few points, and honestly, I don't think there's many worlds where they don't end up in the top 5 again.
Yeah, they fielded a variety of rosters to make that happen too. Just feels like everybody from this country steps up on the biggest stage when they need to. as Argentina squaring away here with Waikiki-Mukau a little bit there. Reinforcements probably going to come in, but actually Waikiki-Mukau going to do his best to escape while he still has his tires intact here on this UAZ, working his way up the hill. Make sure he builds a little bit of momentum before that, as Flood, Mini 14 going to try and cause some covering fire to give his teammate a break. In Australia, mostly able to get away, but yeah, I think Dacia's there. It's slow, man. They don't have too much torque firing up. It's hard to get them up these hills.
There's no car in the game that gets up that hill. Like,
yeah.
Maybe the motorcycle, but
mountain bike for sure. Not a car, but
it's not a Still, it could get you up there, maybe.
Absolutely.
Think so?
Without it, yeah, I've ridden on that thing a lot, man. That's my go-to on the
Spend a lot of time on it. All right.
Panzerfaust and a mountain bike.
There you go.
There you go.
I believe you. Some shots in the back. A lot of damage done. Waikiki-Mukau seat swapping to try to get a knock potentially, but Rybok's going to be able to escape and get this heal off for Argentina, who's on the south side of the mountain now. Australia on the north. So they have split out. Australia has, again, all the room in the world to maneuver. This first circle, very forgiving as far as PUBG circles go.
Yeah, especially here on Erangel, just so much area to play around with. It's one of the reasons why I was so surprised so many players actually got picked off this early, because really every single area on the map was kind of playable to loot early without having to lollygag too much coming in, right? I mean, think about how long Korea spent over there in Yasnaya, and they still have a very easy entrance into this one. And for teams like this on the military island, it's a little bit more complicated, with Germany right now trying to gatekeep. Gonna be doing a little bit of bridge camping with Denmark, trying to work their way from the military base onto this. Now Gustav gonna be the first one across. They're gonna let him pass to try and bait Kino and Beamy in.
Again, I mean, Germany's had a slide today. Came in today at 5th. Now they're down to 8th, and they're trying to turn their fortune around. It's been a really rough day for Germany. Not many points across this day. I think 13 so far. And that's definitely the worst day they've had by a wide margin. So we're looking to see if Germany can have a strong finish, but Gustav, he's wise to whatever's going on here. Kino takes some damage on the backside. Kowo cooks a grenade, gets shot between the slats of the stairs, and he was not able to find the mark.
And Gustav going to see if he can get the flush there. Will he be able to find that frag? That's a very tough angle, especially with those stairs in the mix. My goodness, what a throw. I mean, Koa was wise to it, and he backed off. But that was one of the best throws that I've seen in terms of a frag being calculated right there.
Yeah, if Kowo hadn't moved, he was dead. He was absolutely dead to rights. The battle rage is on here on the outside. Clib now has a pretty decent angle. That grenade just went in between those rails. Another grenade is out. That one's too far under. That one's not going to be nearly as close as Clib would like. Now that one's right on the money.
Yeah, finally. Third time is the charm there for Clib. Is able to get it. Koa with a spray there on Gustav, not able to find a lot of damage. And the return fire there from Gustav is massive. Koa actually is going to push this position. He's charging forward, but 1 or 2 bullets away. And once again, the nades come through. Denmark eliminates Germany. Germany right now going to be sitting at rank 8 on the day, as they did not get the strong finish that they were hoping for, but still a very impressive showing here at PNC.
And for Denmark, at one point today, think about it, State, they were in 2nd. And now they're all the way down in 6th. But again, anything's possible here in this last game. So much to play for. Every team is going to be going for these points. LFP1 was in a parachute and almost got knocked. Instead, he's, oh my God, that's so dangerous.
Yeah, I was expecting some fall damage there on LFP1, but instead he's going to be safe. Sparking going to try and provide some covering fire to buy him time to get into a little nook. And yeah, that's a nice little area to be in. I don't even know if T-Bone can find a sightline on him during all of that. Kane taking a headshot of damage. I'm not sure exactly from who. Okay, it's Hamas who is just on point. Him and Clory's getting a ton of damage in. Nice covering fire there on his teammate in the buggy. One of the most exposed vehicles to drive around here on Erangel.
Big point going the way of Vietnam. Still eyeing that 2nd place spot. We're going to keep a close eye on those races for some of those positions underneath Korea. Flood, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, just barely.
And H-Win with some nasty shots on that parachute.
H-Win's had some really good moments in this event himself. USA in general, even though they're in 7th place, has had some pretty impressive games. maybe not the result they wanted for sure, but definitely still a lot of really awesome moments that we got to witness.
Oh, undoubtedly. A highlight reel together their PNC 2023, despite only being in 7th place. I mean, feels like when they pop off, they really do pop off.
Yeah, exactly. When they were hitting hard. The Turkey stuck in a very awkward spot out in that shack out in the middle of that field. That is not ideal. Even though phase 2 did end up going southwest, that is not the spot you want to be in. You were, as Turkey, playing with fire. Now, you never know. We've already seen it today where teams can kind of just hang on and scrape out points. Saw it Korea earlier. You can't drive this across the water, my friend.
No.
I just want you to know, but you can swim under it, and that's okay. And it's usually relatively safe to actually swim under this bridge. A lot of people don't really think about it, even though India's in no real danger, I don't think. I don't think Gustav's seen them from the lighthouse. So, this is fine.
Yeah, but I mean, even in pub lobbies, if we're playing in solos, it is a really safe path to go if you're swimming right underneath that bridge.
I believe a round of applause here for Team India for their debut performance in PNC. You love to see it, their first international event. And even though I know it's not the results they wanted, we really appreciate having them here. We really love having India here, so thank you so much, India, for being a part of this event, and we hope to see you back in the future.
I'm sure we will. I mean, what we heard from the pro players before the event even started about India and the scrims is that they absolutely have the skill, they have the potential, but you know, they're just getting their feet wet here in the first ever PUBG Nations Cup. I am sure very good things are to come from that country here in PUBG esports.
Yeah, I really think so. I mean, again, like you and I were talking about a lot on day one, that there was a lot of people saying that this India team was nothing to be, you know, think that they were easy, I guess I should say. They weren't. They were really doing good in scrim, so hopefully, you know, with this experience underneath them, they can do something now. And Onyx out ahead of Japan, but Japan had the exact same idea at the exact same time as Korea. Let's see if this is going to amount to much of a fight.
Yeah, let's see if Japan gets some revenge from the previous Erangel game where Korea got the jump on them and absolutely made them pay in seconds. This time, both teams have a very good idea of each other's positions. Nades are going to be traded here. That one comes in very good. Almost gets a knock. 90 damage in total. We'll see if the follow-up from Onyx is good, and yes, it is. So first blood drawn here as Japan is knocked, and Onyx now coming in. He's going to try and find Imhawk, watching a lot of angles. Spray comes in, about 90% of the damage done there on Onyx. He's going to have to pop the heal.
With that maneuver, he's revealed the position of the off-angle player for Japan. And now South Korea methodically trying to pick them apart. Imhawk stuck inside of this building. This building not fun to be in. Yep. Soul isolates and takes him down. Now Pure Boy up there, trying to do what he can.
Loki gets the flush on a Imhawk right now, and for South Korea, it's all about breaching this stairwell and trying to stop Japan for being able to hold on. Pure Boy going for the res. China also getting mixed in on this. They do not want Korea to get more points, and also China, they want to move up the ranks themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they take whatever points you can get here. Third party this fight. But the problem is that nobody on Korea has been knocked. So great. China came in here, took a position. That's not that bad considering the lay of the land with so much field in this particular circle. You know, you need to take whatever cover you can get. But not able to capitalize in terms of points, and Korea's Loki able to do some more damage to Run AX. Korea would love to displace this final player.
A beautiful nade there by Loki. Perfectly cooked, just wasn't able to find any players from Japan. They weren't in that exact area, but I mean, the ricochet and the cooking on that one, perfection.
There's 2 players left, excuse me here.
Yeah, Pure Boy did get rezzed.
Yeah, Pure Boy got rezzed. And that's not good.
And where is that shot coming in for Keenan?
This is difficult now. There's still another player here who I think is gonna have an angle to at least put some shot. Oh no, land it, please land it.
Not
no,
like this.
Not like this.
Clip coming in, gets one, sprays down, almost gets 2, translucent on 1 HP. The DMR is gonna seal the fate there of Team India as they're dispatched from this one. But again, a great debut performance for them. I'm sure there are very good things to come from that country here in future PUBG Nations Cup. This is not the last we're going to see.
An appreciative round of applause from the crowd here in Korea, showing their respect and their admiration for the Indian players coming in here and playing in this event. Again, we would love to see you back. All right, China now on the move. They're going to leave this compound. They're going to let South Korea kind of see if they can finish this out. Seoul's going to hold the window, make sure no one can leave. Frags are coming in. But for now, you know, you can just kind of wait. You can either just wait them out, or I don't know what you're going to do here as Korea. Eventually, you're going to want to push up these stairs. But look at that folding shield right at the top of these stairs. It's going to block you from coming in there. That's so cute.
For whatever reason, I hadn't noticed that until you mentioned it. But yeah, that folding shield perfectly. Imagine just sitting up there with the DBS on a chair.
Yeah. You can like jump off the top of the buildings and whack people with the chair.
Oh, I would love that.
Be sick.
All right, Vinny, able to dispatch Beamy there. Gets a nice kill for Team Brazil. Only 4 points behind Australia to crack top 9. They would love to get some more kills here on Team Denmark. Clib gonna go for a nade himself. Oh, that one's really good right on Haven. Just a bit of damage though, as it wasn't cooked.
That was Haven's own grenade.
Oh, was it his own?
Yep.
Oh, I was a little bit confused by the switch there. I guess he wasn't able to slot it in.
Yeah, it just kind of bounced back at him. Must have hit one of those beams, the I-beams up in the top of the building. I'm not sure. Well, here we go. Round 2, fight.
Okay, that one went in.
Yeah, it didn't come close enough though. Didn't get the corner angle. And Onyx, meanwhile, just knocked to H-Win. I think he's dead to rights. Yeah, that's yet another point for Korea as they're, like you called it earlier, the victory lap continues.
Yeah, it just feels like they are on top of the world right now. And China, here they go, coming in on TV. Egg left with it. TMR comes in on the road. Able to get one knock, but Hymas fights back. Haisaki also is going to be able to take down Egg-Sleth. The confirmation comes in. Longsker goes down. Crazy 1-1-2 as well. Haisaki working his way on the outside. Going to try and find Show. He's on 1 HP, and China is eliminated here. Vietnam picking up a ton of kills. And behind all of that as well, Korea also finally cleaning up Team Japan.
And that's huge for Vietnam. Now they're within 1 point of the UK, 1 point away from second place. So trying to do what they could. But now Vietnam doing what they can, and Korea 170 points. How many more can they get? Because this is their tournament. They have done it. Now we just await the final moment, and they are just going to keep trying. I mean, no, just run away with it, Korea. You know, you want to come out here, finish on a bang. And Vietnam now being watched by them.
I'm sure the Korean players on stage can feel this arena shake every time they pick up a kill, every time they wipe a team. They want to do some fan service here for the hometown crowd as they start to get into a skirmish here with Vietnam at about 200 meters range. Circle closes in, centering up over here on the west side. Chinese Taipei, they've been so good defensively over the course of this entire event. The only team to be able to hold on to a compound in this one. As Vietnam and Korea continue to rotate through, and Onyx going to find that shed. Korea trying to improve their position here in this long-range skirmish.
Now, the only one in right now is an Onyx. Loki's got a mortar.
He's going to prop it up here in the smoke. Let's do it, man. What do you have to lose?
They're shooting at him. He's got bullets splashing around him, and he's just going for it. He's going to dial the range in.
And Onyx right now is just letting him know 250 meters seems pretty good. Might be a little bit shorter than that, but we'll see where this one lands.
Up and over.
Oh my goodness.
He got him. No way.
Money shot. Unbelievable there by Loki.
He's going for the front players now. He's not going for the flush. He's going for the ones that are coming at him.
Almost got Haisaki with that one.
Oh, he hit him. He hit him with the second one.
How are they doing this? South Korea just on cloud 9 right now. Loki looking to find more damage, gonna pop a tire.
Oh, grenade. That went really far.
Yeah, that's about max range, about as far as it can go. Loki's gonna see if he can fight back.
Now Korea wants to prevent Vietnam from getting any further up the leaderboard. Trying to finish the job. These grenades, though, really, really good. Ooh. Almost getting the knock onto Loki. Another one that should be good. Yeah, he's got him. Loki has been knocked. The vehicle explodes away. Soul trying to cover the angle. He's got Haisaki down. A 1-for-1 so far, but Soul takes a bunch of damage from Clories. Has to prone down in the field.
Yeah, we'll see if Hymas can find him here where the frag grenade doesn't have an exact read on where Soul is. First aid is gonna pop. That one goes a little bit wide. Second frag should be coming in, also wide. Just kind of sandwiching Soul here. He takes a bit of damage.
Ooh, they're all close, but no cigar. Trying to get a res. Oh, finally they track him down. Vietnam here, despite getting mortared at the beginning of this fight, is somehow, some way with this slight hill advantage they have, and Onyx can't do anything, get shot in the back by Nurens. Heaven, the last player alive for Korea. But at the end of the day, oh, they do get a res. Loki is back up now. Here come the mollies as Vietnam is expending everything they have. They try to pick Soul up, doesn't matter. Himas shoots him off the back. Duck Juice trying to spray into the smoke, trying to finish the job. That grenade, if it's on the mark, might be good enough. It's just a bit wide. Korea with some fancy footwork, still alive, but for how much longer?
Yeah, these smokes are starting to dissipate, and once they do, I mean, I guess there's one or two more here for Team Korea, but it feels like time is running out. Hopefully for them, Chinese Taipei, Pongskor getting in the mix on this, and shelling Vietnam is going to give him some breathing room to rotate out, as Loki and Heaven would love to stay alive and get some more damage done in this lobby. See, United Kingdom, keep in mind, UK and Vietnam vying for rank 2 right now. UK's at 136, Vietnam's at 135. Both these teams would love to walk away with a second place. So these shots from downtown by the UK, they mean a lot. T-Bone able to get Schofield, adds another point.
And the UK, once again, taking one of these high-angle edge positions to really just rain fire down with these DMRs. Oh, no way, Vinny's still alive in this. You have got to be kidding. Vinny's out in the blue behind Team UK. Not like this, but he doesn't have enough health. Yeah, infects, hears or senses it somehow, some way. But that phase 6 blue is just too devastating. Korea's still in this. Gonna get placement points out of all of this anyway. Vietnam trying to get into the center of the circle. They've got all 4 up.
Yeah, Duck Juice now coming in here with his teammate. They're trying to hunt Korea. They really want to clean them up. Vietnam desperate for points right now. They have 5 kills already. Some frags coming in. They look pretty good. Actually, no, a Molotov and a flashbang. So Heaven, he's blinded. Loki comes in. Loki actually able to get the headshot there on Clories before getting taken out. And finally, South Korea's eliminated. But at 172 points with 5 kills in this lobby, they are destined to be the champions of this event as UK, Vietnam, and Argentina fight for that podium finish.
No doubt about it. Badger using that deep clip to make sure that Taipei can't really do much, but the first knock is there. Bard jumps up and over, taking Leo down. Nice piece of work from him, but here comes Pongskor, grenade right in towards the UK positions, but isn't able to connect. The follow-up right down on top of them. Savior backed off, but then Non's grenade finds Fex. A lot of damage done in the back lines. Laza out here trying to take Vietnam out, and they are almost all but done. UK gone. If Vietnam can stay alive, if Vietnam can find 2 more points, they have 1 player left. Himas on almost no health somehow survives that. Schofield lets loose with a molly, but it's too far, but Vietnam is gone. Second place will be going to the UK.
Argentina with 4 men up, the last team in the top 4 to try to find some points and potentially close distance on Vietnam or UK. They would love to do it, but it's going to take a miracle with only 7 players left in the lobby.
I take it back. There's a world where Argentina could actually jump up to second place. I don't know if it's theoretically possible or not. Maybe they get every kill. We'll wait, but it's pretty likely. I might have spoken a little too soon. We'll see how well Argentina can do at the end of this. Turkey trying to do what they can to surpass Australia, maybe even Germany here. Who knows?
Just want to point out that DraftKings right now has a ton of damage. Absolutely hunting for that top 3 finish is Team Argentina, but Chinese Taipei, they were able to secure that compound against the United Kingdom, and they have a great vantage point on both Turkey and Argentina. If they step out too far from cover, they're going to be in the crossfire of multiple players from Chinese Taipei. You can see Ale trying to give some covering fires to his teammates, but this is really the terrain that Argentina is working with, and they need 11 points to close the distance on the UK, 9 to close the distance on Vietnam.
Circle is going to shift down towards Chinese Taipei. Looking like they might be able to squeeze out a win here, but only 3 players, so missing a little bit of extra firepower with Leo. Long-time PUBG esports star be out of this lobby, hoping that the rest of his squad can scoop up a win here and end on a high note.
Argentina and Turkey actually both with full team up. I thought Schofield was flushed at some point, but apparently it was just a knock as we're going to be going into this replay. This is Chinese Taipei defending their compound here against the UK, something they've been so fantastic at all event.
Grenades are perfect from Zen Non. Right on the money, just bouncing them right in. The UK, though, may have done enough to claim second place. Argentina may have something to say, but it's going to take, I think, every kill here for Argentina.
Yeah, Argentina fighting for top 3, Turkey fighting for top 8 right now, as both these teams have the potential to make some movement here with a win and a couple of kills.
Gue datang buat closingin aja guys ya.
MX making a rotation in.
Kok ke mirror?
Has some good guns, but at this range, it's tough to make something happen against a position like Xenon's. Chinese Taipei, as long as they have this compound in the circle, are going to have a really
Halo guys,
good high ground
saya
advantage.
datang buat
And
closing
Savior, it allows them to do this. They have the vision, they have the information. Savior working
Nah,
the
gimana
flank,
tuh, masih
able to
di
find
bawah?
a little bit of damage with the spray,
Gue
but
nanti
does
mau
show
ke
his hand.
bawah lagi.
He's got some grenades in the bag.
Ntar live lagi jam 9 jam 10 ya. Oke.
Doesn't feel like it's going to be safe.
Podcast udah beres. Aman.
Outmaneuver Savior here.
Artis sudah pulang, Bang Apip sudah pulang guys, jam 7.
Being tracked from the roof. Here's the players of Argentina by Zenon. Turkey trying to do what they can to scramble into this
Malam
X circle phase
lagi kan
7
Bang,
blue.
iya. Cuman gue nunggu Eja pulang dulu. Jadi gue nggak tahu nih. Estimasi sih mungkin jam 10-an ya. Eja baliknya. Semoga nggak macet aja ya guys. Wih, Korea bro ya, mantap ya. Aman nih. Aman e-sport poin gua. Korea, UK, Vietnam gue pilih semua guys kalau nggak salah ya. UK kayaknya gue pilih deh. Iya, gue pilih deh. Apa USA doang ya? Argentina nggak gue pick, Thailand nggak gue pick. USA, Aussie, Brazil. Brazil jauh banget ya.
And it's Emic's job to make sure that Chinese Taipei can't get involved in this fight as best as he can. DraftKing, that's a what in the world is that spray? Unbelievable. 4x from that range, absolutely disgusting. Can he find more? Almost gets the one onto the mat as well. Those are just stuns. Just trying to keep them pinned. Just trying to find that last angle on top of the mat. See if he can finish what he started. Argentina, they desperately want to win here. He's going to get a confirmation kill there on a Schofield. He goes down. Turkey running out of room. Only a couple of seconds left here in this phase. But keep in mind, Chinese Taipei, they're working closer in from the sidelines. DraftKing a ton of damage already. 5 kills, 700 damage in the bag. Would love to add to that lead and try and close it to Vietnam and the UK. Emix with a Groza, able to get Savior. That's a big win. He's out of bullets though. He's got to switch over to the mini. He has no more 7.6 in the bag. He's got plenty of 5.5. Now he's just going to spray it down, trying to see if he can really increase their chances of potentially winning this game. He's going to see Pongsker, I believe, might have just saw a shoulder or an elbow there. I believe those are going to be smokes coming out. Code Marco's got Rybox. That forces Emix to try to come back, see if he can help out. My word, DraftKing, what a tournament he's had.
Mortarnya sih on point ya. Bener-bener di pala itu. Bang!
Mad with a knock there onto Ali, and the pressure is on DraftKing. Holding down the fort here for Team Argentina is able to take down 2. And Argentina is climbing the ladder. Chinese Taipei, they're going to try and take advantage of this opportunity though. Argentina has so many players down. All right, here we go. They're coming on in. Zenon knows they've got 2 players. Doc, somehow Emic is going to get 1, but Zenon's got another. Can he find the final player?
1 versus 2 situation, guys.
He's trying to do what he can. He's the last one alive. So little
Bodoh,
Chinese
Chinese Taipei, bro.
Chinese Taipei is going to find
berarti
the final game here.
Udah pasti ya. Udah pasti Korea GG ya. Gokil, cair.
They have done it. The hometown heroes.
Tadi pas di GB si Bang Pinky suaranya kecil banget. Padahal kalau di game menggelegar. Oh enggak ininya. Harusnya gini biar kalau dari jauh nggak begitu kenceng soalnya. Kalau begini baru kenceng. Oke guys, terima kasih yang sudah nonton. Maaf kalau misalkan saya tidak ada di scene ya. Soalnya tadi sedang ada tamu begitu ya. Thank you nih kawan-kawan yang sudah menemani PNC kita today. Nanti malam ditunggu aja, oke? Rokim, thank you penghijauannya, terima kasih banyak. Gila, langsung piala gitu Bang Buseng. Wes cair guys skor ya. Terima kasih yang sudah nonton. Kita bertemu lagi nanti malam ya. Terima kasih banyak. Saya pamit undur diri, nunggu Eja dulu nganterin Mas Apip ya. Thank you guys, see you next stream. Bye bye.
Man, what a moment here for this squad. A heroic finish here on day 3 as all pieces came together, and I can't wait to hear what